And if you're watching your YouTube, make sure uh, it's muted.
Yeah, you can't watch the YouTube as well as stream. You've got to turn the YouTube off.
Well, you mean just turn off
Here
the
we are.
volume. Hello, everyone. Can anyone hear me? Are we live? Hello. Testing. 1, 2, 3.
Yes,
Okay.
they can hear you.
Handle that.
They can hear me? Okay. Um, Hi, everyone. This is our first live stream. And as I have no idea what I'm doing, I need a bit of reinforcement. So this evening,
There,
I.
there's like a there's like a
What?
3 to 5 second delay, so before the chatters can hear it.
So do I have to start again?
No.
No,
No.
just give them
Okay.
time to hear it. They won't
Okay.
respond
Well,
straight away.
I'll
That's just
I'll
letting you know.
start again anyway. Hello, everyone in the room right now. This is the Brain of Vat, and this is our first live stream. And as I have no idea what I'm doing, I have no idea how to use the software. I have no idea how to interact with the chat room and come up with coherent things to say. I thought I'd need a bit of reinforcement this evening. So AK has been kind enough to help me out today. I signed up for a Streamyard account, and I'm fairly technically savvy, but live streaming is something that I certainly have never done. So he was kind enough to give me a little refresher course. We spent about, what would you say, AK, an hour maybe?
Yeah, it was simply an hour.
Simply an hour. Well, it wasn't simple for me. In any case, I can push buttons. So let's see. So I just you're going to be sharing this experience with me. And oh, do I need to like make people mods or something? Do I need to throw out wrenches? Do I need to hand out heavy artillery? Are there guns or something here?
Not yet, I don't think.
Hand grenades and machine guns and do I
Just
have to,
wait and see. We had one maybe was going to be a troll, but she pulled it back a bit. But we'll see. I'll
where
tell
do I
you when.
If you click on them in the,
Amanda will.
yeah, click them on them in the, click the
I'm
pictures
just
on the
trying to
top. Yeah.
figure out how I make someone a mod.
If you give me the wrench, man, I might be a little power hungry. I don't know.
Oops, that's not the thing to do. Pretty sure I clicked the wrong button. Just trying to figure out how do I make someone a mod.
Release the Kraken.
Chuck it at Amanda, insightful, and
How do
I
I
can't remember
do
who
it?
else is involved.
I don't know how to do it
You might
really.
You
need to
click
open
there.
up your YouTube studio. In your YouTube studio, you have to do it, and you do it under. Let me
Oh,
have
I
a
thought
look
I could do it in
first.
the chat room. Bear with
Well, I
me,
don't know. If
everyone.
No, you can
AK
click
will
their
give you
name in
direct.
the chat room,
Yeah, but it doesn't give me
Okay.
a
and
mod.
then it gives you three options on the side. See those three little dots on the side when you
Yeah,
go
I
over
see the
somebody's name?
dots,
Does that
but
give
then
you an option to do mod?
it says pin. Oh, add moderator.
There you go, sir.
Okay, Amanda, you now have. I basically I think that's the equivalent of what giving her the nuclear codes, the launch
Yes,
codes, or something like that.
without a doubt.
Not quite
Yeah.
launch codes.
Okay,
Certainly for
Amanda,
launch and dickheads
I'm
in
counting on
the
you.
cornfields.
So I have one mod. I'm sure that's enough because I doubt there are any troublemakers. If there are any troublemakers, announce yourselves right this instant, please.
I think Rap View is going to be a troublemaker. He wants to be a mod. And they want to be a
Oh,
mod.
uh-oh. Should I? I mean, you guys
Rap
are the.
View is a good mod. I've
Yeah,
watched
no,
him.
I like Rap View. I know the people. I think there's insightful. I
Oh,
know
there's so many,
she gets a
like
wrench.
you were talking about that you could do everybody.
Yeah, I was going to say
Jen's another good one.
everyone in here I know pretty much. I think
I would
is what.
never give Jen one though.
Don't give Jen one. No, because
Never.
I mean, last time she
Oh,
had
God.
cocktails, and then she started reading stuff.
Oh.
Yeah, I can see the
Jen's
chat,
fiery.
but I
Jen's
have to.
fiery. I'd give her a wrench if she come to my channel any day.
The thing
Jen,
I
me
don't.
too.
It's funny because my old handle used to be Jen because I was Geneva when I first
Aw.
moved back to the U.S. Because I lived in Geneva for 20 years, I would go by the handle Geneva, and of course, then people thought it was a girl's name. I'm like, no, it's a city in Switzerland. So let's start this again. I think we have some mods now. So again, the announcement this evening is hello to everyone by name. I'm not really clear on exactly how to look at the chat and then try to use my brain at the same time. But this is very informal. There's absolutely no agenda this evening. We can talk about anything and everything. We can have it be Q&A if you'd like to ask questions. I brought up sort of AK to support me in case, I needed to do some fancy thing like change windows and boxes and share screens, and I panic and I don't remember which button I hit. But and also Ozzy happened to be in the neighborhood, so good evening, Ozzy. If all of you, I'm sure, know Ozzy. All of you know AK, and
Thanks for
Drop your
inviting
link
me.
down there.
Hey, guys.
Ozzy's link. Somebody dropped the link. One of our mods
Oh,
got the link.
grab it. Give me a sec.
We need mods to be all over this stuff, Brain.
yeah, no, I'm counting on you guys to run the ship here this evening.
And then,
I mean,
we're going to talk about something that you're not going to want to talk about. I'm going to tell you.
no, we're not going to talk about things that I don't want to talk about. We're only going to talk about things that I want to talk about.
Well, this is your show.
No, I mean, we're going to talk about everything and anything except the thing that you want to talk about. So
I can't in the chat.
You
That's
can't see the
poo.
chat?
Well, you got.
I can
you
see
can't?
it. I can't type in there.
No,
I
go
got
on to
nowhere to
YouTube.
type in there.
Go to YouTube
Man.
and mute the channel.
Yeah, I'm just going to mute
Yeah,
myself
you
and
can.
stop interrupting you while I work it out.
So where should we start this evening, everyone? Since I'm
I
not
think
going to be
people
doing
want to
any
know about you.
technology,
People will want to know about you.
like what? Like what my background is, my
Like
formal
about you.
about me. Well, I mean, I think that,
What makes Brain the scientific skeptic? What makes you the scientific skeptic?
okay, I'm the scientific skeptic. First of all, hopefully I explained what the message means. One of the misconceptions that annoys me a lot is that I now go by this silly moniker of brain simply because I am the scientific skeptic and my icon is a brain in a vat. Well, I think a lot of people, especially people who consider me an adversary, believe that this is some sort of statement on my part related to my ego and that I think I'm a big brain. That couldn't be further from the truth. The entire point of the brain in a vat is that it is an old philosophical thought experiment, and it refers to epistemology, which is the study
You
of
said
knowledge.
pissed off.
I haven't been drinking. That was last
Oh,
time.
sorry.
I did drink the last time, but not this time.
Too many feathers.
But
Sorry.
essentially, anyway, the point is, without going into too much depth, the brain in the vat logo is simply a nod to intellectual humility, just for all of us to be careful about what we claim to know. And it's one thing to say you have an opinion or you have a feeling about something or you believe something to be true. And it's quite different when you then claim to know something or you claim something to be the truth or true. And from a knowledge perspective, epistemology, which is the study of knowledge, we should be more careful with the things we claim to know or things that we claim to be true than with things that we simply claim to believe in or that we're leaning towards or we have an opinion on. And ultimately, it all reduces down to the burden of proof which is why, as you know, I'm constantly harping on in all of these videos, because we're discussing criminal cases and the behavior of a lot of YouTubers who don't seem to have any respect for basically a fundamental principle in Western justice systems and in our legal system, which is the presumption of innocence. And the presumption of innocence is all about the burden of proof. And the burden of proof means the one who makes the claim has the responsibility to have to defend that claim. So
What?
so back to the brain in a vat. The brain in a vat is a nod to the idea of being careful and humble about the things that you claim to know, and that when you make claims to know things, you're prepared to give rational arguments and evidence to support it, because it's irresponsible and arguably immoral to go around claiming to know things if then when you're challenged you don't even have pre-prepared arguments. You don't have good reasons for why you believe those things. You can't refer to evidence, and then you get a lot of people get offended. They say they know something, then the other person says, "Well, how do you know that? Show me the evidence. What's your reasoning?" And then somebody then screams, "Well, who the hell are you? I have the right to an opinion. I can believe anything I want." Well, that's not the point. Of course, everybody can believe whatever they want, and of course, everyone has the right to an opinion. Everybody should take that as a given. But in intellectual adult conversation, if you're claiming to know something about the world, whatever it is, you should have reasons for it. I don't think that's a very unreasonable expectation. So anyway, the point back is simply back to the idea that my icon is not about a boastful um, representation of myself and my self perception as being a big brained person. It's actually sort of the opposite. It's a nod to my ignorance and the fact that I try to promote the value of epistemic humility. I try to not claim things that I can't support, and I try to respect the burden of proof. And in the context of true crime, it's the most fundamental conversation and value that we should be discussing. If you don't hold up the value of presumption of innocence, and you think that everyone should just be able to run around and accuse people of murder and rape and kidnapping and any crime you can imagine, especially when you just are having an interpersonal dispute with someone, that's a problem. And if you have a big platform and you're discussing true crime and you're not being responsible about your speculation and you're making it sound as if someone is guilty of a crime, there will be consequences. That's irresponsible. It's immoral. That's why that's why I came here, because Chris McDonough clearly, I think, in the interest of promoting his business and promoting sensational content, clearly is not conforming with law enforcement ethics. Now, maybe that's okay when you were a detective and you talked in private in an office at the police department with your friends and you speculated, but on a platform in public on social media with 100,000 people subscribed and possibly another 10 times that who are watching, that's a million brains that you might be polluting with the belief that somebody has done something horrific to children or killed someone, or is Brian Laundrie the most wanted man in America and a murderer. So anyway, the point is that's what the logo is. That's a bit about me, AK.
Can
Obviously,
I ask you a question?
of course.
Um, there was one. Well, can you make me a mod so I can see if I can put the comments up on your screen? I think that's going to allow me to do that.
Oh,
So that
you
way
can
you
do
can
that?
see the comment.
Oh, that would be cool. How do I make you? Where do I see you? Oh, there you are.
Yeah,
Now
I'll
I
put
got
the
you.
comment.
Ah, ha,
There we
ha, ha.
go.
Okay, everyone. I'm very proud. I have now created my first 3 mods. I know how to add a mod.
I'm a mod.
I need to call my mother. Mom, guess
Woohoo!
what? Your son can add a mod on YouTube. Great, son. I'm so proud. Oh my goodness. Is that Trisha? Trisha, what are you doing?
Trish is in there.
Hey
I'm gonna
Trish,
Trisha, I'm gonna bring you up on the panel.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm gonna let you drive.
get on up here, girlfriend.
I'm so intimidated. I have no idea what we're doing tonight.
Okay, so one of the questions that I still can't pull it up, but why do you interact with proven trolls?
Sorry, say it again.
I will put that in the thing. Sassy Sauce, Sassy Saucer had this to ask. Was one of the first ones that I read. Um, why do you interact with proven trolls? Would be my question.
Why do I act with proven trolls?
Mm-hmm.
Interact.
So
Interact.
yeah,
Interact.
sorry, interact, but in the context of put scare quotes around this word, creators. I mean, we can even talk about that word because I have a bit of an issue with that word. But do you mean trolls in a chat room, trolls in a comment section in social
They're talking
media,
about
or do you mean
proven
like
trolls, like
content
real
creators?
life assholes, content creators.
In your comments.
I think it's more of why do you interact with proven trolls? Would be my question.
Well, again, it depends. You know, there's a I look at this in terms of consequences, in terms of how you engage with people. So someone who's insignificant, you know, for example, we're driving down the street and some guy flips you off in a car. Who cares? Completely insignificant, has no relevance on me or for the greater society at large. Yeah, whatever. Okay, we're gonna step outside after the damn thing because them's fighting words.
I'm just
Um,
illustrating your point.
no, I know. I was
Is there
playing
like
along. No, don't blow the joke. Um, but the point being that everything relates to how consequential it is. So I wouldn't care or have much of an interest in engaging with a any troll if I just find their comment irrelevant or insignificant. If I'm in a snarky mood or I'm feeling passive aggressive, I might want to, you know, post a snarky comment and tell them off and, you know, get a little schadenfreude from that experience. But besides that, it's inconsequential. The problem is, for example, let's say this idea of a proven troll is someone who has a YouTube channel with 100,000 subscribers, and they happen to be representing a topic which is consequential and has real life, real world consequences and has influence on people, and they are spewing lies. They're spreading misinformation and dangerous information. Those sorts of proven trolls absolutely need to be confronted. So, because of the potential harm that they can do. So, from a
can
moral,
we?
sorry, go ahead.
No, you're good. I was just wondering. Trolls is an awful wide word.
Well,
Um,
yeah, I mean, we can talk about how we want to define trolls. That's why I tried to take that video apart from Chris McDonough the other day, because as I tried to hopefully make the case in the video, what that what that episode was about was his effort to basically deflect any criticism on himself. So his logic, which he had been working on since Linda's um, show at the beginning of August, was that he clearly had a problem dealing with trolls, and he clearly misunderstands what a troll means. And in his mind, I am Chris McDonough, a legendary cop. This isn't my first rodeo. I've spent 40 years doing this. You people are all peons. I'm the only authority in this room. You must bow down, kiss the ring, and respect my authority. So, in the context of social media, you know, you're just going to have people in the
I
chat
think you just
room who
pronounced that wrong. It's authority.
authority. So I think that he showed up on YouTube naive to modern social media. I'm sure it's probably an age thing. Plus, he's got a huge ego, and he just thinks that everyone should just bow down and accept whatever he says is the gospel truth. So as soon as he came on YouTube and recognized that you know, this is social media, and people may enter your chat room or make comments on your channel page that are rude and stupid and ignorant and insulting and condescending and profane. And that's just something that we all have to deal with. But I think Chris's ego couldn't handle it. And, you know, he would like to banish all these people into the cornfield, you know, have that power of the little kid, and that old Twilight Zone episode. I don't know if any of you remember that kid and that particular episode, but he had a magical power. And if anybody annoyed him, he would wish them into the cornfield, literally. And every once in a while, they showed the cornfield, and it was, people in the shape of a cornstalk. It was fairly macabre and dark, but everyone was afraid of him. So I think, Chris, if he had that power, we might all be in the cornfield if we didn't accept everything he said as the gospel truth. And then I think that what
He
happened
actually,
was then it. Well, I
he
just think
actually
then it got.
demonstrated that.
I think it got extended then to everyone who disagrees with me, even substantively, anyone who actually puts forth a reasonable argument who is not a troll. So, I mean, it brings us back to how we want to define troll. Troll has taken on a lot of different meanings now. A lot of people like to simply use the word troll for anyone who disagrees with them. That clearly does not conform with any notion or definition of troll. A troll was always, the original meaning at least, was always someone who gets their kicks by causing disruption. They have no interest in having a conversation. They have no interest in adult interaction. They simply want to see people getting angry, getting unhinged, being triggered, and that's what gives them a certain high. They have a certain power from being able to simply aggravate people or to disrupt a conversation between other adults. That's what a troll meant originally, and now it's taken on far, all sorts of different meanings. For example, somebody made a comment today. I think actually Gilbert Bystander made it today, and it's a brilliant comment, which I think, I wish I could remember the words, Gilbert. I don't know if you want to post it again, but it was essentially, we need to praise righteous trolling, or we need to discuss the value or the benefit of righteous trolling. And I think there's something really interesting about that comment, because in a social media context, with this constant bombardment of bad faith individuals who come in and do completely I mean, I run a science and philosophy forum for the last 10 years, and I'm trying to conduct adult conversations on very complex topics, and most people play by the intellectual rules. You try to make an argument, you try to be thoughtful, you try to back it up with reasoning and with evidence if possible, and then you allow the other person to come back with a reasonable rebuttal. That's what a proper adult conversation should look like. Yes, more I just saw the comment and then it disappeared.
That's because I can't
Oh,
highlight
oh yeah,
under. I
show.
don't understand.
There it is. Oh, wow. Sorry, I need to call my mother again. Mom, not only can I make someone a mod, I'm now able to take a chat comment and post it on the main screen. Aren't you proud of me?
Hey,
So,
can you tell your mom too that somebody was asking if AK was child porn found on your computer by E Nick, and I just had to say you're a fucking idiot and get the fuck out of here. I'm
And that's
sorry,
a
it's your
good
show.
example of trolling.
sorry,
Yeah.
I
sorry,
just
I missed
wanted
that.
to
Did somebody just say something in the chat room, or am I missing the joke?
Yeah, they said they were asking if they found child porn in my email. I'm like, if that's where you're still at, you need to go back and watch a lot of
Yeah,
other
you need to
videos.
watch my videos. I mean, sometimes
Yeah.
people just don't have the most appropriate humor. Because I'm not sure that's sort of funny in any scenario. But in any
Can I
case, so
can
that
I just chuck an example in there
yeah,
of
yeah,
what you were
please
talking
do,
about with
please do.
CM? I was watching over the live stream he did when he got kicked off with TM, and in that live stream, someone said, "Who's Plano? I don't get it." And he was like, "Yeah, see, that's a troll. Get rid of them. They're a troll."
Right, and Plano refers
And
to
it was
where a particular
genuinely
individual
someone
lives, right?
right. The Plano is like a place, it's not a
Yeah,
person. So they were
yeah.
genuinely confused. And what Chris was discounting there was the fact that YouTube's a worldwide audience. So there's people that live in, freaking Australia or Brazil or wherever you like that don't know what Plano is.
What's
Well,
the post-truth era?
so let me keep anybody that can keep questions. That's why, again, because I'm such a neophyte here, I'm sort of not capable thinking, talking, and it's one of those rubbing your
Yep.
stomach and patting your head problems. I guess people get good at it, hopefully with time, but I'm not necessarily good at that sort of multitasking, at least not yet. So let's address the first thing, which is on the screen from the Gilbert Bystander. I assume the Gilbert Bystander is being at least partially tongue-in-cheek and facetious in this comment, but I
Yes.
think it's a really interesting point because this notion of sort of trolling, which has nothing to do with the 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 dark triad or antisocial behavior, can also be understood as a sort of righteous trolling where you are engaging with a group of bad faith, bad actors who are completely crowding out any opportunity for all of us to have an adult conversation. And you can sort of understand that sort of there would be a reflex over time where people who normally might have good faith instincts might be willing to sort of fight fire with fire and sort of recognize that you know to some extent you need to sort of play the game with them, maybe even learn to play the game better. I mean, I've been, because I moderate on my science and philosophy forum and I deal with such complex topics, um I've learned a whole host of different strategies to deal with trolls. And again, not everyone is a troll. Some are just, I don't want to sound rude, but
Heck,
some are
can
some
I
are just
cuss on your channel?
some are just, of course you can cuss on my channel.
They're assholes.
Y- yeah, some people are assholes, some people are, ignorant on the
That's not even
topic.
cursing.
Some people have bad reading comprehension and they don't read to understand, so they just jump into a chat room and they want to give their opinion or talk about something that they want to talk about, sort of being completely inconsiderate to everyone else in the room. So there's a whole spectrum of negative adult behavior on social media, and that's why I took issue with what Chris said, because the phenomenon of trolling is clearly multifaceted. It's complex. It's context specific, and so we do need to be able to differentiate between someone who's dumb, someone who's just socially awkward, someone who's disrespectful, someone, and then someone who's really a troll that that they get their kicks doing this. They like to walk. Trolling for me is the equivalent of something like this. Actually, AK, the guy that came into your chat room the other night and insulted
Yeah.
me, I consider that a form of trolling. And the reason I call it trolling is because he had no indication that all of the people involved in the conversation had an issue with me. He would have been
Right.
right had everyone else felt the same, like this guy's a jerk and he's talking over everyone and he's rude and presumptuous. If everyone in the room, if that was the spirit, and if he had also been part of that conversation, then he wouldn't have been out of line. But that's the equivalent of being a stranger and walking up to a table at a restaurant with everyone talking and having fun and making a lot of noise and drinking and having a conversation. You don't understand any of their relationships. You don't even understand the entire conversation. And you come in and you just look at one person and say, "Shut up," get lost. You're an idiot. I mean, that's just rude. Nobody would ever do that. I mean, is that a form of trolling? That's sort of what it can look like
I do that.
online.
May I offer why I address some trolls and not others? Is that okay?
Please do.
So, just to throw an example out there, someone came to my last video and typed up there, that one of the characters is a meth head. And I challenged her. Like, obviously, I could have took it as being a troll and just deleted her, which I do with when I see a genuine troll, and I do have standards like the brain does. But yeah, I decided to engage. How do you know that? As Brain originally said, the onus is on you. If you're making the claim, then you need to have the evidence. So I asked, "What's your evidence?" And she said, "Well, I think she said something like, I'm an ex-addict, so I know the signs." And I was like, "Well, that's not really proof. That's your opinion because of your experience, but it's not
a
proof."
lot of a very
Do you want
common
to see
social
proof?
media. Well, just if I can interject one point, which is that see a lot of, I see a lot of common types of responses on social media. And one of them is exactly this. Someone makes a claim, and then someone says, "What's your evidence?" And then people come back and they say, "Do your own research. I'm not going to do the research for you." No, you just tried to
Yeah,
skirt your burden of proof. You made the claim. The reason the
exactly.
person asked for a rationale was because you made the claim. Had you not made the claim, nobody would be talking about it. So no, you can't
Right,
use that cop out of no, you need to go do your own research. That's just dishonest. It's bad
right.
faith.
I laugh at people who tell me to do my research with Benny, but they obviously don't know my history there. But anyway,
I mean,
the conversation
you could,
did actually
you,
end.
I mean, you could
Sorry,
say
the
something
conversation
like, "Go ahead. I'm sorry. You finish."
the conversation did actually end where she actually had a think about what she had said and came at it a different way, and sort of she deleted a comment altogether. So I mean, there's a constructive way that you can reach out to trolls and get them to see what it is that you're trying to put across, rather than just calling them a troll, putting them offside, and it's just doing what the blowhorn Betty and co do, is just standing there yelling and accusing, where is if you approach someone with a friendly attitude, like, don't take me wrong, I'm not trying to have a go at you, let's have a conversation about this, then
Oh,
you can actually reach.
absolutely, absolutely. I mean, tone. It depends. We can all be behaving as a function of the day that we've had. The prior 20 prior interactions we've had. So, for example, if I'm posting on my science and philosophy forum on some complex topic, and I get a large set of common bad responses that I've now seen 10 times in the last 15 minutes, and I've seen 2,000 times over the last 10 years. You can have a bad day, and you can just simply sort of dismiss someone, and then you can have a good day. So, for example, I've become cynical after 10 years of volunteering my time for free to teach science and philosophy, because at the beginning I had this reputation of being really patient and really wanting to engage with people at every level. So, at a philosophy 101 level, at a philosophy 501 level, at a biology 101 level, and a biology 501 level. So the problem then is that depending upon the sorts of responses, you sort of build up a database of experience, so sort of at what level they are. And so then, you have to sort of make up your mind. Do you want to begin from first principles with this person? Did they were they polite? Did they seem curious? Because of course their behavior is going to affect your behavior. So if someone asks a polite question, like with a question mark at the end, as opposed to asserting something with a bit of overconfidence, that's going to affect whether or not you will also respond in good faith. So there's so many dynamics in terms of how you respond. I mean, I would like to believe that I'm a kind person, and that it's fine if somebody is not versed in a subject. We're all ignorant. I mean, again, back to my brain in the vat, we are all ignorant to most everything. Whatever things you think you know in the world, they are but a infinitesimally small um, fraction of the total amount of human knowledge. And all of human knowledge accumulated at this point in our history is infinitesimally small relative to the total possible knowledge that we could acquire, if we live another 20 billion years, until the universe either dies a cold death or implodes on itself, or just creates another bubble universe or something like that. But
Sir,
yes.
is your focus on specific creators and/or specific cases being covered, or using covered broadly?
Well, I mean, I like to think that I'm trying to teach general principles which are applicable to everything, and not only how we evaluate, uh, claims made in true crime, or how creators treat things in true crime, but pretty much, hopefully, across the board. That's what I was hoping to be able to bring here, is to help, bring my sort of critical thinking education to this forum, because it's not just applicable here. It's applicable to everything. So when it comes to the true crime stuff, that's an important point. And thank you for reminding me. I wanted to bring up. Everyone needs to know I'm not a true crime channel. I'm not well versed in a large portfolio of the cases. I like true crime since I've been a kid. I think we're all fascinated with the criminal mind and trying to understand. As I've tried to write, I think it provides us a bit of insight, possibly into our own psychology, and sort of pushes on our instincts as to what humans are capable of, and possibly what we are even capable of. And so, I'm not a true crime channel. I know some cases. I came here specifically and became interested in some of the true crime channels because I was absolutely fascinated with the Lori Vallow case. I think it's maybe, in my opinion, the most interesting, maybe, of all the true crime cases that I've ever encountered in my life. It has so many layers to that onion. There's so many different perspectives and angles, and I try to look at everything from a helicopter view, from a sociological view, from a group psychology perspective. And Lori Vallow, that case just had a bit of everything. It had cult phenomenology. It had, um, you know, religious elements. It had, um, all sorts of other social issues. Like she was just, sort of a perfect soccer mom, who then becomes sort of a deranged wannabe cult leader, and then it has all the eschatology stuff, the end time prophecy beliefs, and then just sort of juxtaposed with sort of normal American upper middle class um, socialites. So it just I found that very fascinating. And then again, the only reason I'm here is because of what I witnessed Chris McDonough do in real time, and recognized that the significance and the influence he had was a very dangerous precedent. And I felt sort of compelled to sort of come and challenge him because I think I have the skill set to do so.
Just to add to that, Chris absolutely did not in any way whatsoever envisage the amount of influence innocent Twitter user could have when he sent everybody there to attack him. So I found that to be an interesting juxtaposition.
Well, and yeah, and there's just another thing which is sort of feels sort of good, but I'm reluctant. But I had the benefit of talking with Trisha today, and that was very nice. Um, and Ozzy, you and I have talked about it, and a lot of people certainly want this to be the case, but whether or not, the pressure that we've brought to bear, certainly not only myself, many of us, noticing some problems, and some of us with the courage to sort of try to confront, a bit of moral rot and irresponsibility in this community. And, there's sort of some hints that just maybe we're having a tiny impact. And as I said, I'm reluctant to accept that claim. Certainly reluctant to accept that I've had any influence. But simply, I don't think we can stop these people, unless they break the law, unless they break the terms of service. It's all about influence. We're hoping that there are some people on the fence, some people that are still open-minded enough, that are not sort of dyed in the wool, tribal acolytes at this point, that are willing to hear some noise coming from the outside of these bubbles, and willing to be a bit more critical, and that possibly a sort of critical mass can be achieved, where these creators, if we can't stop them, if they're not going to break the law, or if they're not going to break the terms of service, that at least we plant a seed of doubt in their minds, that they need to think another millisecond before they spew something on their live stream, that they need to be more thoughtful, more careful, more considerate. And if we can have even some small incremental impact on making people have to be more responsible, whether they want to or not, because they're aware that there may be possible consequences. And the way I've sort of been, thinking about it is sort of, if I'm being a bit arrogant, it's sort of like I want some of these people to just simply hear as a whisper in the background, you know, I'm watching. We're watching. You're being watched. And if that little tick gets into their brain and it has any impact, and if it slows down their growth, or if a few of their subscribers fall off, that seems like a win. And that's about, I think, the most we can. Out, AK, yeah,
Sorry, this kid is
yeah,
crazy.
he's having a good time. But anyway, just you know, I think some people have this expectation that a channel with 100,000 subs or 1 million subs or something, that if you just make the right arguments and enough people simply join forces and are consistent in their message to discredit someone, that you can take their page down to zero. I mean, that's not a reasonable expectation. Once you achieve a certain critical mass in social media, you might slow their growth rates down and maybe they get a little stale and people move on over time. But you really can't have the expectation that, you know, in 3 months or 6 months, their 100,000 subscriber channel is going to, go to zero, or, be 650 people at the end of the year. That's just not the way things work. So, for Chris, if we've had any impact, let's say, okay, let's just use a simple example. Let's say, I mean, I don't know how many subscribers he has now. Let's say he has 92,000 subscribers, whatever. Maybe he's at 100. Let's just say 100. He has 100,000 subscribers. And if we could sort of collect the data, it's virtually impossible to do. But if we could collect the data and say, yeah, but if you guys didn't make noise, he'd have 120. Well, that's a good thing, isn't it? I mean, doesn't that mean that 20,000 brains haven't been affected or polluted or infected in the last, period of time? I mean, that seems like a win, even if it's not as much as we would like, no?
It does.
Can I answer Enix's
Yeah.
question? Can you not go to Chris' channel and tell him to his face? Well, we've all been blocked because we have been politely trying to tell him and pointing out things from an intellectual standpoint, and not just like trying to troll him, but trying to tell him
Yeah,
intelligently, and he blocks you. He doesn't want to hear
no,
it. He thinks you're
absolutely.
one of the trolls that got him took off the internet.
Yeah, I'll say something, on the record right now tonight. Josh, tried to challenge me to a debate. I've been around the block enough to know. Sorry, I'm not going to debate Josh. Sorry, you're ill-equipped. That might sound arrogant, but you're simply outclassed, whether you accept it or not, or whether you think I'm arrogant or not. I'm not going to debate anyone that I don't wish to debate, and I would only debate in a neutral environment with a seasoned moderator, someone who understands how to moderate an intellectual conversation, and it would have to be, the subject would have to be agreed upon, and it would have to fulfill traditional professional debate rules. There are rules to how you debate someone. You can't. A debate is not simply a sewer fight where you just put two people in a room and then you have a band of you know tribal loyalists on one side just hurling tomatoes at the other person and cutting them off and screaming and not allowing them to rebut, and you're not acting in good faith, and you're breaking all the rules of formal debate. Now, all that said, Chris McDonough, I'd debate him in a second, any time, any day,
Me too.
not on his forum, and
I would
we would
love
have,
it.
I would want to agree on the moderator, and we'd have to talk about the terms. But in principle, are you kidding? I think that would be. I think I would enjoy that.
You'd eat his brain. Okay. What caused the post truth to fear of differing viewpoint that is a red flag?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
And what other
thank
red flags should we look for in creating?
you. Yeah, I mean, the first question is essentially, what does the post-truth era mean, or is it what is the cause of the post-truth era?
What caused the post truth to fear of differing viewpoints being a red flag.
I'd just like to shout out Gilbert Bystander for the recording that video that I did the other day on Josh. So that's who's asking the question, by the way.
In any case, I mean, I'm not sure.
Hey, what other red flags should we look for in creators?
Well, I mean, I'd be more than happy to talk about post-truth, but it's a monster.
No, I don't know if our brains are ready for that.
I was thinking it needs a whole video unto itself.
Yeah, I mean, it's a topic I've been covering for 10 years on my Science and Philosophy forum. I have, probably literally hundreds of essays and scientific articles sort of supporting a very large case, which refers to, political science and history and sociology and, economics. And it's complex. So I think maybe we can take that on as a whole show sometime. I would love to. Those are the things that I like to talk about. But let's go then with the simpler alternative, which was what? Well, there's something about flags.
What other red flags should we look for in creators?
Oh, that's a really good question.
Let's get the Gilbert Bystander off of your screen. So
oh yeah, yeah. How do I just click on it, right?
Yeah, click
no.
It.
Oh yeah, no. I need to do it.
Or if you click another comment and then go away.
Okay, is there?
Perfect.
Perfect.
Is this it? Oh, there. Oh, now I can see it. What caused post-truth? Yeah, I think that I'll defer on that one. Not because I wouldn't love to talk about it, but I'll just yak for an hour. Fear of differing viewpoint is a red flag. I mean, absolutely. What other red flags should we look for in creators? I mean, it's such a complex question. It's almost something like I'd want to prepare in advance. But, I think about things like, like consistency, internal consistency, definitely sort of an appeal to authority, sort of a dismissal of any contradictory positions with, a fallacious appeal, sort of dismissing them out of bad faith, like, that's stupid or you don't know what you're talking about. And of course, the problem is very subtle. That's why it's very difficult for people to differentiate between, good behavior and bad behavior. Because, for example, let me give you a simple example just to sort of make this case. If you are the most world-renowned neuroscientist, you have a Nobel Peace Prize, you have 500 published papers over your career, and a pizza guy enters into the neuroscience conference and yells out a question, and the neuroscientist ignores him, or even maybe says something snarky like, sit down, boy, or listen to the conference, you can go to the microphone later and ask your question, sort of thing. That might, in a social media context, that might come off as very condescending and very arrogant. But I would argue that it's the person that's asked the question that's sort of not recognizing the situation. This is not a Q&A session. This is not an open mic night. You likely should maybe go at. You should be prepared to ask a very pointed, highly technical question in the presence of this particular expert, because you should use his time correctly. So if you walk into a neuroscience conference and you, I don't know, scream out something about evolution is a lie or something like that, I mean, it's completely off topic. It's completely irrelevant. So for somebody to dismiss that or to be rude, that's not this sort of red flag where you're saying that person is just not respecting someone's alternative opinion, or respecting their right to an opinion. This is just that question is out of scope. It's irrelevant. It was sort of presumptuous. And in social media, we've gotten into this post-truth world where everyone relies on the right to an opinion. Well, opinions are not all equal. Some opinions are far better backed in reasoning and evidence than others. So, there's a certain amount of deference I think that people should have. It was the other day I was talking with someone and they said, I'm a chemist. And I said, I like to consider myself fairly literate in about chemistry. I try to be literate, across a lot of different scientific domains. But you are a chemist. I'm going to defer to you. I'm going to hope in humility that I don't make a fool out of myself, that I don't say something that's just simply, a real rookie, amateurish, off-topic question. So that I think that in society, we should have a certain deference for people with expertise, and this is part of the post-truth phenomenon. And as I refer to the revenge of the layperson, so sometimes there's false appeals to authority, and sometimes there's not. The person is an authority, and in the case of someone like Chris McDonough, and this is where we get back into this question, which is in the case of Chris McDonough, a lot of times it is a red flag because he really is essentially behaving in the sense that, no, how dare you question me at all? Just the
I think
fact
his
of
level of
questioning.
paranoia was key, like the key red flag for me. His level of paranoia that everybody had gone after him, not that he had said something or done something particularly nasty. It was that, his level of paranoia, and even a simple question that was asked, like, who's Plano, turned him into that, that paranoid frame of mind. And I think paranoia is probably one of the red
Absolutely.
flags that I would look out for.
Yeah, that's a great point. Absolutely. Completely agree. Paranoia. So if someone just looks like they're constantly triggered, oh my goodness, everybody's against me, or how dare these people, and that's their overall sort of demeanor, that's definitely a red flag. This person is not calm, they're not able to sort of handle the pressure, they look insecure,
It's
they look.
exactly like that, AK.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Paranoia is one. Other things, consistency across time. Of course, internal consistency. So when you're catching someone in a lot of contradictions, that's looking like you have a bullshitter on your hands.
Hey, sir,
Um,
can I
yeah,
ask you a question? Do you have backstage? Do you have a person by the name of JOT or Jules of Thought?
I did, and now that person's gone, but I saw it before, but I didn't know exactly what was going on.
She is a very, very good creator friend of mine that I think you guys would get along great. She's very educated in very many areas. She's got degrees to match as well. Um,
Sure,
but I think you and her audience would get along great. So if she would like to jump up, I'm hoping that she
sure,
does. And if I
sure.
have
Yeah,
to
bring her
interrupt
up. She
you,
had some really interesting points to make about the questions that Gilbert was just asking.
Which
exactly.
about what? What did I miss the questions that he was saying before? Because I remember the righteous trolling one, but did he ask some other
He
things that I missed?
he asked boxers or briefs. That's all he asked.
Boxers or briefs?
Yeah.
Okay. What's the other one? Commando or something?
That's what I'm talking about. Oh, come on, Jules, jump back up here. Are you
Oh,
up?
Come back,
yeah.
Jules. Come back up and say what you just typed in chat, because it was a very short answer and I think it was spot on.
So I was going to say, another thing in terms of red flag, but this requires a certain set of skills. So I just look for fallacious reasoning. That's the biggest flag for me. So I just analyze the arguments that people make and whether or not they're reasoned arguments. So if someone doesn't know how to make a reasoned argument, they can't support their argument, and they're making a whole host of different sorts of fallacies. I mean, I teach formal logic and informal logic, so knowing what a straw man looks like, and knowing what a red herring looks like, and knowing what cherry
That's a
picking looks
great
like.
idea. Like using your own initiative to go and find out what fallacies are commonly used in arguments and then look for those, because those are red flags. When someone is using fallacy to put arguments across, then those are red flags. So once you make yourself familiar with what fallacies are, like there's heaps of them, so you need to narrow it down to what the most common ones are. And you'll find, like in the post-truth era, some of the common fallacies are, grouped down to, probably maybe
Straw
20 or 30.
man,
I guess,
straw
common
man,
ones.
red herrings, cherry picking. Those are the ones that always
Yep,
obviously
ad
ad hominem. Those are the big ones. Everything's ignoratio elenchi at the end of the day. So basically, all informal fallacies all can be encapsulated under one generic fallacy, which is essentially missing the point in common vernacular. So that's the problem. That's what
Sometimes
all
purposely
informal
avoiding
fallacies are.
if you go on the attack because you're trying to avoid the point, which is the example that Josh gave in his video that I pulled apart the other day. He was using every fallacy in the book to avoid the actual point.
Yeah, I mean, in that sense, it wasn't a rebuttal. He's just cherry picking. Red herrings is essentially you're trying to get someone to take the bone. You're trying to throw a smelly fish at them to distract them, and then you're expecting the person that you're engaging to go chase this bone instead of sticking to the point. So we made the claim. We basically rebutted Chris McDonough, and I rebutted Doug and Chris McDonough, and then Josh was an attempt to rebut me and Trisha. Probably should have been me because I'm the one who made the substantive argument. Trisha just essentially said, he omitted 2010, and that's dishonest, shows bad faith. So he didn't attempt to rebut my arguments. He simply used cherry picking approach to addressing the topic by trying to find some small little anomaly. Conspiracy theorists do this. People who are not acting in good faith when they debate do this. They try to find some anomalous detail that they think they can make look relevant in order to simply, as you say, completely avoid the actual overall argument that you've made. So it's a distraction technique. And now I'll shut up and I need to take a 1 minute break, but let's bring Jewels of Thought up. Hi, Jewels of Thought.
Hi,
Hey,
Scientific
Jules.
Skeptic. How are you?
Welcome.
Hey, Elsie.
Welcome.
How are you, AK?
Great. I
Good.
wanted to make sure that you got in here. You have already talked with or on the same panel with the brain, but with this first live, I think it's great that you're in here.
Well, thank you so much for inviting me up. I appreciate that.
Yeah,
Elsie.
and I feel bad because I saw your sort of grayed out thing and I don't know what I'm doing. So it's all my fault for being completely naive and ignorant to how this stuff works.
Well,
Take
look,
your minute break.
I think ignorance is highly underrated. It's okay.
I'm
So
sitting
I'd
here
love to be
thinking, who's
ignorant.
Aussie? And I realize you're saying Aussie.
so talk among yourselves. I'll be back in 1 minute.
Okay.
Right
How
here.
are, Elsie, I read your comment on my video just a little while ago. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
That's right. It was a great video. I'm enjoying your content.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Not everybody says that. I do, in fact, have my own set of haters and trolls.
Right. Well, as soon as you're not on their side, you get the haters. You got to be on their side, or they're not. They don't want to see any reason.
Yeah.
The biggest thing is you have the best supporters, and that's the only thing that matters.
Thank you. Yeah. Well,
And your brain,
Yeah, but no. When I'm on YouTube, I'm enjoying the vernacular of the peasantry. You know what I
Can
mean?
somebody put Jules of Thought channel in the chat, please? Can one of our mods, like me, put her channel in the chat? Because everybody, I think your channel, your viewers, and Mr. Brains would go well together, and as well as Ozzy. All of you think the same, and I think this is a great chance to get some people exposed to different other good channels.
I agree. It can be very hard to find channels where people want to have a discussion about their differing opinions rather than just an echo chamber that everybody is, blindly following their, faithless leader. So I agree.
Yeah, and that's how it tends to be. There's another problem again about that's why I was saying part of the post-truth, or as I call it, the revenge of the layperson, or the other way I describe it is runaway relativism, is sort of, I think, there's another fallacy, which is sort of the false balance fallacy, where, the common meme is, CNN. It's one of the reasons I stopped respecting CNN's approach to content was that they, here's a world-renowned astrophysicist, and here's a guy that disagrees and thinks that the Earth is flat, and let's let them duke it out, because it's all about free speech and the right to an opinion, and being open to different viewpoints. Well, that's not a topic where there is a valid opposing viewpoints. There's 10 billion conversations which have valid alternative hypotheses and completely good faith disagreements, and a million and one things to talk about the nuance and subtleties in complex topics, and it's completely normal and healthy to have a disagreement. But then there are other topics where it's just completely useless to have somebody, a biologist, talk with somebody who believes in the ether, or the witches cause disease theory of of disease. So there is something to be said about making this appeal to false balance as well. So just to throw it out there. But of course, fair and open dialogue with fair and relevant opposing positions is all. That's what intellectualism is about, is trying to do that and have it be productive in a sort of dialectic approach, instead of a debate where you have a winner and a loser. It's that we're trying to steelman each other's arguments. We're talking about a topic, and the objective is to learn more and to teach each other. And if somebody's on to something, but they don't necessarily make a great argument, or you're having a hard time communicating an idea, but somebody else wants to work with you, then you steelman arguments, and then the end game is that we've both learned something new. That should be the objective, not about who wins or loses.
Right. So the argument that I had, well, it wasn't even an argument. It didn't even evolve into an argument. But someone said to me, the grammar was between I and me on my community post. And I've been to uni. I'm thinking I'm pretty good at this shit. I'm pretty sure that the I was used in the right place, and I got proper schooled. But I accepted that I was wrong, and that's part of the debate process. When you can see that you're wrong, or you have doubt. Okay, you've raised enough doubt that I might be wrong. It's time to concede. Like, it's not time to steelman the other person. So having
Yeah,
that
I mean,
humility.
when you're a good debater, I mean, one of the problems, for example, and there's a lot of research, one of the problems is, if you're smarter, you can be better at rationalization and rhetoric and influencing people. So you can just sort of beat them with a big vocabulary, and that's not a good thing. You want the person making better arguments, you want those arguments to succeed, and you want bad arguments to go away, or be taken off the table. And
So even small brain sack people like me can have a stake in here.
yeah, the only problem with you is that you're right. You're just not good at explaining it to other people, so we don't know
I
what you're
know
talking
it
about.
sucks. It comes out like foreign language. It's cool.
I know you're a genius. I just don't. It's I don't know what you're saying.
But you should see his fans only page. That's the real genius, Skeptic.
Yeah, I've heard it's legendary in these.
I made so much money on it. I had to whore myself out for 12 hours yesterday.
Yeah, I'm so desperate. I was, can I mod that, that room for you?
Hey! While we're on this topic, you got to start doing this monetization. And number two, get that post off there of Amanda. It's still on your screen, just so you know.
Hide current comment. Okay,
there
now
you go.
I got
Okay,
the hang
so
of it.
I want to explore this a little bit. You're putting out a lot of your knowledge that you've spent a lot of money on to gain in 15 years of moderation and 150,000 people, and you have a lot to offer. Why are you doing this for free? And that's why I don't understand this concept for you.
Yeah, I mean, I've been fighting this demon and I think they're my demons. I think I have an unhealthy attitude. When I started SCTS,
Thank you for your super chat.
I didn't start it to make money. I started it because I wanted to help people be better capable of being able to differentiate between good information and bad information in the new scary world of the internet and social media in particular. And I just wanted to share, and I was worried and I was concerned. And it's a labor of love. But I've spent an absurd amount of time, and I've never gotten or asked for any compensation. And after 10 years, I do sort of feel like I don't think I can do that anymore.
Well, I think you have a proper platform for it here. I would like for you to say thank you for the super chat, like Lise did the other
Lise.
night. Lise.
Merci pour le super chat.
Yeah, so
I shouldn't. Well, chat is a bad word, but it's also a female cat, so I can get off the hook on that one.
It's like a female dog, but female cat.
Yeah.
I think the reason that I don't want to monetize, and I never will, is because I didn't come on here to do any of that. I've got a good job, so I don't really need the money. But what I wanted to do was pretty much what a scientific skeptic is doing, almost single-handedly, because I had fuck all bloody subscribers before he came along, but is just getting people to use their own brains. Like, you have the world of the internet at your fingertips. You have the best encyclopedia in the world at your fingertips, and you can fact check. You can look up anything you like. You can ask, is this person making a good argument? Is this person speaking the truth? Did the police actually say that? Did the whoever they're quoting actually put that in their video? Like, these things are not hard to fact check. And so that's what my contribution, I hope my contribution to YouTube is, that people know how to fact check depending on the topic, because some topics are harder to fact check than others, obviously. But
I mean, you certainly would want to start with simple fact checking. So, I've been arguing for a long time. We just, because of the internet and because of the rise of, again, post-truth and misinformation, we really need to get critical thinking in a big way in schools to children far earlier, because kids are online quickly. They're tech savvy, but they're not necessarily, they will probably tend to be naive, and they won't necessarily have the skill set to be able to differentiate between good information and bad information. We tend to be a credulous animal by evolution. We tend to believe more than we tend to be skeptical, and there are good evolutionary biology reasons for that. But I think that kids need to be trained, and so you start out with just fact checking, just basic fact checking. Did it rain last Thursday in Akron, Ohio? Someone said, this this criminal in this case is from Oregon. Well, just type the guy's name on Google and you can get a really authoritative answer. But then it gets far more complicated than that, because people don't know how to differentiate between a good source of information and a bad source of information. So a high impact journal with a meta-analysis of 50 longitudinal studies is being equated with Bob the blogger on his personal blog page, and people can't distinguish. So it's also about teaching them how to understand good sources and bad sources, how to understand what evidence means, sort of a hierarchy of evidence, things like hearsay as opposed to just like the sort of legal rules for evidence, but then also the scientific and philosophical rules of evidence.
Okay, can I interrupt for just a minute?
Please do. I wanted to just shut up and actually hear you and let you tell us a bit about yourself or what you're thinking and all of your ideas. So please do.
Okay, so just specifically to what you're talking about, because I have been really interested in the power in the influence that different creators seem to carry on YouTube. And over 2 years, you're going to find out, the longer that you're in this YouTube sphere, you're going to find out that it's few people that have any interest in objective fact.
That's the relativism.
Yeah. So the whole post-truth era, it looks like to me that what you see on YouTube is that idea of what culture, what society will look like in a post-truth era. I think you've got a perfect example on YouTube. It will just
Yeah. I mean, it's ubiquitous. That's why this is sort of just a case study. It's just a microcosm of
completely.
far larger problems. And you're touching on again the whole post-truth thing. You need to talk about how humans are influenced and how brains work and how our evolutionary biology impacted on the things that we tend to believe and the things that we tend to disbelieve. And you have to talk about things like tribalism, and you have to talk about how we are driven by intuition, from an epistemology perspective. As you say, I mean, it's exactly that. Post-truth is essentially a disrespect for facts, knowledge, expertise, institutions, and a favoritism towards the right to an opinion and elevating gut instinct and intuition to the level of knowledge. And knowledge is not democratic. Facts are not democratic. The universe doesn't care about anyone's opinion. It doesn't care if we're right or wrong about the laws of physics, but they are still true, regardless. So
Well,
trying to teach people just sort of the basics of critical thinking has to be part of it. The other element of it, so there's critical thinking education, and then there's a whole conversation about persuasion and ultimately rhetoric, and how do you influence people to care about things like facts and reason and independent thought, instead of just appealing to their gut and then appealing to authority. This is my guy. It doesn't matter whether he's right or wrong. I put my trust in him, or my gut instinct. And
Say-
On that
it's
topic,
a fundamental problem.
CSI's typed on that topic, very topic. I'm curious if the average viewer assigns a higher value to monetized channels, similar to placing higher values on higher priced goods, even if not the best value.
Your
Absolutely.
YouTube algorithm does. That's for damn sure.
Authority. I mean, that's why, again, somebody said something the other day
Yes,
that I
okay,
thought
I
was
agree.
a bit counterintuitive, that it's not about big pages anymore. The smaller pages can have just as much influence. I mean, that's not normally the case. People, how many fans, how many followers does Kim Kardashian have? Justin Bieber,
I disagree.
Katy
Almost a
Perry.
must with me. What do you disagree with?
I disagree with the idea that the smaller channels can be just as influential as the larger channels. I think on the surface, the logic would tell you that is true. But if you go into your channel and you look at your analytics, I had 54% last. I had video. 54% of the views came from Google searches, not even YouTube, but Google searches. I had 0.8% of my views came from YouTube promoting the channel. If
Sorry,
you go in,
I just wanted to ask again. I didn't understand. Are you saying that you think you're disagreeing with the premise that
She's
larger
disagreeing with the
influencers have a large?
algorithm statement.
I thought that the argument was that larger pages don't necessarily have a greater influence, or did I misunderstand?
no,
Well,
he
AK
was
and I chipped in.
he was the original question related to if people would look at a monetized channel as being more influential.
Purely monetized as opposed to unmonetized.
Yeah, and then
Okay.
that kind of led to a couple of statements related to just simply having a voice,
YouTube
whether you're Kim Kardashian, that's not really good. Whether you're Chris McDonough with and you're a famous, super duper television cop who's been on the actual television scientific skeptic, like the real television,
Right, the real world, not this silly
yes,
stuff. Not
that's
these kids
exactly
things.
right. He's a star. Okay.
Yeah.
So that a star would be that they would have as much, that a small channel like mine or yours or AK, that we would have we would have just as much influence as a superstar, right? And you would think rationally, you would think that that would be the case, that in fact, that is what YouTube was built upon. That's how it was conceived and how it was built upon. However, because the God Almighty dollar got involved, now YouTube is promoting the network television little offshoot.
Yeah, that was inevitable that they were going to.
Sure.
That was
So
inevitable.
if you do a search on YouTube, not even a Google search, but on YouTube, if you do a Google search for if you do a Google search or a YouTube search for Jewels of Thought, one of your videos, you will find that the first time that your name shows up will be page 17. What there'll be like,
Right.
there's been a great deal of Delphi stories that have been circling in the last week or so. So if I put in looking for Graz, one of his videos he's recently done, I'm going to have literally mountains of ABC, CBS, NBC, CNN. It will be constant, even though those videos will be little, small, tiny blurbs with very little information. The individual journalists who are putting out the information-rich videos, you can barely find them now.
Yeah.
I just interrupt because I need to de-escalate something. Amanda,
Sure.
Lisa was joking about our last live stream, so don't time her out. She's actually part of the family, and you can all stop arguing about it now. Sorry, I had to just interject before it turned into something.
I'm glad you did. That's as it should be. We're among friends. We should not be arguing.
Yeah, there are trolls that are going to come in here and stir shit, but Elise isn't one of them. Okay, I just want Amanda to understand that.
Yeah.
Oh, Lise.
So anyway,
about that?
Lise, yeah, the French lady. She's a friend.
Yeah, she definitely stays.
She was being sarcastic. She was being sarcastic about something that unfolded on the last live where Jen and everyone was up. So apologies, Amanda. I'm not tearing strips off you. I'm just letting you know.
Well, and you know what? I got in trouble too. I have to own it, right? So when I came into the channel, you guys were talking about trolling. And so I did my best imitation of a troll by asking about meth heads. I said, is a female meth head worse than a male meth head? Or is an American meth head much worse than, say, a Mexican meth head? And so,
or an Aussie one.
Or an Aussie meth head. So that was an example of how the trolls come in and set up the creator. If you even make an attempt to try to respond to that answer, it's going to be wrong. There's no way out.
Well, it's a clever little moral philosophy thought experiment. And yes, if you're a good moral philosopher, you should be able to get it pretty quickly. But in the world of political correctness and in public, people need to choose their words carefully these days.
Yes.
I just to sort of, in the last conversation, the last 20, 30 years have sort of shown that there has been a rise in the alternative media. That was sort of what the internet was held up as, was the sort of democratization of knowledge and the ability for the small players to throw their voice onto the table, and everybody heralded that as a good thing. Plus, just the infinite database of the internet, that we would all just get smarter and more cooperative and interact with everybody all over the world, and we'd just all be singing Kumbaya in 20 years. Obviously, that's not how it played out, because we also realized that then it became just a sort of sewer of misinformation. But I guess my point is that there's been this movement towards the alternative media, because there's become so much distrust in everything institutions. So large media, government, universities, institutions of all sorts. And so there has been a sort of favoritism of the smaller players.
Yes.
But then, I think it was always inevitable that at some point the big corporations were going to come in, these multinationals, and just sort of throw so much money at it that they can sort of game the algorithms in social media to get higher up in the searches and get their content pushed a little higher. So it might ultimately equalize, and the pendulum might shift backwards as well.
But we should hold YouTube accountable for that, because their original conceptualization for this platform was to even the playing field, right?
Yeah,
And-
no, I agree, absolutely.
And so you finally got a home for independent journalists or particularly brilliant people such as yourself, that you can go on and you can talk about the things that you're expert in, or the things that you've studied, or the things that you've experienced. I kind of look at it a little bit backwards. You say it became a cesspool. I think that people gradually found places like YouTube where they could get authentic information that was not being driven by $1 million minute of advertising.
No, I mean, there's all sorts of oases and beautiful islands to discover, but there's also a lot of rubbish.
Well, when people began finding personalities on YouTube and other social media that they found entertaining and they found more trustworthy, I think they abandoned the television superstars. And I think that they said ABC's lying and CNN's lying and Fox is lying, and they're all liars. And now I want to go and get it from independent journalists. I want someone to tell me facts, not their thoughts or what they think. And gradually it kind of grew around that. Television realized, oh my God, we've been abandoned. They hate us. And so now they've moved in and they're just taking back over, thinking, oh, this is the people left the television because they want to get their news from their computer, without any kind of awareness of, no, you really did get abandoned. People really do not trust the mainstream media any longer. And so now they're taking over YouTube. If you watch, now there's a reason that YouTube kept up the likes but took down the number of dislikes. Do you know what it is?
No, and I've been very curious as to, I thought I was hallucinating, or my browser needed to have the cache cleared or something.
Yeah. So Joe Biden,
Branding.
yeah, Joe Biden did he gave a speech of some sort, I think maybe about COVID or something. And let's say, for example, I don't remember the exact numbers now. You could probably find an article about it. But let's say that there were 100,000 views on his speech. He had around 1,500 likes, and then he had like 90,000 dislikes. And it was maybe 2 weeks after that.
So you're saying they pulled some political strings to get YouTube to change the format?
I think that YouTube realized that it was going to be really hard to hide the reality if they were showing the likes and the dislikes. I
Hey,
think.
Jules, can I give you one more thing that I noticed as well? When their advertisers are putting out videos and their advertisers are getting 90,000 dislikes and 10,000 likes,
Yes.
that makes the incentive for YouTube to pull that information
Yes.
pretty quick.
Absolutely. That's right.
Yeah,
So
I mean, there's so much to unpack in our general conversation here that I don't know which direction, but continue.
But Sai, I just wanted to tell you, Jules has 10,000 followers, and she's been around for a long time.
Yeah, I'm a small fry.
But that's the thing, is you're gonna have to monetize. And you're going to have to be okay with that. You're going to have to put your PayPal out.
Sell your soul, scientific skeptic. Get down to the muck with the rest of us.
Yeah, no, I am going to this time. I finally feel like I think, I put a lot of effort, and I have 30 years of formal education and experience, and I'd like to think that has some value, and I just simply can't justify spending time being an altruist. I've done it for a decade.
Yeah.
Your potato brings all the voice to the
I have a mortgage.
Right? A roof over your head is important.
Right.
But she
I
can
need
help.
you guys
She can
to
help
build up your
you as you
channel
grow.
so you can help put our message out, because I don't want the reach. I don't want the influence, but I would like larger channels who do have it to be putting out the message and even sharing my videos or taking parts of my videos or whatever they like. So
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
This
brain.
I mean,
I
I've always said
promise
I
you.
have I have no ambition. So when it comes to things like tactics and even forming networking essentially in the business world, I was in the corporate world for 25 years, and it's all about networking, and I find things presumptuous, and so I have a hard time engaging in these things. I realize I just don't have a sort of marketing or sales bone in my body. I just like to talk about
Okay, you're
things.
gonna need to be gonna need to have on your researcher hat when you are in the YouTube world, because what is happening here is not what is happening out in the real world. The the laws that govern YouTube don't apply. It's the exact opposite of the real world. Just like you would expect would come to fruition in a post-truth era, where the objective facts mean nothing, but that whatever in whatever way that you are able to garner the emotion, that is what is going to get the subscribers and the control.
Oh, no, I know. I mean, because I have to deal with all sorts of, as a scientific skeptic, we essentially evaluate claims, and there's a lot of bad claims out there, and a lot of people are monetizing these bad claims. And a lot of people are not big fans of psychology, and they think that psychology is a bit of woo woo, and there certainly is a bit of
Are
woo woo.
you a psychologist?
No, I'm a political scientist and an economist.
Okay.
now his
Um,
missus is a psychologist, though.
but over the last,
Interesting.
well, there's a ton of behavior, and behavioral. You need to understand human behavior and human nature, to do economics and political
Sure.
science. It's all about
100%.
human behavior, and ultimately then therefore human psychology and behavioral psychology. Behavioral economics has really come to the fore over the last 30 years because I don't know, do you know that term Homo economicus?
I don't think so.
The Homo economicus is sort of
Hey,
the,
what'd you just call me?
I called you a Neanderthal. Homo Homo economicus is sort of the idea that emerges from the Enlightenment, in Europe in about the, somewhere around the mid 17th, 18th century, with the notion that um, what was wrong with humanity was that it believed in a lot of irrational ideas, and that ultimately science was going to save us, and that it was just a matter of time before science sort of made everybody smarter, and everybody simply learned about the universe and accepted, um, you know, critical thinking, and that we were ultimately, it reduces down to the belief that humans are a rational animal. That's what Homo economicus means.
Yeah,
And ultimately, what we've learned in science, so unfortunately, over about the last certainly 50, if not maybe 75 to 100 years, is that unfortunately humans are not rational. The way I always describe it is that we are socially rational by evolution. We're interested in and pushed by things like sexual um, pressure, and
Shout
we're
out AK
rational.
Rocks OnlyFans.
We're rational when it comes to social status, maintaining relationships, moving up social hierarchies, playing politics with people.
yeah,
We're very socially rational on that front. But when it comes to sort of the question of, are we a truth-seeking animal by evolution? No, we are not.
no.
We are a rationalization animal. We're a justification animal. We're just filled with cognitive biases that prevent us from being rational and really having a concern for things like truth and fact, which is why post-truth in a certain way is sort of inevitable given our nature. And that's why it alarms me, because society is a hard thing to form. It took us
Yeah,
thousands of years of trial and error to build our societies, and we're currently in a phase which looks a lot like a fairly acute case of moral decay,
Absolutely.
and I'm worried.
Yeah, no,
It's a
I'm
very
with
good
you.
topic. That's a very good topic there, because how did we form society? You know, we generated things that were, you know, what was acceptable and the norm, and we've changed over time because we have pulled together on those things. And I think that that's probably pertinent to, you know, my channel and the Brains channel, is that if we don't call out what's going on with the YouTubers, if more of us don't pull together and call it out, then it continues to be that behaviour. The more people who
Yeah,
call it out, especially big channels,
you know,
we can create social change that way, and that's how society was formed over thousands of years.
yeah, I mean, I usually refer just to the sort of second law of thermodynamics of the universe. The laws of physics have a tendency towards decay. In a closed system, you can have order. So, we've been able to create order out of the chaos. And I think people have taken it as a given that order is the norm now. And people ignore that, if you know anything about history, history has a very cyclical nature to it. And you can have, periods of decay and moral and intellectual rot. And I mean, the Dark Ages essentially was the fall of the ordering process in Europe, which was the Roman Empire. So for any of the ills or the authoritarianism of the Roman Empire, it also built roads and provided education and provided a certain structure and stability. And when it fell, so did a lot of other things like scientific advancement and health and education. So we may be in one of those sorts of cycles. So the other way I sort of describe it is that if there's entropy on one side, the people that are screaming, burn it down, let it all burn. I think that's a very dangerous statement. I'm all for reformation, fixing and improving things. There's a ton of things that are maybe broken, just lots of change that needs to occur. A lot of, just rot in our bureaucracies that needs to be, more checks and balances need to be added, and cleaning up a lot of corruption and, getting money out of a lot of activities. But if your attitude is, burn it all down, be careful what you wish for. What
I
happened?
think that was probably a very important observation that I made from the protests and things that broke out in America last year. Like, probably easier for me to observe because I wasn't involved in it, but I think that is probably the most impactful thought that I had in watching the protests, not just, the one side protesting, but both sides protesting. It brought me to a completely different level of understanding revolution, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, we just have extremism. We have extremism on the left, we have extremism on the right. There's just this growing political chasm. I mean, I was sort of tracking this stuff. It's why I started SCTS a decade ago, because I was looking at the statistics and, the disrespect for, the media was down in the dumps, the respect for, Congress was down in the dumps. And then you have the rise of, the internet and social media, and it was just sort of a perfect storm for a sort of growing anarchism and extremism and political divisiveness, for which the consequences could be dire. I mean, democracy.
Absolutely.
The
And that
old
extremism
line.
is showing
Yeah,
itself in the
I mean
true
the old.
crime community too.
I mean, I forget
Absolutely.
somebody in the chat room will probably know the quote, but it's oft cited these days that something about it's a democracy if you can keep it.
Yeah, I think the growing extremism and divide, that's where the fear is. That's what needs to be turned around. But if you're bouncing around making all your decisions based on emotion, then how do you allow rational decision making? And I think it's lowering the bar. I think we've lowered the expectations and people are responding in kind.
Does anybody know what's going on with
Right.
the sound? The sound is suddenly, something's been going on. I don't know if it's a
Tube. Oh,
lag
could
or
be me.
static, or I'm not sure.
Well, there
Yeah, I
is
mean,
lag.
ju-
There is some lag. If
it was,
we're talking very, very fast at your end, that's the 5-second lag I was talking about.
I mean, it was great before. So, I mean, Jules, a thought. I mean, again, I think some of it has to do, or I think a lot of it has to do with sort of, a very difficult thing to quantify, which has to do with confidence. People have just lost faith in the state, in institutions,
Yes.
in the sort of all of the
And
ordering
now we're losing
mechanisms.
faith in YouTube because they won't fucking uphold their rules.
Yeah, terms of service is right out the window, right?
It's just, I mean, there's
Right.
sort of a growing anarchism, and
They're not.
again, relativism. So, there is an issue about authority. I'm an intellectual. I like to, I'm an elitist in the sense that I believe there's a thing called expertise, and I think that
Sure.
knowledge is important. I'm not a class elitist. I'm anti-class elitist, but I am an intellectual elitist, and I think that when everyone has lost faith in all of the sort of fundamentals and pillars of society, that's very dangerous, because then people don't know who to believe. They don't know what to believe. That causes distress. It causes anxiety. It causes infighting, and revolution and anarchy are waiting on the door.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, the response to that is authoritarianism.
And that's kind of where we are right now, right? I mean, we're on the
Yeah,
cusp.
correct. I mean,
Yeah.
and I didn't think it was that dire. Um, I would say 7 years ago, but I do think it's dire now. I think we're in the midst of a dangerous short to medium term in the West, certainly in America, and it. I don't think it's hyperbole anymore to say something like, I think democracy itself is at risk.
I agree. What do you think about all this spending that's happening with the United States government right now?
The deficit, you mean?
Yeah.
The overall debt, or just the annual deficit?
The amount of new spending
Yes.
that's happened as a result of the whole COVID thing.
Well, I mean, as an economist, and generally speaking, more of a Keynesian or a neo-Keynesian, Keynesianist, a Keynesian, you spend into a crisis, you spend into a um, economic downturn. It's counterintuitive. Everyone believes that's what austerity is. So everyone believes that in a downturning economy, you tighten your belt, because it's counterintuitive in the sense that that's what we do as individuals. So as individuals, when we making less money, we save what we have. But from a nation state perspective, from an economic perspective, at a macroeconomic level, you don't. The last thing you want is for an economy to shrink, because it's not something that just expands and contracts like a balloon. If an economy shrinks, you
I
lose
think
that.
we lost him.
If an economy
Hi,
shrinks,
AK.
you lose it, and then you have to start
I
from
can't
scratch
hear
and build
y'all.
it up again. So, generally speaking, I would be for spending because of the consequences of the pandemic. But what we should have done is, when the economy was red hot, that's when we should not have been spending. That's when we should have been saving and paying off our debts. That's what you do from a macroeconomic level. In the roaring 90s, um, we should have been. I mean, we had a surplus in 2000, and then 9/11 happened, and then there were a lot of economic changes in favor of. I mean, I don't know if you guys want to get into economics. I think we should probably change the subject. Uh-oh, we lost a couple people.
Yes, I think there might be some internet problems, and I'm
Yeah.
foreseeing that I'm not going to hang around for long either because I got a storm coming and I'm on satellite, so I'm just foreseeing. Not yet. I can just hear the rumbling in the distance. So
Yeah, that's why I was saying I've been picking up more static in the last 15, 20 minutes. There were issues, and it looks like what, AK, did he fall off? And Bill of
are
Thought,
you
did he
in
fall off?
peak hour? Is America in peak hour right now? Like peak hour is usually in the afternoons, like
No, I
late
mean
afternoons, early evening.
it's 9:45, so I would think it would be, lighter now than it was at, the family hour, or 6, 7, and 8.
Yeah,
I would have thought would be higher, but maybe it's just an anomaly. I
could
mean,
be. Really.
we could change the subject. We can talk about anything. I don't know. Somebody said that,
Yeah,
as a
people are
as a
losing interest on the politics, so let's move on
yeah,
from that.
yeah, exactly. I mean, that's okay
I
for
went to
me, but
sleep.
I don't want to bore the audience.
Sorry.
Somebody said something about, as a creator, I'm going to need to be conscious of the chat room, and I'm sure that that's true. So I mean, I apologize that I'm not yet sort of savvy or
Savvy, yeah.
prepared.
We're getting
But
there, guys. Give us some time. It's got a bit of
yeah,
training.
we can talk about anything. Anybody have any questions in the room about any topic you like? Personal,
While you're
friendly.
waiting for some questions to come in, let me just say I went to sleep last night listening to AB waffle on a whole load of bullshit. And I don't know that, like, I'm speechless. Like, I just cannot believe the amount of bullshit in one stream.
I can't. I mean, I've just, people have been sending me clips of Molly, and she's a lunatic. I mean, I'm absolutely
Absolutely.
just shocked and appalled that not only is this behavior acceptable, but that she's got a big audience. So, I've been hitting her with a bit of parody, but if I'm going to go after her, I need the goods. I need to start getting my hands dirty again and putting together a bigger case. But she needs to, a lot of air needs to be deflated from her. And I mean, I did hear
Right.
that AB and Molly thing, and she was just a raving lunatic. I mean, I'm not
I've
sure I've
actually got
ever
some
seen a bigger ego or a more flagrantly just, narcissist.
Right. I've got some screen footage of her going off on a private investigator. Like, he came on her channel as a guest to talk about a missing persons case, and she went off her fucking tree. I was like, I don't know why people like that shit.
I mean, also this, this Foghorn Leghorn, she's also another one. These people are crazy. I mean, sorry, I'm saying it in public.
Yeah.
These people are. This
Yeah,
is not
me
okay.
too.
These people shouldn't be spokespersons for anything.
Right, especially missing children.
Oh my goodness. I mean, these people just straight up lie that they're doing good work, and and important work, and then sort of, everybody that's trying to, nobody's going to shut us down. Good luck with that. That only sort of emboldens us. And sorry, we need to make noise. This is a problem.
Right. Right. Well, I've had people trying to shut my channel down. Like, I see things, passed around in the background where people are trying, like, targeting my channel. But I have had nothing show up in my dashboard, not a thing. I've had no strikes. I've had nothing in my dashboard. Every now and again, I sort of cheat a little and use a bit of music, and I get like copyright claims. They're not strikes, they're just claims, and I'm fine with that because I'm not monetized. So, but yeah, people are trying to shut me down, and I've been hitting waves of thousands at a time. So, that just blows a big hole in Chris's theory that that's how he was taken down.
Yeah. I was never looking forward to that, but it's just in the cards eventually, and I need to take another break. But what the heck is going on with the musical chairs of AK? AK's
I
looks
don't
like
know. He's having trouble staying. We
yeah.
need
I
to
mean,
throw him a rope.
yeah. I keep trying to bring him back into the room, and then he falls over again. And I don't know what happened to Jewel.
We're gonna tie you to the fucking chair, mate.
Sorry.
Tie him to the fucking chair. Get some rope and tie him down so he can't fall off again.
Give me just one minute. I'll be right back.
Yep, no worries. Well, in the meantime, I'm going to read some of the comments so he can go do what he's doing. So let me see. I got to scroll back like a boss. That's right, Gulf Coast girl. Come back, AK. God damn it. Yes, MGLs. cray. I got to agree with that. What are we typing a 1 to? Oh, AK asked a poll. What was his poll? We're missing it. Scroll. Where's the poll going? Can't find it. I don't know what the poll is, but you guys scroll back. Tell me what the poll is. Oh, okay, I got it. If scientific skeptics should monetize, that's the poll. I've got it now. Well, I've been encouraging him to. I think he should, because he's got a mortgage. I don't specifically need to myself. Hello, Alley Cattails. Yeah, answer my email, bitch. Oops. I just sweared.
That's allowed. As a matter of fact, it should be demanded. At least there should be
Okay, cool.
a few adult words used, at least every 15 minutes, I would think. Absolument.
Yeah, right.
Merci, Lise.
I agree, Kaz. They both got balls, man. They got bigger balls than Benny.
Oh my goodness, some of these people have huge huevos. No problem. Absolutely.
Massive gonads.
Yeah.
Like, a lot of
these
people are
have
criticizing that.
They have no shame.
Right. A lot of people are criticizing that Ben was there to protect the Wells family, but just given the size of the balls on these bitches, I actually think he was the right remedy. He's over the top, but he was the right remedy.
I'd be more than happy to go on the record and give my position at this point on Benny and Tennessee. I tried to get the word through to him that I thought it was ill-advised to go. I didn't want anyone hurt. I don't think the protesters should have gone. I was concerned for Benny's well-being simply because I'm a humanist, and I didn't want anyone getting harmed or shot or killed or arrested. It just looked like a train wreck that was inevitable. And then
Inevitable.
He chose to go, and then because what these protesters are doing, this is a sham. This is a self-promotion thing. It's immoral. They're not going there for the reasons they claim. This is just about getting, sensationalism and taking selfies and looking like they're, somehow getting involved, and they're pretending to be, feet on the ground, boots on the ground, whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a sham, and it's transparently a sham. So in that context, then, because of these characters, the fact that Benny was already there and seemed principled in his ultimate defense of the Wells, sovereignty and property from these brief vampire vultures, I couldn't think of anybody better to be there to confront them. So I agree
Dusty Blue,
with his
what's
position.
this freaking crisis actor rubbish? Like, please, crisis actor. For Pete's sake, I know the guy personally. He's not a freaking actor. Well, I don't know. He acts pretty good when he's doing his YouTube thing. That's totally two different personalities, but he's not a crisis actor. That's just dumb.
I don't have the personality, but if I had been there and I felt that these grief vampires, and it's the same thing in the Brian Laundrie. That's why it's a question of principle. It's not about the people involved. The people that was a witch hunt. That was a Frankenstein torches and lynch mobs in front of the Brian Laundrie home with these bullhorns, and these parents had the right to their silence. They had the right to be safe on their property, and whether they did or did not conceal evidence is really an issue for the police, not an angry lynch mob. They were moving up that lawn uh, consistently, and there was a point at which they were so close to the door. If those parents had stepped out to say, "Okay, what do you want to ask? We're here. Let's have it," somebody could have pushed them. They could have fallen on the ground. The stormtroopers would have stamped on them. They could have been, trampled underfoot and suffocated and killed. I mean, it's like a concert. Somebody falls down in the middle of a concert with a bunch of feverish, rock and roll fans. It's the same sort of phenomenon as a bunch of frothing at the mouth witch hunters who are looking for instant retribution. We live in a civilized society.
Yeah.
Go
Right.
protest at the damn courthouse. Go protest in front of the police for answers. I don't protest
Right.
in suburban homes. I just think I'm completely against that in principle. I really don't.
Right.
I'm not a big
I didn't
fan of
agree
people.
with
I'm
principle
fully
either.
for the right to protest, but in front of people's personal homes and disrupting everyone else's life for 5 blocks for a
Right.
month, camping out with the
Right.
cameras and the bullhorns. I think it's outrageous.
Yeah. Well, I completely disagreed with that whole protest at the Brian Laundrie's house. If they wanted the Laundries arrested, they had to protest their lawmakers and say, "We need a law for this to happen." If that's what a protest is. Standing outside someone's house screaming at them, that's not a protest. That isn't going to make them talk. They're just going to hide because they're afraid of the freaking mob. It's not working in any way whatsoever.
Yeah, and these lunatics are on the record claiming that they, somehow got the laundries to do things, and so they're doing good work, and they think that when they went to the Wells neighborhood, that then the cops had to come out and make a formal statement, and it was all because of them, as if again they are putting pressure on the authorities, as if whatever, all the policemen, they're just all sitting eating donuts at the corner, and it's only because frickin' Molly Scream Loudly goes down to Tennessee that suddenly the cops are going to start doing their job and solve the case.
The first thing they put out was denouncing the MGL crew and what they were up to within 24 hours of that, or it might have been 2 days of the standoff at the Wells property. That straight away TBI released a statement saying, "Just stop it."
Yeah. I mean, anybody that believes, I mean, I see, I've seen the comments on these people's pages. They believe, they're thanking them, they're throwing money at them, and they're saying, you're the only ones that are really trying to find Summer Wells, and it's just ludicrous. They're not doing a damn thing except wasting the time of law enforcement, and it's all about self-promotion. I just, I'm constantly impressed by human gullibility and how people can't see a transparent con artist and self-promoter. I just, I don't get it. And I don't know what that echo is. There has really been a problem the last half hour. And I don't know what it is.
Pretty sure it's feeding back on you. Sorry, I'm trying to mute in between.
Oh, but I mean, we didn't seem to be having the problem before. Yeah. I mean, obviously, when you mute, the problem is solved. So it's you, Ozzy. Blame it on Ozzy. Ozzy's fault. AK, get back up here. What happened with the damn communication? Why couldn't you? The feedback's better now, right?
He said he broke his computer, so I'm not sure what that is. I think the feedback is coming through because I'm using my tablet, which has, mic and everything. So it's picking up your voice through my mic, and I don't know how to stop it.
I mean, now it's okay, but we shall see.
And bear in mind that I have a storm as well coming through, and so there's likely to be some weird shit going on in the between my house and the satellite. So there's a lot of weird shit happens when the storms are around. They're electrical storms right now, and so it fucks with everything electrical.
Yeah, VP referred to that whatever white boy radio. I mean, it's just if you just do a superficial, review of the people we're dealing with here. I mean, I made a satirical, parody today on, I was even thinking about maybe doing a series. I don't know if you guys think this is a good idea or if you'd like me to do it. Unfortunately, I'd have to do a lot of work, but I was thinking about making a series called like the YouTube, job interviews. So, sort of, do a parody on particular individuals in this space, you know, basically do some homework, figure out, what their qualifications are, what their background is, what their record is on YouTube, and then sort of, do a parody of, how they would perform in a job interview, and then, just sort of setting some guidelines for what a job interview should or would look like if your aspiration in life is to become a YouTube true crime channel, sort of set the standards and then compare them. I also thought about an idea, again, I'm just stream of consciousness right now, but I bet that there would be a lot of value in something like channel evaluations. Now you'd need to sort of, believe that you could take on the task and be a credible, be a lot of value in, sort of doing an evaluation of
Possibly.
channel
I
credibility,
get where you're coming
giving
from.
channels
It
sort
comes
of
back
a
to
score sort of thing, you know?
it comes back to what Insightful One was saying the other day about, who does it.
Well, that's the thing. It's always about the credibility of the, the oversight board,
Right.
sort of thing. And, first
Just
of
to
all,
twist off for a second,
among conspiracy theorists and contrarians, nobody is ever worthy.
Right. Just to spin off for a second. Do you want Benny to come up?
Sure, I'll talk to Ben. Be happy
Post
to talk
a link
to Ben.
for him. Oh, hang on, let me get the link.
Nope.
I just noticed him in the room. He just said hi. I don't know if he's still there, but whoops.
It's great. So my first live stream, I have to deal with the controversy. That should be a topic for somebody's channel tomorrow.
Well, it may be controversial. Absolutely. There's no reason to believe it's not going to be controversial, but
well, it's just,
I got a couple of questions for him. So I'm sure you've got a couple of questions.
Well, I'm a friendly person. I have no problem with having a conversation with anyone. I expect to be civil and reasonable, and I have no reason to think that if Benny came up, he'd be anything but that. So we have no bad blood.
I don't know if I can post links in your chat. It's usually set by default that people can't post links unless they're mods, and I'm not a mod. So, AK, can you post a link, please? If you can't see it from me. Am I on lag? Am I on lag, Brain? Oh, yeah, someone asked earlier.
No.
Someone asked earlier, what would you prefer to be called? And I'm just happy to call you the Brain. So,
yeah, I mean, I find it all sort of, charming. It's new for me because on my science and philosophy forum, I'm referred to as SCTS because it's just the acronym for the page. So obviously the equivalent here would be TSS, but nobody has adopted the TSS, maybe a couple times. SS is a little sketchy just because there's a particular reference to SS, but not that matters. I find them all sort of charming. I've really been becoming. I like the Brain of Vat. It's sort of fun. I like beginning the videos with,
Yeah,
"Hey everyone, it's the Brain of Vat." It's become
in the
my little
Vatican.
opening line. I sort of like it.
The
There's
brain in
something
the
that
Vatican.
there's something about the scientific skeptic. Yeah, and there's something about the scientific skeptic. I feel a little bit, I don't know, pretentious saying it, or I don't, I don't, I don't know. It doesn't roll off my tongue. I like skep. Skep is nice. I mean,
I'm
I like
happy with
brain. It's
brain.
cute. I just the
The
thing that I
brain
don't
is
like is
short
that
for the brain in the Vatican.
yeah, the brain of the Vatican. I even made a joke about it at the beginning. Of course,
Oh, he's dropped out on us. Okay, unmute yourself and help us out here.
I'm like
So,
a great host. I like to get out of my own screen. So is
I don't
Benny coming
know
out? What's up,
how to
Benny?
keep you here, man. Yeah, I think he's coming up. I'm not sure. I put the link in there. Did anybody see the link that I
I didn't.
posted? You didn't. So can you post the link because you've been modded? I think because I'm not a mod, I can't post the link.
I don't know if I can, but I'll try. The
So
brain had
in
to
the
get his
meantime,
wrinkles- had to get his wrinkles like fixed up.
I can hardly hear you. Something up with your audio, dude.
That's good. I like it when stuff is up to my audio. 'Cause I tend to say bad stuff.
Okay, so everybody in the chat, type the name you want to call the scientific skeptic, because it's got to be short. It's really hard to type the scientific skeptic unless he's actually there and you can hit the @ symbol and the tab. So everybody here, type what you would rather call the scientific skeptic, just out of curiosity. I'm not saying he will do that, but so we've got Jen says Sci. Mamiya says skeptic. Not there says Sci Skep. Brain, Lise. I agree, Lise. Hey, I can't not call him the brain anymore. So it's a mixture between Skep and brain. There you go.
I think Skip got it. I think.
So I hope he comes back soon, or we're going to have to host his show for him.
Yeah, just so you guys know, we're taking money for the brain. Please send it to PO Box 162 somewhere. Yeah.
162 somewhere. Is that in America?
I don't know. That's the beautiful thing. Yeah, he'll listen to whatever. He seems to respond to whatever we call him. So I think Amber's right.
Right.
Brain is short and sweet. That's right.
Anything but like, So are you going to come up, Ben? Come on up.
I'm never ready to come up.
I was actually talking to Ben. I don't know if he's actually he's here. Is he still here, guys? Let me have a look in participant. Well, Skep's there. I don't know where the hell. He's not in here anymore, so there you go. Yeah, something happened to AK's mic. He broke everything.
I broke everything on my computer.
That's better. Your mic's better now. Sound like you were talking underwater, like you were in a bat. Aha. That's what it is. You're trying to be a brain in a vat, weren't you?
I was trying to, but I dug myself in beer.
Good on you. neither AK nor I can let anybody in. That the brain has to come back to let someone in. If anybody tries to click that link, you'll be sitting in the back room waiting for the brain to come back. So, see, I can't help myself. He's the brain.
You're doing great.
Thanks, Celeste. I'm so bad with the bad words. I tried to beep out the bad words in my last video, and then I realized I was playing John Hinged, and he was swearing like a trooper. I was like, well, don't. I should have just left the beeps out, hey.
So are you having problems still hearing me?
No,
Or
you're
no?
good now. You sound like you've come up for air. We don't know where Brain went, Beach Girl. He's disappeared. He's gone.
Okay, we need Jen. Jen, will you please come up? We need you to
Can you accept
read.
her backstage? Because I haven't got access to any of that.
I think so. Maybe not.
Yes, they are. John Hinged has been hilarious. Like, if you want the dirt, go to the John Hinged channel because he's dishing it. Like, not just dishing it. He's not just dishing accusations. The dude has receipts. So you might not like his attitude. You might not like the way he goes about it, but the dude's receipts are spot on. So this is something that Brain was talking about a little earlier. If you're going to make a claim, if you're going to make an accusation, you need to have your receipts in order. And that dude's got his receipts. So.
All right, so I think we are going to be done for a little bit until Nick gets there.
I'm back.
He's back. Yay.
That was a complete meltdown. And I can't say I completely know. My internet actually went down for 2 hours last night, and
Yeah.
I have pretty solid internet, and I have a very good internet account. So I think this might just be bad luck because it went down last night, and I think that was internet. Everything was just hanging. Suddenly, my computer wasn't even really responding. You know, I was gonna.
Right. I
was
had same
tempted to
issues.
close the browser, but whatever. I'm not sure why. Sorry, everyone. Please excuse the interruption.
We tried to sort of handle it while you were gone.
Well, thank you. That's very kind of you to keep driving the ship.
I made a mockery of your channel, and I told everybody that you're going to start becoming a whore, and you're going to get as much money out of there as you can.
Yeah, no, my reputation is of being a sellout, and this is actually the longest con in the history of the planet. I pretended to be a decent guy with ethics for 10 years, hopefully my whole life. And, I've just been waiting for this moment to become, to let the fish McDonish inside of me finally express itself and become a jerk. It looks like Jen wants to come up. I don't know if
my girl Jen, what's up?
I don't know if I can have a fifth person. Oh,
yes, you can.
Do it.
You can get 10
Am
people.
I there? Oh, can you hear me?
Hi, Jen.
Hey,
She's gonna start
Hello,
reading
can you hear me?
Shakespeare on us again. Hi, Jen.
Oh,
We can
I'm
hear
not.
you.
Trust me, I'm not on the beers today, guys. I'm sober as sober can be.
Well, that's a good thing. Sobriety has its upside.
Yeah, I was only coming on because AK was like, Jen, where's Jen? And I was like, ugh, and then he put the link up, and because you were gone.
Yeah, no, I really don't know. I was about to start, getting really upset, and then I just decided that it was going to be what it was going to be. There wasn't much I could do. Screaming doesn't usually. I mean, it feels better. I mean, I like to scream at the walls when no one's listening. Probably look like a crazy person for a while when things don't work. But
Hey,
anyway,
what are we looking
back.
at?
We're looking at, I believe this is Gilbert, Arizona.
Ah.
And he looks like he's having a
We're
snack.
looking at-
Looks like a ham sandwich, probably like what is that, like a Cuban ham sandwich or something? What the heck is that?
Some kind of mustard.
I know.
Snack? Yeah. It's not
He's
like a deli
eating.
sandwich. Joe's Real
Real-
Barbecue. Okay.
Mhm.
I'm jealous because I haven't eaten all day. I only eat once a day. I'm starving.
Oh, you do? Do you do intermittent fasting
Yeah.
then?
No, not intermittent fasting. Just I would say since I was 35, I just turned 55 last month, and I haven't had 2 meals in a day, and I mean I don't know when. Maybe, I don't know, a few times a year I might have 2 meals a day, just because I'm with company or something. But I just eat 1 meal a day, and it's been that way for about 20 years. I only eat dinner, no breakfast, no lunch.
And he likes
Crazy.
to tease me about food. Tells me all this yummy stuff that he's eating, and I'm like, shush, I don't want to hear it.
Well, I know your video yesterday probably shouldn't have made me hungry, but I did start craving potato.
What's
I
funny
know,
when
wasn't that shocking?
when I started
You
making
can't
the
fit
video,
straw. I can't eat it right.
when I started making the video,
Oh, has it gone silent again?
He's
I knew
having
it would be about
connection
potatoes.
problems.
I was meaning to tell you as well, by the way. I should probably volunteer my services if you're serious about setting yourself up to go further with the channel monetization and stuff, because I don't know if I ever told you, but my background is marketing and digital marketing. So
Woohoo! That's awesome. He's dropped
extra
out.
hand
Like
if
he's
you need
gonna
it.
fall off again.
yeah, he's like, I don't know if it's an internet connection with him or what, but AK's was going funny as well.
Yeah, we need to throw some ropes, some anchors out there.
Yeah. Oh, let's see. Is there anything interesting in the comments? Oh, Louise said it's Jen. Yes, it is me. It is I.
Vegemite and chip sandwiches, eh?
Vegemite.
I tell you,
I
really
like
yummy.
Vegemite in everything. I tell you, what, since going vegetarian, what
Yeah.
a great substitute to like put into things to make it taste meaty.
Right, but you do know that it's made from blood, don't you?
Vegemite isn't, and even if it was, I'm Scottish. Like blood, like eating black pudding for breakfast is totally normal. Eating sheep's innards, totally normal. Wouldn't faze me. But no, it's
Right.
like brewer's yeast, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I was just having a go at you. Usually, true vegetarians are like, "What? What are you talking about?"
Yeah, nah. I only went vegetarian like 8 months ago or something.
Most people that come from overseas to Australia, Aussies like to play pranks on people. And so when they come to Australia and they're like, have you tried Vegemite? And most Aussies like have, this sense of humor, a really weird sense of humor, where they would just pack the Vegemite onto the bread and then go, here, try Vegemite. And most people don't like it. But the trick with Vegemite is just a little tiny smear and mix it with your butter a bit. So it's a weird Aussie thing that they just overdo everything as a prank.
Like colonialism.
Yeah, kind of like colonialism, just a little bit too much of it.
Yeah, there's a little bit too much of it here too, I think, sometimes. I love New Zealand, love it to bits, but God, our countries have some dark history.
Yes, absolutely. I think all of the West has some dark, well, I don't think there's any country that doesn't have any dark history, to be honest, but thank fuck we became civilized, or are still becoming civilized.
Yeah, working hard towards it, I think, in this day and age. I was asking a question earlier and I can't remember what it was. It was something about, you guys were talking about extremism and the rise of it and stuff. And my question was something along the lines of if we are becoming potentially more extreme as a culture because we are sort of so detached and living our lives through devices, and it's sort of a bit more, what was the word I used? I worded it actually all right in the question, but I can't remember what it was now.
I didn't see it, but I get where you're coming from, and I just wonder, before we had social media, all we had was the media telling us. And
Yeah.
I think that freedom of thought is like freedom of exploring, different ideas and stuff is what social media has brought to us without being told by, the media what they want us to hear. So I think that there's this turning point, and I think we're sort of in the middle of it. Like, they don't happen overnight kind of deal, but there's this turning point where the media doesn't control the narrative anymore, and they're freaking out because we can create our own narratives now, and we have the freedom to speak to each other our own narratives, whereas in the earlier period of media, it was only them telling us. It was printed media, and they're starting to freak out and panic now because they don't control the narrative anymore. And in that sense, I kind of think it's a beautiful thing, but there is also this dark side that that has spawned what we're noticing in the true crime community. So
Oh, for sure. And I think the problem is as well is that like misinformation and disinformation is completely free. You know what I mean? People can do what
Yep.
they want, say what they want online, but you've got a lot of the sort of newspapers and sort of outlets now are hiding behind paywalls, which then just increases like the disparity between what who has access to what and who sort of is getting a more rounded version of the truth. Not to say that normal news media would be necessarily more rounded, but you know what I mean? It's like the disinformation, the Trump stuff, the crazy QAnon stuff, it's all just founded on forums and spreads like sort of wildfire because it's new and it's different and it's free.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey Jen,
I'm
were you really gonna lead the boat with your boobs the other night?
Oh, it wasn't my boobs, it was Sensatiable's boobs.
Oh, okay, good. That's cool.
Yeah.
What?
No, I needed an extra pair for the pirate ship. Also, somebody asked what my picture was, and it's a picture of, I didn't realize it was going to cut off in a circle. It's just a meme of a possum saying, "I ate 7 crayons," and she's smiling, and it just says "Girl Boss."
Well,
Okay.
all I know is that Tube Crime is in the house. We've got Hope Rocks is in the house. And our host is gone. So I'm going to put up the stream link for anybody that wants to come up so we can make it.
Oh, shit.
Really
it's off the rails part 2.
Go off the rails. Come on,
now,
Martin.
we should probably be responsible and like not do bad things on his page. You know?
Be careful,
definitely don't rebrand him to BSS or anything bad.
Be careful, Aroa, or shucking rocks at you too, girlfriend.
We're gonna do drinks then tomorrow, guys. What do you reckon?
Yeah, we'll do the Altered State Society.
Yeah, what was it again? The
Altered State Society.
Altered State Society. That's right. I might make a wee badge for it. A little coat of arms.
Seriously.
Just a little coat of arms covered in cat hair.
Ozzy, you don't drink, do you, at all?
No, I don't drink alcohol at all. I have an allergy to it.
Well, there's the ass in the house too, Crime Ass. No, not until you jump up here on panel. The ass isn't in the house there, Brendan.
Well, I know there was a few people asking for an ass reunion, so I think they'll be pretty chuffed with that. Like, and
yeah,
if Ozzy's sober, that means that we have like a moderator to just tell us to pipe down when we're getting too rowdy.
You're right.
Oh, that'd be right. I'm always the fucking driver.
I'm always the fucking driver.
Always.
Was that your accent was that your Aussie accent, AK? Sounded
that was
Scouser.
my Aussie accent. Yes, I thought it was good.
That's my Aussie accent. I'm always the fucking driver. I got a bit of a slur at the moment.
Fucking
Can
driver.
I try it? I'll try it. Hang on. I'm always the fucking driver. That's not really Aussie, was it? That was a bit more like, what was that?
That was good. That was awesome.
Hey, did everybody know that scientific skeptic believes in flat Earth?
Oh my god. Dun dun dun.
And he believes in ghosts.
Oh, he's into all of it. Yeah. He even told me that
Gold
he
Coast girl can do it for me.
he loves to burn sage around his house, and he's like
I've seen him doing it.
Yeah, he's big time into seances, loves them.
We actually had one time.
Seances.
You did a seance.
Well, what?
Ozzy, you remember that seance that Skep did for me? Trying to find my past.
Well,
and
hang on.
stuff. I think it might have been
of course,
aliens.
yes. Aliens.
Oh, not more alien chat. I completely derailed a conversation on Twitter about aliens earlier.
You did.
Or derailed it into aliens, but by accident.
Ellie
I've got some
Cattails. I tried
Australian
to get the Ellie Cattails. I tried to get the question answered.
I'm gonna have a look at this chat again. Does he not
There's
even
a
come
bunch
on
of
his own
people
chat to
just
just be
talking
like? Let's see.
he's having internet connections. He's having internet connections, guys, and he got cut off completely from the internet yesterday. So he might take some time to come back, but we'll keep it going as long as we can and see how long he takes to come back.
Hey, Summer Night asked, doing as you suggest and using my own head, why is there a woman on here who is speaking lies regarding the reason for the disappearance of numbered dislikes visible on YouTube? Who the hell is lying about that?
Was I inadvertently just on here saying that the reason for the disappearance of the number of dislikes is visible on YouTube for something? I don't think it was me.
No, they're talking about me. Summer Night's talking about me. What lies did I tell?
About the reason why
doing
the
as you
downvote.
suggest and using my own head. Why is a woman on here? Why is there a woman on here who is speaking lies regarding the reason for the disappearance of the number of dislikes visible on YouTube?
That commenter is referring to the previous channel host who was on here regarding a connection to Joseph Biden's dislikes.
Oh.
No.
Right.
We don't understand all that.
Is spreading. Summer Night said,
a bit late to the table with that then, Summer Night. Fucking hell.
Yeah, that was a good hour ago, I think.
I didn't even talk about that. I was on mute when that was talked about, so I don't know why I'm copying.
Ozzy. You're just tearing it up. It was actually Jules, I think. But who cares?
Right. All right. Have we got no mods in the room? Where's our mods?
I've got a mod. I can kick. Who do you want to kick? I'll kick Ryan. Ryan, you want to kick Martin?
Should we just get people to like randomly ask us questions? Who's got questions for us? Because I just seen Louise has said there that it's disappointing when nobody answers your questions and you ask and you ask. Well, ask me anything, people.
Go for it. Ask it.
And
if
it's about Skept,
what did y'all do with Skept? Well, we took out this really big life insurance policy. And that's all you need to know for now.
We murdered him. We used a plastic children's knife and we stabbed him and stabbed him and stabbed him until he went away.
Oh, thank you, Denise.
Yes, Pirate Jen, you were the best of AK's party last Friday. But we're not talking about that. Hey, I was wanting to make sure that Mr. Brain monetizes his channel. Like literally.
Yeah, he should.
I agree.
I think he will.
Agree. I think everybody here
We've had
agrees.
major discussions. We've been involved in some very deep discussions about the monetization, and see, people tend to make a big deal out of monetization as if monetized channels are only doing it for the money kind of thing. But when you actually do have a contribution that's a valuable contribution to society as a whole, there's no reason you shouldn't be paid for it. And YouTube is set up to be a small business, like so you can get monetized. And so anybody who's saying, no, you can't monetize YouTube unless we say so, that's just bullshit, because what you're doing there is you're defaming someone and interrupting their ability to earn money. And that's when defamation becomes a problem for you doing the defaming, because once someone's losing money because you're defaming them, you now have a proper case of defamation. It first has to be a lie, and second has to cost you something. So if you're trying to stop people from monetizing on YouTube, then you need to think twice about how you're going about that. And are you telling lies to try and stop them? Because that is a good case for defamation. American case for defamation. It's a bit different on this side of the world, but
here's a good question for us all, guys, right? Because this is concerning a case that's kind of ongoing at the moment. Just a quick one, I suppose. Will Barry be found guilty? Barry Morphew, what do you think? Quick fire answers.
No.
Oh, I don't know. The jury is out on that. I don't want to. I don't want to be a jury.
Says yes. I don't
jury
believe
or an
it's going to happen.
I would like to think he would be found guilty, but I do worry that too much of the evidence was circumstantial and they still haven't found her. So, R.I.P. Suzanne, wherever you may be.
That part hasn't come to fruition yet. No, the finding of Suzanne hasn't come to fruition yet. But, however, I would say I think that there's going to be a couple other things besides just the changing of the judge. I think there's going to be a change of the DA, and there's going to be some other stuff that comes into play, and it's going to be a really, really, really drawn out process.
Do you know if he gets found innocent in this instance, if they then found her and were able to like match up evidence that could prove he killed her?
They're not going to find him not guilty. His trial is at least a year out. I've got another year to find her.
But Jen, it would depend on the charges. If they had charged him with killing her and found him innocent, now there's no way for him to be found guilty of killing her.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering, if there was like that double jeopardy type thing where you can't sort of be done twice for the same.
It is
crime.
Right. Yeah, they may be able to charge him with something lesser and then go back after that. But yeah, for the same crime, there's no chance of that happening.
Yeah. Because the way they put the evidence forward for him actually was very interesting compared to if you look at like Laurie and Chad Daybell, how they were like really slow and they were just kind of incrementally like increasing the amount of charges against them just so that they'd be able to charge them until they were able to actually find the kids.
Right.
It's like the complete, it seems like the opposite for this. It's like they've kind of chucked everything at it at once.
I think what's going to happen, you're going to see them try to get a new judge. Once that's concluded, they're going to try to get a new DA. Once that's concluded,
think about it, AK. Once they have a new judge and a DA, they can no longer claim that there's some kind of bias against them, right? So you need to let them have that. I know it.
They'll have to go to a different trial location. They're going to have to change venues. So we're talking about many motions over the course of many months in a very busy courtroom. He's not going to be on trial for a while.
Right. And I think that the more steps that they take towards shutting down those chances for appeal, the better the outcome is going to be. I don't think that there is such thing as a county in America that doesn't know who Chad Daybell and Laurie Vallow are. It's just not going to happen. But give it to them anyway. Let them have what they want. Because if they don't, then they've got chances for appeal to be overturned on appeal. And we don't need another murderer getting away like what happened in the Crow case, for example.
Casey Anthony.
Casey Anthony, Crow. Yeah, you got a lot of them.
Anthony. You're right, Gilbert. So yeah, at this stage, I'm in support of the taking.
Isn't going to go to court for another year. It's going to be a year.
Yeah, and I'm all for that. The longer it takes, the more they're shutting down opportunities for appeal, because that's the part where I think it counts. Like, everybody's hanging on to the trial part. The trial part really means very little in the grand scheme. The appeal part is where things get shitty, you know, like people get off on the appeal part.
He's
So
got
I think
tons of
that
appeal material right now.
right now he's got enough appeal material for us to not want a trial right now. So I think they need to cover all the bases. And the same with the Valo case. They absolutely need to give whatever it is they want, let them have it. And take as long as you like, let them have it. Shut down all of those back doors to appeals. Shut them down now. I mean, that's what they did with that Ronnie freaking idiot.
Yeah, they're
trying
going
to
to
represent him.
they're going to try to do that in this case, but I do not believe it's going to be very fruitful for them. I think they're going to be very adamant about a new judge, and then they're going to be adamant about getting a possibly discredited prosecutor or a DA off of the case. And then once they do that, that's going to take another 6 months. Then they're going to have to get a new venue for the case, because all of this stuff happened in Chaffee County, and we're going to have to get a new case. Well, I understand that, but we need to understand that we're a long ways out from anything.
Yeah, people need to be patient. The wheels of justice turn slowly. But I'm pretty sure that at the other end, they're going to shut this everything that they're doing is shutting themselves out for appeals.
I think they're kind of they're opening it up for appeals. I don't know. Good job,
Well, just
Gilbert.
have a look
You're
at the
doing
Ronnie O'Neill. Thank you, Lisa, for reminding me. The Ronnie O'Neill case, because that one was ripe for appeal. He thought his own counsel was ineffective, so he represented himself, and he was trying to do it that way because then he could say, well, I just didn't have the right counsel, and so then he gets a retrial. And any tiny mistake. So what people don't understand about appeals is appeal isn't my trial. At my trial, I didn't get to present evidence or whatever. An appeal is about the legal process itself. So if you found the judge had done something wrong, or the prosecution had done something wrong, or
like if there was a conflict of interest or something, or
right, conflict of interest. It's not about the evidence against you. It's about the actual process, the due process itself. So, and a lot of people are seeing that with, there's another case that's trying to get an appeal on the basis that they've got this different evidence now. And I'm like, well, you can't have an appeal on different evidence. You need to have an appeal on the judge messed up, the prosecution messed up, or something in the, that's right, Mo Hartman, on errors. There has to be an error in the process. And the process is pretty bloody strict. So if you let them see, when you can see straight up that someone's going to go for the appeal, you can see them they'll try delay tactics. They will try saying the prosecution's bad. They'll try saying the judge is bad. They'll try saying the police were bad. They'll try all of those.
They were
avenues.
all of the above.
Yeah.
Was
right, and that's exactly what they're doing. They're showing us, by doing that, they're showing us that they are going for an appeal approach, because they know their clients are guilty and aren't going to win at a trial.
Right.
fair
Well,
enough.
there's a lot of stuff happening behind the scenes in that case that we don't know about, but it's 100% bunch of BS, and it's going to take another year before they actually get anything to get to trial, if it doesn't go to a mistrial at the beginning. I'm hoping
Yeah,
to get
I
it off.
Yeah, I think Gilbert's laying out a bit of a stalker's sort of like guide on how to find him right now, isn't he? He's just like going around everywhere. People are going to find you, pal.
I'm right behind
Come at
you.
me. Come at me. Meet me
Come
beneath the
at
Gilbert
me.
Water Tower. Gilbert Water Tower. Meet me right now.
I'll meet you
Yeah.
there in like 5 minutes. I gotta get a beer.
Gilbert, Arizona, 85234.
My goodness,
You
he's not
guys
here
don't-
at all.
85234.
Don't
What was that
leave
hand
us
thing?
here
Was
to
that like
run
the
brain
dusty
live.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1 thing?
43214. 853.
Somebody here says they're waiting on another appeal for Todd Mullis. What case is that again? Am I being silly? Todd Mullis or Mullis?
I don't know. Is that what I was just mentioning before? I can't even remember what case it was, to be honest. But
8675309.
I can't.
That's a
figure it
song,
out.
isn't it?
Hey, yeah,
Yeah.
that is a song.
8675309. Yeah, it's like Jenny. It's like Jenny's number or something. Like,
You know,
got
it's
your
good.
number on the wall.
It's good that we suck at singing. Otherwise, we'd get a strike for Skept on his first live.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
right.
those weren't even like actual notes in the song, probably. So no
Right.
chance of copyright there.
Right.
Peace,
we got
guys. I'm
Gilbert
out of here. It's been a
Livestream.
pleasure.
Hey,
Yeah,
hey,
thanks for showing us, Gilbert.
Thank you for showing us around the town, brother. Thank you.
Have a good
Thanks
evening.
for joining us, mate.
Hey,
Come
hopefully
back-
you show
come
up
back
on my
at-
live.
Come
Can
back
you show up on
anytime.
my live?
What's that?
Can you show up on my ass live, my Altered State Society sometime this weekend?
100%.
Yeah.
I'm off this weekend, and yeah, I walk around and do a lot of streaming in Gilbert, Arizona. It's way more exciting on the weekends. Watch me on Fridays or Saturdays. But yeah, it's
Yeah,
been awesome. You guys are awesome.
You have your own channel, right? Is it Gilbert
Yes, sir.
Bystander?
Yes, sir. This one right here.
And you just go around filming town. You film the cops. What do you do?
All of the
He films
above.
lots of-
What happens is there's a lot of young people drinking around here at night, so that turns into a lot of trouble. But I
can't
mean,
have
we
that.
see fights, we see DUIs galore, we saw a person get stabbed, we saw a person do a quadruple backflip. We've seen it all.
Wow.
Whoa.
Some
Sounds
people
real
were at
safe.
a circus.
It's definitely very, very unsafe. But yeah, no, you guys are awesome. I love you guys. Thanks for having me.
Hey, you're welcome on my stream anytime, Gilbert Bystander. Peace, man.
Cheers.
Thanks from the brain,
Oh, well,
too.
I might pop
I know
off
you
soon as
wanna
well
say-
because I do not think Skep is coming back at all.
I don't think so either. So we're gonna have to end this thing.
Yeah, unless you want to start doing some of your OnlyFans previews, AK, you know,
Okay, let's do
get
this.
everyone to subscribe,
Okay.
like and subscribe.
Do the Pink Panther music. Oh, no, it's
I
not.
thought I had
Pink
my
music.
pink t-shirt on.
Oh,
Oh, there's
yeah.
my
Yeah,
perfect.
it's
There we go.
For AK's strip show.
Oh my goodness! And what? Yeah. So I leave, and he's what converted my channel into his OnlyFans page, or
Yeah, that was his whole ploy. He was like, get you to monetize your channel, and then he abuses it when you're away from the screen.
Jesus,
I
I come
love
back
you.
in, and AK's doing a strip tease.
I love you, brother.
So I literally have my internet. I guess they did some whatever upgrade to the system in my neighborhood, and I mean it just went down. I had to just unplug the router and wait. I called help desk, and then I had to do it again, and it's working now. Whatever. Nice to see all of you. Sorry about that. How nice to have the internet go
what?
down on my
You called
first
help
live
desk?
stream.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you called a help desk.
automated help desk.
Oh no.
Hey, I'm just saying, we held it down good, Scientific Skeptic.
I mean, I can go make some dinner.
Yeah, you can leave again. Just give me your PayPal thing, and we'll start pushing
Yeah.
that.
I'd hate to be a fourth wheel.
This is your show.
Oh my god.
So what did I
Yeah,
miss?
it was just so,
So we
funny that you happened to come back at that exact moment because it was incredibly tame and we were just discussing crime. And then all of a sudden it was like,
I don't believe any of you. You turned my channel into a striptease. It was all a plot. You guys somehow.
Listen,
One of your
things
chatters
go-
decided that you're not allowed to talk about politics, all right? You're not allowed to. Your chatter said you're not allowed to talk about politics, okay? So when you get monetized, your chatters
Please.
actually tell you what to do.
Lee says, "Can I have?" And I guess it's super chat in. Is it in French? Vichy show. I can't even say that. I'm not
What?
even going to try and butcher it.
Where's the word vichyssoise? What, the soup?
Yes. Can I have a vichyssoise?
Vichyssoise.
Vichyssoise? See, I can't say it.
Yeah, that was in my video. I like the way you said it. Though you sort of you were sort of snacking on the soup as you said it, actually.
Someone's saying to me, talk Texan like we do. I'm like, nah, not even going to give it a bell, mate.
You've been accused of having balls in your vat. I think they're just bubbles, no, Leon.
Balls in my vat. Oh,
yeah,
the
what
bubble.
are the balls in your vat, man?
Yeah.
The bubble
What's up with the
thingies.
balls in your vat?
They're bubbles.
Yeah, what's with the vat balls, ball vat?
I mean,
vat
come
balls?
on. I don't even. What sort of an organism could have a brain with just testicles? I mean, that's
You
a
know,
very strange imagery. I'm not aware of any piece of biology.
Yeah,
that-
just
that
like a
has-
brain sack, but with an actual sack.
Skip, I tried to keep it like on the straight and level, brother. But I had these two
No,
girls
but,
here,
you know,
Pirate Jen and Ozzy.
Yeah, we have Pirate Jen on this stage, so you know.
I'm a wild card, bitch.
We've now come to expect this from Jen, and this is only her second live stream. She's just getting warmed up.
Oh, I've not even had any alcohol.
I love this woman. I love her. She's so awesome.
She's got
I love you guys too.
She has
Give me warm, fuzzy feelings with your brain sacks.
she has a humor all of her own.
I don't even need the alcohol to get the warm fuzzies from you guys.
Oh, feel the love.
The warm fuzzies. That's hot.
I just killed it, man, and everyone just went silent.
Caress the sack.
So what did I miss? I really I have to take to heart one of the comments that I need to pay attention to chat. Part of the reason is because I'm trying to do the two screen. I need a good chat on my second screen so I can get a good view on what's going on. Because I find
not nice.
I find it's not nice.
Not
nice. I have my PayPal
not
link.
that cat.
I even have a PayPal link that has a fancy URL which goes right to my scientificskeptic.com.
Put it on your page. What are you waiting for? We need a place to pay you.
Where do I put it?
Slot that link about. Just put it on your
put it
Facebook, on your website, in your bio,
put it in the chat?
video descriptions.
Put it in the chat. Put it in everywhere.
If the idiots on this channel are allowed, like not on this channel, but the idiots on YouTube, if they're allowed to do it, just spread it about like
okay. Well, then
farmer spreading muck on a field.
I'm announcing, I guess, at this point, because of the insistence of AK.
You will do this.
That I guess I'm officially conceding defeat, and I will monetize, and I'll put my PayPal link in, but with the caveat that
have you got your views up yet?
What?
Have you got your view numbers up? Your view hours up yet?
Oh, I've been monetized on YouTube for a couple of weeks. I just haven't proceeded with the paperwork.
Activated it. Yeah.
But
good on you.
Anyway, they take some ridiculous
I'm struggling
amount.
to even get the invitation, man.
I mean, as far as that goes, PayPal doesn't it seem to make more sense? Just because otherwise you're giving YouTube a big cut, and I'm not.
YouTube takes like 55% of super chats. So yeah,
that stuff's crazy, and I'm not happy. The idea of putting up ads is
just
nice.
Put up your PayPal, bro.
Okay.
Can you not choose where you put your ads as well, though? Just like have at the beginning, at the end.
Yeah, I think you can do that. I'm not even sure this link works, but I think it still does. In any case, the point is that anybody that thinks that my work is value added and that you'd like me to continue doing it, and you think that I deserve to be compensated, of course I would be nothing but grateful, and otherwise forget about it. Okay, here it is. I got it. Hold on. I just want to see if it works.
The super chat stuff.
I
They
put
literally
buy me a coffee.
so
I think the reason people really super chat though is just so that they can see the little thing flash up and see their name, isn't it? It's like
that's true. I'll do it if you
Yeah, so they can get their comment read out or whatever.
Okay, I think
I put a
partially-
buy me a coffee 4 months ago, and I have had 4 copies.
I just put the link. Could somebody just click on it and see if it even works? It should take. It should.
It works.
It should redirect to a PayPal. But I like the URL. I remember having to set that up, and it was a pain because I had to set it up on my server and make a redirect or something. I don't remember.
You don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know what I'm talking. I'm not set up for this stuff. I'm just a
Get a
talker.
Cash App too.
I don't even know what is that. How does that even work?
It's just like PayPal.
Same
It's
as
just
PayPal.
different.
Same as PayPal.
I just sent you a PayPal. Let's see if it works.
Oh wow! Are you kidding?
It
I don't even know.
works. You got heaps coming in. They're rolling, mate.
Oh, stop.
It says donate to the smart ass in the room.
I don't even know. I guess I have to log into my PayPal, right?
I don't know.
I don't know how that stuff.
You probably just check your emails because I think that it takes a while. It takes PayPal a while to
Process
for
it.
them to say that you're a trusted whatever it is. There's a
That's why
process
I've
at
had
the
PayPal
PayPal end.
business for years, man.
oh, Casburn says she just donated $5. Like people
Aw.
are.
Oh,
Thank you, Kaz.
oh, thank you.
You broke his PayPal virginity.
Yeah.
Dude,
Oh,
you just had like 5. You just had 5 more donations than me in freaking 4 months.
I mean,
Isn't that cool?
thank you, Kaz. That's so kind of you. I'm so
Do you
touched
want
and flattered.
Ozzy,
Appreciate
do you
that.
have a PayPal?
No, I just have a buy me a coffee through Streamlabs.
Thank you,
Oh,
insightful.
I'd never do that.
No.
I haven't even got Streamlabs set up yet. I paid $200 for the program, and I still haven't got it set up. Like, I've just been so sidetracked with all this other stuff going on, and then I just haven't had time. And now I'm starting a sort of a new part of my job, and that's going to like sap all my time out next year. So I don't know. I just paid for Streamlabs, and I'm probably not going to use it now.
No, yeah, you shouldn't have got Streamlabs. You should have got Streamyard.
No, Streamyard's shit, man.
That reminds me of.
I wanted Streamlabs because I want to be able to do a little bit more trickery than StreamYard can do.
Okay. So, Mamma Mia, Skeptic, just remember to name the people who donate on PayPal or Super Chat. It builds a connection. I have to disagree with you on that. By you donating, you don't want it to be a social thing where you get recognized for donating. It should be I want to support this person and their ideas and the things that they do. That's why I think the PayPal, you have a point with the super chat. It builds a connection with the audience because people do like to see their names there. But whenever you get down to the nitty gritty of it, you're donating to help this person with their channel, right? You wouldn't want to do that if somebody was going to take 60% of that and just, use it as their
Well,
own.
I reckon we asked Jen about that because she's a marketing professional. And I just want to say, Alley Cattails, yes, I did get your coffee. Thank you very much.
So I don't know
can't
what.
tell you either way what people prefer because it would be a sample audience of one at the moment. I don't know unless you do like a kind of, I don't know, a poll or something, you've got to actually reach out and ask the people that would be donating to you
So
what they prefer.
I don't know what the protocol is, but I'm going to thank people anyway. Merci, Lise. C'est très gentil de votre part. And Kaz and Hope Rocks. Thank you. So kind. I'm touched.
Yeah, I think if you go and buy me coffees, you need to say whether you would like me to keep it quiet or not, because I automatically assume people don't want you to know their financial business, so I don't do shout outs. But it's probably good if you let me know that it's okay to say so or not.
Don't ever tell anybody that I gave you money.
Yeah,
Well,
see, it's a personal preference thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
you know, those things are delicate.
Well, maybe that could be something that you could set up, you know, if there's a comment available, if they really want a sort of shout out, you could do the sickly thing of like McDonough with his like, oh no, he ignores them, doesn't he?
Yeah.
That guy pushes. I mean, he's extremely aggressive. If you hear every time he's on a channel, you know, he's really, you know, well, I mean, he's talking about whatever, hitting the smash button, as if that makes any sense.
Yeah,
at all.
smash the
But I mean, he says it a lot. He's definitely a pumper. You know,
Hit that smash button.
I consider
Thank you
him
for the super chat.
I consider him a sales.
Thank you for the
You know, he's
Hit
a
that
used car
smash
salesman
button,
to me.
folks.
He's a used car salesman to me.
He is. He's a used software salesman. That's all he should be.
oh god.
Right.
To me, he just
The
looks
sad
like he
thing
should
is-
be in some kind of home.
The sad thing is he doesn't need to ask for the money. People just throw it at his feet. He's more like a stripper. Sorry.
Well, but he did kind of, whenever he let them on for 2 weeks about a call with Barry Morphew, that never happened. It took 2 minutes and 45 seconds for him to hang up. So that's how he
Yeah,
got
I
his channel
support
started.
sex
He had
workers. I do not
10K
support
before he
McDonough.
started it. Can you believe that shit?
Right. I think the thing with Chris McDonough is the halo effect. And I've been saying this to Brain for ages. That's why I'm watching his channel grow, and I'm just convinced that there is a halo effect.
Can I just say one thing? This isn't my channel. I'm sorry, Brain. But Chris McDonough is a puke fuck. Sorry, I just had to say that.
I like that as well. I keep saying he should eat a bag of dicks, and we did sort of unofficially adopt that as our
We didn't.
running
well,
theme of last week's
I feel like
chat.
I feel like I was set up.
You
Nasty, not
You
there
were
yet.
set up. You were
Yeah,
set
I think
up.
I was set up. You know, I was probably, you know, doing my highbrow stuff, and then somebody, I'm not going to mention names, put up the meme on the screen that said "eat a bag of dicks," and you know, it was a particular mood, and so then that became the theme for the evening. And I believe I said it more than once.
Oh, probably. I said it quite early on when I wasn't even really tiddly. And then I think that's why he went and got the meme up. But then it just sort of was there. And it's in front of you. And, you know, eat a bag of dicks.
Well, you know, I keep
I
keep making my joke that, you know, the pedestrian way to insult someone is, you know, fuck off. So someone says fuck
Yeah,
you, and
that's true.
you say fuck you back, but there's so many better, more creative ways to do it. So, you know, I think that if we're going to engage in insulting someone, be creative, do it well, come up with something interesting. So, like, for example, for Chris McDonough, I wrote a song and I sang it for him.
True.
You know, I mean,
Yeah, and you took
You
a strike
sung
for
that
it.
song with passion.
And I mean, that could be a Christmas special. Just think about it now.
I'd buy the single.
that was
you gotta
fun.
go
I mean,
check out. You got to go check out Brain's Christmas special. He has got one too, by the way.
the fallacy song. Yeah,
Um,
I have another song on the 12 days of reason, or what is it? It's the fallacy song.
Yeah, the
So
12 days of reason.
it's the 12 days of Christmas,
Nice.
but each day of Christmas is I mean,
A
should I
fallacy.
play it? Should I try to practice my? I mean, it's a
Play
bit long.
Oh yeah,
Do
give
it.
it a bash. Why not?
Hey, I
And
think
you
you
should
could
ask the people in
announce.
the chats actually, guys. Are you ready to hear this?
Yeah. Okay. Do you guys want to hear
Type 1 if you're ready to hear
Me-
the new song.
and my girlfriend? A few years ago, we decided to sing a critical thinking song for Christmas, and we wrote the lyrics to the 12 Days of Christmas. It's a bit long because just like the 12 Days of Christmas, after about the 6th day, you're sort of tired. Okay, so you guys want to hear it, huh? Okay,
They
so
want to hear it.
Oh goodness! Now I need to remember my lessons.
Overwhelmingly so.
Okay, so I share. Okay, hold on. First, I need to go
You
to.
got
wait,
this.
If you're gonna share, you need to mute yourself as well after you hit the play button. Just so
Share
you know
your
that.
yeah,
share
'cause otherwise
your
I'll get, like,
share your
this.
window.
Okay, hold on. My browser's still lagging. Come on.
Laggity lag.
So if everybody likes this song that's hitting the button number 1, you need to donate $1 to the cause here.
You're
I'm
really
just kidding.
plugging me. You're really plugging me.
I'm
I
just
mean,
kidding.
I appreciate it. Okay.
Isn't Jen supposed to be marketing manager? Jesus Christ,
I
Jen,
What?
you're
think so.
slipping.
Look, I've
Where's
not even signed a contract or anything yet, so yeah, Bagdex, okay?
You signed my contract.
BOD man. I'm always an
Oh,
acronym
oh my
person.
goodness,
Being in computers, I'm an acronym person. So BOD.
Okay, you have to tell me which thing I mute again. Which one do I mute? The Stargazer one? Where are we again?
No, just play it, and if it needs muting, you'll
Streamyard.
know.
Okay.
Yep.
Does that work?
The
You're
chat
ready
will
for
stream
this?
it.
Okay.
Yeah, you're ready for this. MC
What?
Hammer.
Dun, 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 dun. Unmute it.
I did unmute it.
That came perfectly after you finished doing the little like unmute it.
Tripper music.
Unmute it.
Unmute it.
I did unmute it.
And I
It's not
can't.
muted. I don't hear it either. So, oh, or is it muted? Oh, it is muted. Duh. Sorry. Dumb.
You might have to give that page volume. Remember how you share?
How's the volume?
Yep.
Not there.
Page volume, dude. Hit the page volume. Nope, we can't hear it.
Okay, then I need to stop it.
Put in a link into the chat
What does
if you
that
can't
do?
play it.
But the
I'll play
fun
it through
part
my
was going to
mic.
be we could share it, but why isn't the volume high enough? Because it's
Oh,
jacked.
Jeff Goldblum's back, Robert.
The page volume is high enough. Okay, whatever. I'll just copy that then into the chat, but that's a bit of a shame. The point was to
I wonder
watch
if it just on the video itself, if it had the little, because like they start playing without any sound
it's
sometimes.
It's StreamYard. There's some dicky shit with StreamYard. You gotta.
Can you not hear it
play
all,
around
or
with-
is it just low volume?
Can't hear it at all.
Oh, none at all, huh?
It's not playing. It's
Here,
just
I think I
straight
got it
ring.
pulled. I think I got it pulled up for you. I'm gonna share my screen, sir.
Okay.
Oh yeah, let AK do it maybe.
Okay, the
So then-
tech head, the musically
I-
challenged tech head.
So I take it down then. Okay.
There you go, sir.
Oh. Add to stream. What the heck is that? That's not me.
This is Brian.
That is not me and my girlfriend singing a Christmas song.
You look different than I expected. Shorter.
Me outrageous. Stay with me if you're contagious. Girls, I'm a winner. No, not a loser. I broke your broadcast, sir.
So I think maybe
Oh, what are you doing?
I think the
She probably
problem
did say dicky shit, Ryan.
I think the problem is that maybe
I did say dicky shit.
It's a saying, yeah.
share
Dicky isn't broken.
Which one did you recommend that I do, the window or the tab?
No window.
The window,
Or the tab. It doesn't matter as long as it's on its own.
Guys in the chat, does this feel like when you were at school on a snow day or something, or the day before the holidays, and your teachers were wheeling out the TV and putting on a video and trying to get the
Yes.
tech to work?
Now, can you hear this? Does this have volume?
Nope.
No.
Okay, then screw it.
You want me to help
share it,
go?
Okay, here's the link in the chat. That's a shame. So, well, I don't understand because obviously that's going to be a problem if I can't share something.
Well, you
Share the
can. You
link.
just got to
That's
hit
kind
the
of what
button
your
that
first
says
live
share
stream
your
was
audio.
about, working it out.
What?
Share the link and then I'll have a go.
Yeah, I'll put it up on mine.
I mean, I put the link in.
Yeah.
I just put the link in the chat.
Well, that's
right?
what you were supposed to do, and then you played someone else.
Oh, I did?
Yeah,
I'm
you
sorry.
played the wrong thing. Okay.
Oh, I'm
Follow
sorry.
the link.
Total,
Follow the link
total,
and share the screen. It's a good
total
song.
mistake. Total mistake on my part. Sorry.
It feels
I
like
thought
every
he
tech presentation ever.
Not to
That's
mention
right.
mine isn't.
Well,
I'm not going to get a strike on my own music.
Yeah, you probably will.
They probably. Well, I did. I already got a false strike on my.
Bring
fifth
back
song.
like overhead projectors and stuff. You know what I mean?
I can hear it. Anybody?
I've got my
No.
volume up.
I can't hear it.
I can't hear it.
You can't?
Does the sound
Nick-
start immediately on the video, or does it have like a
Yeah.
bit of an intro?
Well, I mean, as
It-
soon as within after my little logo runs, the
I
music
told
should
you.
start.
Guys, StreamYard sucks.
No.
That would be
I think we
funny.
just-
Let's bring everyone up in the chat and see if they can share it.
I'm going to stop sharing that one.
Because there's a
And
problem
then-
anyway. I mean, if the last one didn't have the one that you shared, that one didn't have sound either. So
No, it takes two to make a thing goes right from back in the day.
Well, everyone's clicking the link, so it's all good. They got it. They got the song. Damn shame. You guys, I told you, StreamYard sucks. It has technical issues all the time. I have not seen anybody use StreamYard that doesn't have at least one technical issue. When
I
they go
watch
live.
videos every night with somebody sharing their screen and with sound. So that's got to be nonsense.
Yeah, that's totally nonsense, lady. What are you talking about? I didn't
Alright,
share my
what?
system audio. Now I'm going to share it. Okay, now it'll work.
Oh my
There we go.
goodness.
You're right.
Now we're definitely
I
going to
promise
go.
it's not the right one.
The
It's the right
substitute
one.
teacher in the class
You
clown is
have-
trying
you
to
have-
throw them off.
You have it muted. Is it working?
Nope.
Come on.
It should be going.
This is like a how many brains does it take to screw in a light bulb?
Yay!
Oh, there we go.
We
It's
can hear
working.
it.
Yes, well done.
On the first
Substitute
try,
teacher.
and a claim was made to me with an argument fallacy. On the
Bag of
second
dicks.
try, reason a claim was made to me with two false dichotomies and an argument fallacy. On the third try, reason a claim was made to me with three strong arguments, two false dichotomies and an argument fallacy. On the fourth try, reason a claim was made to me with four appeals to motion, three strong arguments, two false dichotomies and an argument fallacy. On the fifth try, reason a claim was made to me with five waterfalls, four appeals to motion, three strong arguments, two false dichotomies and an argument fallacy. On the sixth try, reason a claim was made to me with six cherry pickings, five waterfalls, four appeals to motion, three strong arguments, two false dichotomies, and an fallacy. On the seventh try, reason a claim was made to me with seven absurdum, six cherry pickings, five waterfalls, four appeals to motion, three strong arguments, two false dichotomies, and an fallacy. On the eighth try, reason a claim was made to me with eight in the doubles, seven reductive absurdum, six cherry pickings, five waterfalls, four appeals to motion, three strong arguments, two false dichotomies, and an fallacy.
I sing this song in my head all the time now.
Right?
Nine appeals for authority, eight in the goalpost, seven reductive absurdum, six cherry pickings,
Your wife can, or your girl can sing
Yeah.
She's got a great voice.
a lot better than yours. No offense. So awesome.
On the 11th try of reason, a claim was made to me. 11 false equivalences, 10 irregularity, 9 appeals to authority, 8 moving the goalpost, 7 reductive absurdum, 6 cherry pickings, 5 autos, 4 appeals to motion, 3 stolen arguments, 2 false dichotomies, and 11 fallacy. On the 12th, try and reason, a claim was made to me.
Hit the private chat, Chip.
Who's that, Jen? No, I don't sing. Because you have beautiful voices.
Merry Christmas, everyone. Filled with
You guys have wonderful voices. I could listen
Well
to you
done.
all day.
Go.
Yeah, I tell you, that
I'm
song is
jealous.
so hard to keep your breath, to keep going through it. I mean, it was a challenge.
I
to
don't
get
know
it.
how you didn't get tongue-tied. I
Yeah,
couldn't
no,
say all those words.
it was a challenge. I mean, it went better than expected because again, it's more for fun. Okay, you can, I can take that down. Should we bring Robert up since he's been waiting patiently? How the heck?
Robert.
Next Ask Live, I predict Jen sings this song after a few. Oh, no fucking way. And I can tell you
Hey,
why,
Robert.
because I can't
fly on the
pronounce half
wall.
those words sober.
Robert.
Me either.
Hello.
Hi, Robert.
Hi, Robert. Your roommate's not going to
Feel
come
like-
yell at me. Robert, your roommate's not going to come yell at me again, is he? Tell me I'm a terrible person.
He went over to his girlfriend's house. When
He
was he
doesn't
yelling?
have a girlfriend. Don't even play.
When was he yelling at you?
Oh, he came on into
Oh, he took
AK's
over your
chat and
stream, Robert, for a minute.
Yeah, completely
You
insulted
didn't know
me.
that? He called the scientific skeptic a dick and was like, let other people talk.
Called him a Terry takeover.
What?
Oh, yeah,
He
totally,
did. He called him a Terry
totally
takeover.
insulted me.
Yeah, well, you can just tell him from Jennifer that he looks like a crappy fake goth, and he can just go cry, go listen to Evanescence and cry into his black pillow.
Jen says you're not pirate enough.
So, Brain, your girl has a freaking awesome voice.
And she's having some medical issues right now, which I have not discussed. I'm a bit concerned. We weren't able to talk today. She has to go in.
Sorry.
She's had a condition for 6 months, and we thought it was going away. We thought we had the right regimen for her, and unfortunately, that was premature. So I'm hoping that everything is okay.
She's a doctor.
She's a doctor, and she just started her psychiatric specialization, so she'll be a
brother
bona fide psychiatrist in a few years. And yeah, I'm a bit worried. I'm trying to not show it, but we've been together for almost 10 years, I think, at this point, and I have not seen her in 2 years because of COVID. It'll be 2 years in like January.
Dude, you need to give me your number. I'll help. I'll help you out.
How's your Greek? I mean, the idea is to have her. Come on. I already have. I'm tempted to. I have. If you want, I have a philosophical name. Obviously, the brain of that is a philosophical concept, and so I I wanted her to, obviously, she was trying to come up with her own name that would be appropriate. And I had a great idea, but I didn't want to, take away her right to choose her own pseudonym. But I proposed it to her, and she loves it so much that I'm pretty sure her name will be, oh my goodness, and now I frickin'
You're on the spot, brother. You can't go back now.
oh my goodness. Hold on.
All these people are donating to you, just so you know, and you're gonna let them down.
No, it's I can't believe I just had a brain blip.
Oh, you can't remember.
No, I know. I mean, I know it's got a demon in it.
Old age sucks, doesn't it?
Hold on, I'll find it in a second. It's not.
While you're looking, let me apologize, Robert, for jumping on you earlier. I didn't realize it was you.
All right.
Oh, it's.
I told him, Ozzy. I said, well, with your boy being a dick the last time, what do you expect? I don't think he knows.
Yeah, I wanted it. I wanted to have words with him. Anyway, the name is Laplace's Demon, and Laplace's Demon is the concept of. It's basically, I don't know if any of you know about the concept of determinism,
Yes.
but it's essentially the thought experiment for determinism, and the idea is that if there was a all-knowing being in the universe that knew all of the locations of all of the atoms and subatomic particles in the universe at a particular point in time, and he knew, or she knew, all of the laws of physics, that they would be able to predict the future with perfect certainty. And it's a thought experiment for determinism as opposed to indeterminism. I happen to be a fairly strong determinist, but I'm not an absolute determinist. A lot of people don't like the idea because it means that we essentially don't have much control over our destiny. But anyway, I thought it was a perfect name for her. And so she's going to be Laplace's Demon to my Brain in a Vat.
That's awesome. From 1814, she picked out Pierre Simon Laplace.
Yeah, one of the greatest thinkers of all time.
Exactly. And she's going against you. So that's basically, she's like giving you the finger and saying, I'm going to be better than your brain in the vat.
What the hell? What are you talking about? And, I talked about she'd need to get, because she loves dragons, and she loved that. What was that animated movie with that adorable dragon? I don't know.
How to Train Your Dragon.
Not Pete's Dragon. The
How
newer
to
one.
Dragon.
Sorry.
How to Train Your Dragon.
Yes, correct. And what's the name of the dragon?
Well, it was a Night Fury. I can't remember the name of it.
Correct. You remember. I can't remember the name of the particular one, but she's thinking about, so anyway, so we went looking for, and she also, of course, loved the dragons in Game of Thrones. So, and she wants a purple one because, of course, purple, right? So we, and I suggested, I don't know if you know the map of
Toothless. That was his name. Toothless.
What is it? Yes,
Puff
yes,
is
yes.
the other one someone said?
Well, Puff the Magic Dragon is a Peter, Paul, and Mary song about marijuana.
Of course.
It's a song about marijuana.
Well, it was
also a good song.
Toothless was the dragon in.
Yes, correct. Toothless.
Train My Dragon.
And I suggested that she get one of those really highly decorative, detailed dragons, that would sort of the ones that sort of curl up on themselves with the tail on the, sort of rolling around the backside. So because it would be a circular icon. And I suggested, do you guys know the flag of Wales?
Yeah.
Jen, you probably know it, right?
Yeah, I do.
It's red and green with a beautiful red dragon or something, right?
Yeah, it kind of looks almost like side-on version of like a gargoyle type, stereotypical gargoyle like outline of a dragon. Doesn't look like a cartoon dragon.
No, it doesn't look like a cartoon dragon. And she found one. What is AK? Are you singing Peter, Paul, and Mary, or?
I was singing the dragon song, yes.
Puff the
So their national
lives by
their national
the sea.
animal or whatever is a dragon. And I've been to the hill where St. Peter apparently slayed the dragon, and it's just got this, it's like this hill with a mound, like with a big hole that's filled with chalk. and I was like, oh, impressive. Scotland.
I killed it. I killed one of those dragons
Scotland's
once.
national animal is a unicorn, so suck my fat one.
Scotland is awesome. Can I move there?
Eat a BOD.
Yes,
Do I have
Scotland is honestly amazing. I've been missing it a lot lately.
Do I have to have a sponsor or something?
Oh yes. Go find
Oh, I
the.
don't know.
Go flying the flag of Wales.
Okay. I'm down. Let's do this.
You can do it, AK.
Let's do this,
I
man.
have an
Is she getting
earworm.
that?
We
Is she
trust
getting
you.
that? What was she getting that as? Is she getting that as a tattoo?
No, as the icon, as my, co-admin of, because she's my co-admin on my
Oh,
science and
like
philosophy.
as her avatar.
As her avatar, correct. So she's already my co-admin on my science and philosophy page. And I'd love to have her on here. We even did a 3-hour live stream a few years ago where we talked about philosophy. It was basically a 3-hour talk about philosophy, and that never got published. And I'm such a perfectionist, I should have kept it because it was a really great talk. And I think you guys would love her. She's brilliant. She's, I always like to say she's smarter than me. I don't know if she's smarter than me, but she's a bit quicker than me. She's just a really fast reasoner, a skill that I've tried to develop for years. And I'd like to consider myself a pretty good reasoner with a lot of practice, but she's both of her parents are physicists. Her mother passed,
Wow.
but
You're fucked.
but and like 2 of her siblings are scientists as well. So she's they sat around and played, word games and did thought experiments, and she really zooms in on the logical conclusion really quickly. And I'm slow. I have to sort of let it bump around my brain for a few minutes to sort of follow the logic. Okay, if this, then this, therefore the logical conclusion is that. And she just sort of always beats me to that finish line.
Because she's smarter than you, bro. You gotta
Well,
admit it.
Well, I think I have probably a bit broader knowledge base, but I think as a reasoner, I think she is smarter than me.
Yeah, no. I mean, you can justify it and kind of play it down all you want, brother. But if she's smarter than you, she's smarter than you, and be okay
Sing.
with it.
It's better.
What? That's your subjective opinion.
He will make a good
Right.
husband when you
That's
actually can admit that your wife is smarter than you.
I'm
Yeah,
the dumbest person in my house. Let me tell you, I got it. I've got it good.
How many of your cats are smarter?
Like 10.
Hey,
Like
Kay,
every living being in my house is smarter than me. It's like the greatest
Hey,
thing.
I was gonna say only about 3 of the cats.
Only 3 of the
Oh,
cats? AK,
Thank
how
you, bro.
AK, how long does it take you to open Google and type Wales flag? Just a question.
I'm
Yeah.
still trying to figure out how to spell Wales.
WALES.
WHALES.
W-A.
No H. No H. No H.
Yeah, you're not looking up a blue whale. You're looking up
Oh.
whales.
Oh, that makes a total difference. That's why I'm trying to put my. Why
The
was I
land
trying
of
to do?
Tom Jones and
Oh, I love Tom Jones. Yeah.
and
And
Catherine
is it
Zeta
Bono?
Jones and
Not
other
not
people
Bono.
named Jones.
Bono's Scottish. Irish, right?
No, Irish. Yeah, he's Irish.
Wales,
Yeah.
fool.
And
And the town of Inverness.
the language of Wales is not Wales.
Well, you got to remember, there's always the town of Inverness.
Inverness. That's a nice
Yeah,
word.
and you told me about that song, but I was pretty far gone at that point, I think, and I just did not remember it at all.
It's a Jim Croce song called "The Ball of Kerrymuir."
One of my
I
favorite
will have to look that up.
one of my
at some
favorite
point.
karaoke songs is Jim Croce. Bad Leroy Brown. I love to sing that one.
Bad Leroy Brown.
And I
That's a racist song.
I like to
Baddest
play
man in the whole
time
damn
in a
town.
I like to play Time in a Bottle
Sorry.
on the guitar, so Jim Croce's great. AK,
Okay, can we have you live playing guitar one night, maybe?
maybe. I need to superimpose my brain in a vat in front of my face.
If we get $1,000 in subs for you in PayPal donations. Will you do a concert for us?
I used to have a big chat room, a popular chat room, and we would have like every night would be a sort of a party, and I'd play guitar and sing in front of the chat all the time. It was fun, with a few drinks. I'm a bit more inhibited.
Well, are we not going to do that tomorrow then? Because it's already 5:20 here with me. I
I
only
vote
came on
yes for
because I
that.
was because you went AWOL, and I was like, oh, I need to help. I need to do a dramatic reading of Shawshank. Somebody save the day.
I was hoping you would do Shawshank Redemption because that's like the best book ever.
It's been 5 o'clock here for about 10 hours.
I'm in the future though, guys. This is Friday night.
Yep.
Is it?
Woo-woo.
Of course, yeah.
And it's Friday afternoon for Aussie.
She's in the future. Can you bet on the stock market for me?
Sure.
Robert,
what do
is
you
that
want?
a cocktail,
I
Robert?
could tell you, but then I'd have to kill you.
Okay.
Don't kill anybody. We don't do that here.
Oh no, that's just a good old fashioned American Budweiser.
American piss beer. Good.
It's a Budweiser time. So in Australia, we say it's beer o'clock.
It's
Yeah,
beer
you gotta.
o'clock.
Yeah, I would like to. I would usually say wine o'clock or beer o'clock too.
Yeah, all us alcoholics have something to say about the time that we can drink, right?
I ran out of my homemade wines.
Oh, okay.
I like how you use plural there as well. Your homemade wines.
I know, and I use plural too. We all homemade alcoholics?
Part of me is tempted to want to try Robert's wine, and another part of me says I'm not sure that's a great idea. But
It's a great idea. I've actually had it.
Is it good?
Yeah, it's freaking. It's
I had
really sweet.
I had a horrible experience. Actually, it's a funny story. Can I tell you a funny story?
No, I'm done.
I lived in. I'm telling it anyway. I lived in Siena, Italy, in Tuscany, when I was 17, I think. So I lived there for 3 months, and I mean, what a great experience! And the food, oh my goodness! When I moved to Switzerland years later, we rented a car, and my grandparents and my mother, flew to Switzerland with me until I got installed, and we drove around Europe a little bit. And so I had to take them to Siena because I said it's the best food I've ever had in my life. And I mean, every meal was just like the only word I can think of is an orgasmic experience. No one could stop moaning. Just every bite, everybody moaned.
Here's a question. Is there any type of dish in Switzerland where they actually took and stuffed fish into Swiss cheese holes?
None that I know of, Robert.
Maybe we have to create something.
But they did have I'm not a big fish eater, but they had this amazing dish called filet de perche, which is, perch, I guess is the English translation. And it's, little breaded fillets of perch with like a garlic and lemon and parsley, fresh parsley on top. And oh my goodness, was it good. So whatever happened to the Welsh flag, AK? Come on. How long does it take you to type Welsh flag on Google?
Every time you talk about food, I'm walking away from the screen.
Okay, well, I'm not.
Do you live in Perth, Aussie? Or like over that side?
No, I'm on the east side.
Oh, I thought you were on the other side for some reason. There was this restaurant I went to over there called Miss Maud's, I think it was called. Or was it Miss Maud's? Anyway, it was all that kind of stuff, like your pickled herring. It was all like really just nice. Well, no, but it was really nice. We had nice cheeses and like different kinds of fish, but it was like buffet style, I guess. I probably wouldn't want to touch it now.
In any case, I'm going to finish my story.
Sorry.
So, no problem. The part of it was,
It's got more food in it.
About the food, and I'm not going to. Ozzy's not going to hate me because we're going to move from food to alcohol. So I stayed there as a student, and every night we would go out into the piazza. And the Siena is famous for this like 700-year-old horse race that they have every year. It's famous all throughout Europe. Do you know the Palio, Jen?
Sorry, I just missed that.
The Palio?
The Palio.
Yeah, it's a famous European event. It occurs in Siena, which is in Tuscany, just north of Florence, of Milan. And it's like an ancient medieval horse race with very strange rules. It results in like a weekend of partying, and all of the little cantons in the village all have their sort of medieval outfits with their different logos, and they compete in this annual race. And it's very interesting because there are no rules. Um, and so you're free to kick the horse next to you, or use your sort of whip thing to hit the what do you call a guy that rides a horse?
Jockey.
A jockey. Thank you. My mind wasn't working. You can hit the jockey. You can kick him. You can use the. There finally Robert did it. Goodness gracious, that took forever. You can't count on AK to do a screen share. So anyway, it's this ancient horse race, and they have this beautiful piazza in the middle of Siena. Oh, AK, gosh darn it! If AK was attentive, he could show the Palio. Then I'm going to show the
But
Palio.
we've been waiting for the Welsh flag. Have we had the Welsh flag?
Yeah, Robert just showed it on his screen, but
Oh, I just missed it.
yeah, AK's lagging. I could show you the Palio, which is this beautiful horse race. They all have these incredibly intricate and ornate costumes, and there's no rules. And basically, the winner is the hero in the town. For 48 hours. Rumor has it he can have whatever he wants. He can't, he can't use his money, so everything is free. They claim that he can have any woman he wants, sort of thing. All these sorts of things, but what's fascinating about it is that they convert the piazza in the middle of town into a horse arena. And so they come in the middle of the night, and they fill up the piazza and cover it with 5 feet of earth. I wish, Robert, since you have that, can you type in Siena Paleo? I think it's Paleo.
Yeah,
I mean,
I've never heard of it.
I'm surprised you haven't heard of it, because it's big in Europe. I mean, I should try to. Oops, I shouldn't show that page. Paleo Siena.
Something tells me Brain has never been to a tractor pull.
I have never been to a tractor pull. I'm a city slicker, I guess. So here is the Paleo, and I lived here. I actually lived right about. Oh, you can't see it. Yeah, you can see my mouse, right? Yeah. I lived like right off the piazza here, and the piazza gets completely converted.
I doxed you.
What?
I doxed you.
You doxed? What? You doxed me?
I doxed you.
You
just from
doxed?
you telling me that you live there.
Yeah, exactly. But the costumes are glorious. The pageantry is amazing. They all have their own flags and their own costumes, and people sit in the stands.
Kind of reminds me of like live action role play a bit.
Well,
but
and
if geeks had money.
This is what the piazza looks like when there's no.
Or is it more like a Renaissance type deal, like a Renaissance?
Yeah,
fair?
it's more like the Renaissance. Yeah, no, it's more Renaissance.
I was thinking
But
like
I mean,
role models, the film kind of, but
I mean, it's more these days. It's Renaissance, but the event, I believe, is something like 700 years old or something. Palio di Siena. I could read it to you in Italian if it was in Italian.
I could read it to you in Scottish. Palio di Siena.
Origins.
Just everything's really like gruff and horrible.
Okay, 1590.
I love Jen.
So 14th century. So it goes all the way back to the 14th, and looks like it occurred. In any case, it's an old event, and it's absolutely beautiful. And because I lived right on the piazza, to see it converted, because if you just look at Siena normally, and oh my goodness, the food was the best food I've ever eaten in my life. It's just there are incredible little pizzerias right there. right on the piazza, and
Yeah.
we used to sit out there every night. And I'd bring my guitar out, and we'd sing songs with the local Italian people, and then, just one day a year.
AK,
Reminds me a
read
lot
chat.
of-
Sorry, go ahead. I was just telling AK to read chat.
I was just pulling up a tractor pull, so if the brain has never seen a tractor pull, he could see one.
Well, Shadow F Lotus was asking if you'd heard anything from Reward, and I don't know if they know that the reward was just a temporary thing and that money was refunded back to the person that initially sent it.
Never heard anything about the reward. I pulled it, and it's all over with.
It's just I've seen him ask that question a couple of times in chat now.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Uh-oh.
He's gone again.
Has
It's
he?
me. It's
Oh,
me. I'm
shit.
doing it. Every time he mentions food, I'm gonna boot him.
Jen, start reading from your book, please.
Oh, no.
New chat rule.
I can't.
You're not allowed to
possibly.
mention any food that doesn't fit in a straw.
We're
Yeah.
not all.
Sorry,
we're not
somebody
all
else has just put
vegetarians.
creamy cheesy pickle shake, which sounds revolting. So
All food will fit in a
That's right.
I can make any food. I can make a steak. I can make a steak fit in a straw, Ozzy.
Yep.
Oh, dude, come to my house and cook for me. I'm fanging for a steak.
I wish he would have at least shared my tractor pull videos with him with the screen.
Sorry, say that again.
I have tractor pulls pulled up, waiting for Brain to get dumbed down because American tractor pulls are so cool.
I
that
just
ain't
can't
no.
believe people actually have the ability to do that. It's like when you see people like one random dude and he's like pulling like a locomotive or he's pulling like a big boat or something, and you're just like, how in the what?
Oh, well, that actually happened to my dad one time on the highway. He was driving. It was a 1999 Ford F-350 Super Duty diesel dually. You know, one of the most powerful civilian trucks you could buy. And he wound up coming across a trucker that had run out of gas just before an off-ramp and offered to tow him up the off-ramp. And the trucker more or less laughed at him. But, was like, okay, well, go ahead. You could try. And Dad pulled him up that off-ramp, and just as they were getting ready to pull up into the actual gas station, they got cut off by somebody and had to come to a complete stop and start over again. But it was a 18-wheeler. It was a semi with a fully loaded
semi.
You said semi. Why?
They're different things over here, eh?
Wait. What's the different thing we need to learn?
A semi.
Yeah.
A semi is a truck with 3 trailers.
Well, no,
Oh.
you've
Or
got van trailers. We rarely have 2 and 3 trailers. You do see them sometimes
I
here
was
in the
talking
United
about boners.
Ah, there you go.
She's off on a different track altogether. She's still in her bag of dicks.
Yeah.
Well, hey, I'm single. You can come here to the United States sometime.
He knows.
I'm married, sir.
Robert
God.
knows all about boners.
Oh my God, you guys are making me blush.
Willies.
So in Australia, a semi is a big truck, like a big ass Mack truck with 2
Yeah.
trailers on. That's a semi. And then with 3 trailers, it's a B double. So when you guys say truck, you're talking about usually a 4-wheel drive or something like
Or-
that.
Well,
Which is
we say truck,
truck
we're talking a
straight.
pickup truck. Yeah, if we say, semi is the same thing as what you've got. It's just here they
But a
normally
pickup
only.
truck here is like a ute.
Well, that's a specific type of truck, isn't it? That's a specific type of Toyota, I thought. Or do you just
A
call all
ute or a
trucks?
tilly? No, anything with a tray on the back is a ute or a tilly.
Okay, so and that's what we call a truck. It's got to have, you got a single cab with a bed in the back. That's a
Hey,
truck.
we got Skip back. Skip.
It happened again.
He's back. You've been bloody on and off like a yo-yo.
Yeah, this time again, it just lost the internet connection, and I had to wait until the router reset. So whatever they did last night in the middle of the night is still, I don't know, working its way through the network or something, some technology that is beyond my grasp.
Or
Hey,
you
man.
can get a new
I'm gonna have
router.
to say, I can't deal with your lack of technical understanding anymore.
Oh, no.
This is coming from the guy that couldn't put up a flag of Wales for 45 minutes,
Hey.
and somebody in their small little iPod had to here, look at my picture. I have a flag of
You're
Wales.
such a dick.
Look at you, but going all Molly go lightly and chewing your dinner on cam. Oh my God, watching her.
It's called a mukbang. Get cultured. Jesus Christ, Brain.
I know, mukbang.
I'm in the office and nobody's here, bro.
That's right, Kaz. 3 trailers is a road train.
I know exactly where you're at,
So
Kurt.
I was a bit confused for a bit because I have a 4-wheel drive and I thought that you guys were calling those trucks, but I don't have a tray in the back. I got a like an SUV type. So I was confused for a while what you were actually calling trucks. So I'm glad you straightened that out.
For you, yeah, a truck has to be a cab with a tray in the back. What you're calling a tray, we call a bed.
Yeah, a bed. Okay.
Or a pickup truck. So if you hear pickup,
I literally have a bed in my car. In my car.
If you hear pickup, that's the same thing as a truck. It's just pickup truck. Gotcha. It would be the term that we would use.
Hey, Brain, are you going numb yet?
But then again, we have a couple of cars, and you guys had them too, like a Ford Ranchero or a Chevy El Camino, that they actually had a bed in the back as well, but they were not really a true truck. They were cars.
Right. So I have a SUV and I literally put my bed in the back.
Yeah, that's what Kurt drives. His Jeep would be considered an SUV.
AK's Kitty looks like my favorite cat of all time. My Socrates looks just like him.
Aww.
Beautiful baby.
He's my buddy.
So what you call a semi-tractor trailer. See, a tractor over here is a thing you drive in the paddock, like with, to do farm work.
Exactly. A tractor's a tractor, but a semi sometimes is also known as a tractor trailer.
It's also confusing.
It can be, yeah. But yeah, it's synonymous. A semi and a tractor trailer are the same thing. And it's the same thing as the semis that you guys have. We just don't normally have 3 trailers or like the land trains that y'all have. We only normally drive 1 or 2 trailers behind our semis.
We've only got road trains in the outback. They have to offload. They have to stop. When they come to a city, they have to stop and take 1 trailer off and leave it there and take their load in, unload it, and then drive back to get the 3rd trailer. But they're only in the outback. They're only licensed for the outback.
Well, see, and we have similar things here, and that's the problem, is that most of our roads will not allow, a semi to go by with that much behind it.
The dragon's finally here.
Sick
The
bird.
Wales flag.
Oh, it's Ilu that AK's playing with.
Yeah, that's my boy. Ilu.
That's Ilu.
And that's the curly tail you were referencing.
I love you too.
Let me turn on my microphone. I was simply, when we were trying to brainstorm for dragons, I was sort of, the one that came to mind was this one. But this one, first of all, we needed something that was shaped in more of a circle. So, there's those dragons that have the... Well,
you were thinking of the dragon clasping its tail like the old Celtic...
Correct. Oh, okay. I mean, is that, maybe Let me
No,
type.
look up a Celtic dragon
There you go. Okay, let me try that one.
in the Welsh. Because yeah, they use that a lot when they clasp their cloaks together.
Oops.
There was that round,
Dragon.
there was a round ring of a dragon a lot of times clasping its
It's a
tail.
brooch.
Yeah, see that this is where we were starting to go, getting into the decorative stuff. And
Dragon, if you live in New Zealand.
she found a absolutely beautiful one.
Well, what do you call that? The round piece with the bar that you push
A
through that
brooch.
holds the cloak. It's not
Isn't it
really
just
a brooch.
brooch?
No, I don't think so.
Or a pin.
That's a nice
Or a
one
pin.
for a logo.
No, I'm talking the ones where it actually holds the cloak together. You fold the pieces over and you take this ring, and it's kind of like a buckle almost.
I can't think of the name of it, but I
I'm
know
trying
what
to
you're talking
think of
about.
like something that we could compare it to in Scotland, but I mean, you just have like your kilt pins and.
No,
I
like
got
if
it
you've
pulled
got
up. I got it
if you-
pulled up on screen here, Skep. If you want to throw it.
What
If you-
what are
if
you
you've
what
got
are you showing?
long-
Cars? Cars?
No, the dragon.
No, you don't.
if you've got a long cloak and you bring it together in the center and you pin it, there's like that round piece, and then you've got a pin that you put through some of the fabric to hold it in place. And I don't remember what it's called.
I call that
Yeah,
a
this is
robe.
Middle Ages.
But yeah, most of what we think of as dragons for pretty much
need a
everybody,
robe.
we're going to be thinking of medieval European dragons,
Somebody
not
asked.
like a Chinese dragon.
Someone asked for Nessie, so we have to show Nessie.
Oh,
Oh.
Nessie, my home critter.
Mod, please eliminate Olivia Carroll. That's a troll. And Brush Erin or whatever the hell. Or give me a wrench and I'll do it. You got a couple trolls posting shit in the chat.
Okay, I blocked Olivia. Who else?
There's a Birch Ewenye. Just about 5 comments up from that.
Got him.
On continents.
He-
Take him out, guys.
Hey,
I
Yeah,
don't
the
think that
mods
last one was a thing, unless I just didn't understand what they were saying.
What?
Oh, that's a modern troll thing that they put in to the chats.
Do you know what it
What
what
does
it
it mean?
represented? Yeah, what
On
does
a
it mean?
Who's driving
I
the
have-
screen? Is that you, okay?
It's me.
I haven't tried following the
Okay,
links to see what their dot bitches or whatever the heck it is. I haven't followed them because I can automatically tell it's a bad thing.
Type
So
in
it's just
Middle
kinda
Ages
like they're
Celtic
fishing?
brooch.
Middle
Yeah, it's-
Ages.
They're bots that just drop
Middle
into channels screaming and drop that link.
Middle Ages. Try Middle Age Celtic brooch, and you'll see what Robert's talking about. It's a metal thing. It is like a belt buckle, very much like a belt buckle.
Hey,
Okay,
I'm
so
gonna
they-
have to
brooch,
go.
but-
I've got to get ready for my OnlyFans broadcast, so I got to go.
He's
Yeah,
gonna go lube up,
Oh.
guys.
Yeah, I can see AK's already in
Say
his,
hello,
in his.
say hello to the missus for us.
Well, she was here.
Yeah.
I will be.
I
I,
saw
will
her in
be
the-
busy
chat
for the
room.
next 5 minutes while I make my big money.
Go make the big bucks. Thanks for helping me out. Hopefully, I guess at the end of the day,
You can't
I
leave
just-
AK.
Monetize and put your PayPal in your about us.
Hey,
Okay.
AK, you
I
can't
will.
leave me stranded here. I'll have to leave too.
Well, he probably wants you to leave because
No,
your
you
roommate
don't.
the other night.
why is that, Robert?
Well, I really need to pee, so I might have to go.
Take us with you. It's okay.
Oh, everyone's
Just
dropping
for
off
the
like
sound
flies.
effects, be like a
Huh,
waterfall.
Robert.
I'm only here because AK's here. Sorry.
Well, you're more than welcome anytime, Robert. So,
Just
well,
as long as your roommate doesn't get
yeah,
on.
not your roommate.
He's
Unless-
not here.
You know, unless
You
he's going.
didn't, you didn't know he got on, did you? Did you or did you not know he got on?
No, I must have been outside smoking a cigarette or something.
Dude,
I mean,
he got on and he gave shit to Skep for
Yeah.
not letting people talk.
Yeah, bring him up here, and then we can treat him like a specimen and analyze him.
Well, like I said, he's not even here.
That's
Which-
good.
Ozzy, you and I we can test him and evaluate him.
No way, dude.
You guys, I'm
that one
gonna go
scared
as
me.
well because it's getting on now.
Okay, Jen, thanks for stopping by.
Sorry
Hey,
for
Jen,
my
Jen, I'll see you in
yeah.
about 10 minutes on my channel.
yeah. Sorry for everything. Goodbye, cruel world.
Goodbye, Jen.
See you, Jen. Thanks for joining us.
Okay. I
I
mean,
love
Ozzy,
you guys.
Ozzy, if you had anything to talk about, otherwise, I mean, if there are any further questions in the chat room from anyone remaining.
Yeah, what's AK's OnlyFans link?
I can't tell you. It's a super secret, super secret. That's how I make my
What?
money. That's why I had to
By being
go
super
whore
secret.
myself for 12 hours today.
Yeah, go to
Yesterday.
OnlyFans and look up "doesn't exist."
You don't know that. You don't know what I do for my money.
I don't know. I think his missus might have a better chance on the OnlyFans, to tell you the truth.
I know, right? But I can't convince her. So she's like, well, if you're so stuck on it, you do it. I'm like, okay. So that's like the $5 extra a week I can spend. It's awesome.
$5. Woo.
No, maybe I could get
20 minutes of work and I got $5 extra, man. That's awesome. I'm watching tractor pulls on one screen and
way overvalued.
the brain on the other. This is so dope.
You're way overvalued.
I am. I'm just
So,
a horrible sheep.
Was there anything that you wanted to talk about specifically, Brain? Like, because we talk about such a whole gamut of things, I'm not sure what you want me to raise.
Well, I mean, you know, sort of, there are unlimited subjects, so I don't know
Bitcoin.
if any. Yeah, right. Not one of my specialties.
Damn it.
No.
Well, I mean, I have some opinions from an economist perspective, but I have not spent enough time trying to fully integrate what the consequences are of Bitcoin. I have my concerns.
Take it while you can, brother. Take it while you can.
You know, there's obviously the process, which is, what is it, supply chain? What's the
There's only going to be 20 million Bitcoin ever mined, and there's like 17.5 million mined right now.
Well, Bitcoin is just a form of cryptocurrency. Whether or not Bitcoin wins the cryptocurrency game, or whether or not cryptocurrency wins the game, and then there's blockchain technology. Whether or not that becomes a standard, that's all, you know, still open for debate. Obviously,
that's what Bitcoin is based on. Bitcoin is a blockchain.
Yeah. No, but I mean, there are.
Yeah,
You know,
I like the Bitcoin.
Dogecoin and
side of
Bitcoin.
blockchain.
Your Dogecoins and such like that are decentralized.
Well, the whole process is decentralized. That's why
it makes
it's
a little bit different. It's a little bit different than blockchain.
I thought blockchain is the transaction processing as opposed to the actual currency.
Yeah. Well, the best
it is
the best explanation I've heard, and I don't know, this explanation might not be exactly correct, but it's kind of like, rather than having like a server in Costco in order to make a transaction, or, you know, to send an email or something for these corporations that are sending large volumes of data, that can, it's like a group of computer systems that data can be sent through to expedite the process. And the stronger that computer grouping is, and the faster the processing is, the more that coin is worth, is what I kind of understood blockchain to be.
Yeah, you know, cryptocurrency is a big topic. I think a bit out of scope. You know, I'm a bit worried because I know everybody loves the idea of it being decentralized, but I'm not sure I do. You know, economic policy and economic intervention can be very necessary.
Backed currencies.
Well, I want to debate you on crypto.
We definitely don't want.
I don't want to debate about crypto.
We definitely don't want anything like a gold standard. That was a nightmare. any case, yeah,
I would
just,
love to debate you with crypto scientific skeptic.
yeah, I mean, I'd have to do my homework because then I'd have a whole bunch of points that I'd be holding your hands to the fire to try to answer for me.
And I would love to do it.
I would love to listen.
How do you affect the money supply in a recession?
Well, you
How do you
stop
stop?
You know what? In
you stop
Australia,
issuing inflationary dollars that are going to get picked up by a separate country in bonds. Why
Yeah.
do you print out
have
$10 billion in 1 year whenever it's been the
Well,
highest year that
well,
you've
we
ever
don't
had?
we don't print. I mean, obviously, it's not a physical printing. It's just a balance sheet entry.
Yeah, but it's still they have to print the money and get it out, but there's nothing to back it up. You don't
No,
like the gold standard?
there's printing. 70% of the currency ever been printed in America has been printed in the last 2 years. Physical
2
currency.
years, 700 and or 820 days. But yeah, you're right. That's a topic for another night.
Yeah.
have you guys watched the movie about that? The battle between the crypto and the banks?
No,
It's
I
a
don't
pretty
need
good
to.
movie.
I understand it better than they do.
You know
I've been-
what's a great movie that I think everybody should watch is I think it's called The Big Short.
Yes.
That movie's great and a bit frightening.
Trading Places.
The big
Trading Places is a very good movie.
I mean, a funny movie, but The Big Short was a scary movie because it was all about the 2008 crisis and basically
right.
just the runaway speculation and unregulated big financial
Oh my god,
institutions.
I did watch it. I know what you're talking about.
Oh, it's a
It was an
great
amazing movie.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Really good.
Yeah, absolutely. I've watched tons of stuff about the 2008 crisis. Tons of stuff. Lots of documentaries. Like crazy shit went on there, and people don't even realize.
You know, I was getting concerned way before the 2008 crisis that just all of the, signs were there for a financial bubble. And, for the prior 15 to 20 years, there'd been just more and more deregulation and allowing the banks to do what they always do when you don't oversee them. And it's to use all the, cash they get in their savings accounts and
I
use it
think
to
that's
speculate
why-
in the investment market.
I think that's why Jules have raised the topic way earlier in the piece, about the deficit, or sorry, the current spending, because it's related to that. I think that's I think that might have been the angle she was coming from, and no one bit. So,
Well, I think it was deficit spending, in times of a economic crisis, to the extent that we are in an economic crisis because of the pandemic, and usually the conventional thinking is that a state should spend, even if it goes into debt, into a economic downturn to keep the economy afloat and not to allow it to shrink. And like, for example, after 2008, the U.S. put a lot of money into the system to prop it up, while the Europeans chose austerity and tightened the belt. And the U.S.
Yeah.
came out of the recession a lot better than Europe did. And I was certainly on board saying, not austerity. That's not what you do in a recession.
right.
I mean, it's so counterintuitive because, again, for an individual, yeah, and then Glass-Steagall, absolutely, Hope Rocks, 100%.
Yeah.
Hey,
100%.
With austerity, you're choosing to move the burden onto future generations. That's kind of the way I see it.
Well, I mean, there's nothing wrong with running deficits, but
Yes,
yes,
there
I mean,
is.
well, it depends how long, and it depends the economic rationale, whether or not it's justified or not.
I have
but-
an opinion on it. It might be an unpopular opinion, but
Oh, mute him.
if we are in debt, how can we afford to be giving money to other countries for programs, no matter what they are? I think we should have to pay off our debt first rather than giving billions of dollars to other nations.
So then you'd
That's-
rather them not develop so that they can buy fewer products from our producers?
I'm not saying that. There's other
No,
ways
no,
to.
I just mean that the argument for spending in the international community is
How-
that you raise all the boats, so then you have more consumers that have more disposable income that can buy more of your product, more of your
Exactly.
export.
But it's not needed.
well, you have to make the case that your spending is not going to be compensated by greater exports in the future from more developed and advanced economies that are growing at a faster rate because you've engaged in economic aid and knowledge transfer and education. You know, I mean, economies are all interwoven at this point, so there's no such thing as an independent national economy that can exist with, you know,
Right.
in a vacuum.
If you're in debt, how can you afford to give money to other countries?
Because it's a balance sheet item. I mean, you'd have to understand the difference between an individual debt and a nation state debt. The U.S. can, you know, take on a ridiculous amount of debt, but obviously, you know, I mean, that there is the servicing of the debt issue where you're consuming a certain amount of your gross domestic product, your revenue, if you want, for lack of a term. But I mean, the problem is that, you know, for example, I can give you a classic example. You know, we were running a surplus in the year 2000, and then the economy was doing great. You know, that was the time to well, we were running a surplus, and then we engaged in 2 wars. Wars are extremely costly, and we cut taxes instead of keeping taxes the same or even raising taxes to fund the war. So that's when the deficit became an issue. And then each succeeding, you know, then the 2008 crisis came. We already had a lot of debt, and then, you know, they were basically obliged to bail out the too big to fail institutions and you know, put a lot of large infusion of capital into the system to keep it from collapsing and keep people from losing their jobs, people from allow people to keep spending and corporations to keep employing. And then, you know, basically everybody just became completely irresponsible and, you know, continued to raise the annual deficit. You know, I mean, but Hope Rocks understands, because it's been 40 years of neoliberalism. It was just a complete change of economic policy.
Okay, somebody got him finally.
Oh, did we have
There's some breaking news, guys.
Yeah,
I hate to change the subject, but there's breaking news.
Yeah, please do.
Breaking news, guys. Breaking news.
Go,
TM blocked MGL.
Sorry?
TM
Tiffany Marie blocked
MGL.
Oh, good. I mean, I love the cannibalism. I keep waiting for the really good cannibalism. I mean, how much would we spend?
All this.
How much would we spend to have like a pay-per-view, you know, world wrestling sort of
Cannibal.
event with just all
pay-per-view cannibal
in a ring and, like, you know, Tarzan costumes maybe in a mud pit. You know, I don't know, Molly Golightly and Tiffany Marie in a mud pit. I mean, that's a moneymaker, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Ew.
A debating channel, you know, a mass debate. That would be a great pay-per-view thing. Like get all these people who think they're so fucking smart onto a
instead of the Desperate
channel.
Housewives, how about just a reality show where all these
just wants to see a masturbating channel.
How about just a true crime bad actors reality show? They're all like on a desert island and isolated, you know, and they
like
have
Gilligan's Island.
Yeah, or Survivor or one of those sorts of shows.
Ooh,
with just all the YouTube true crime bad actors just fighting it out and competing and playing politics and making little alliances and making backhanded deals and then just watch it all implode.
It is, isn't it?
I would love that. Let's do this.
Lord of the Flies.
We need to get like a $50,000 like prize package.
It's already like that.
Yeah, I mean,
all we got to do is go to the channel, steal their material, and we could actually piece together a movie that looks just like that because it's already like that.
Well, the problem is that we don't get to see how the sausage is made. You know, it'd be nice to have it all out.
We want to see it.
Yeah, we want to see all the cameras, you know, all the real live action footage. And exactly.
Nobody wants to see
Celebrity death match on MTV. Absolutely. That would be great.
I do agree that we should have some sort of end all be all, like definitive
the final countdown, final
Broadcaster.
showdown.
A broadcaster against a broadcaster, agreed upon topics beforehand, and they say their pieces. They hold true to the rules of the engagement, and then boom.
Oh
you
my
have-
goodness, I would love to be the moderator with all of these players in a live event. I moderate, they all agree to the rules. I get them to sign a contract that they agree to the rules. I read out the rules, hold their hands to the fire, and then watch them squirm and start to break the rules. And then,
Yep.
you know, and I'd be able to kind of go like up, you know, bad faith, up, fallacy, you know, interruption, you know, screaming over somebody, and just keep intervening and really, you know, sort of force them to have to make arguments and address the actual topics at hand. You know, it'd be great. Of course, as a moderator, I can't sort of rebut, but I could certainly like keep them.
but
I would
as a
oblige them to stay on
participator,
track.
as a participator, you could rebut, and as a very balanced, very clear-headed, perfect person I could moderate for you.
With beer. Just add beer.
Did you notice the silence?
Yeah, and look at the face.
AK the moderator. But
Well,
yeah, no, that's why I said I wouldn't engage these people, because they just wouldn't. This is the wild, wild west. This is not you know, the land for a proper
Yep.
adult discussion.
So we were talking about this the other day. The brain and I were talking about this the other day, and like, if people don't know how to debate, it just turns into a shit show. You got to learn to debate first. Like, you need like an application form. Have you done Toastmasters? At the very fucking least, have you done Toastmasters? You know, or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, there's a very established protocol for debates, and you know, all these people, and I've been seeing this for years, you know, going back as far as I can remember on YouTube, with just, you know, competing rival YouTube channels, you know, calling for a debate, and it's just a yell fest and an insult fest, and then, you know, depending upon which channel it's on, then that they're going to have all their loyal people in the chat room, and it's just you know, everybody's just going to. I mean, I've watched probably. I mean, on my channel, you can go see. I have a whole playlist of, you know, tons of professional, intellectual debates, and just there's an entire protocol, and if you like, for example, one of my favorite examples, and I think Ozzy, I brought it up with you in the context of why I would never have debated Josh. It was you know, like a scientist against a young Earth creationist. So he believes the Earth is 6,000 years old. He believes the dinosaurs lived with humans. You know, just all that, and it was at a very fundamentalist high school with a bunch of kids, so it wasn't even an adult audience. And he's considered just a guru in that space. Everybody considers him, you know, the biggest brain in the town, wherever it is. And you know, he debated a scientist who's very well versed in evolution and physics, and you know, just all the sciences, and also formal argumentation. And he got his butt kicked, and he didn't get his butt kicked because he lost the debate on any objective level. He lost the debate because he was on the wrong turf with a bunch of people that couldn't differentiate between a good argument and a bad argument, and he used all sorts of passive aggressive snark, and the moderator let it go, and then he got big laughs from the crowd, and everybody just thought he was absolutely tearing the other guy apart. And the scientist guy was just sort of not equipped to play at this sort of dirty game, and he kept trying to, you know, be polite and play by the games. And you know, the only way to have played in that arena would have been to have gotten dirty and used the same
Yep.
sorts of dirty tactics, where then you start, you know, just making the guy look like an idiot and using a bunch of snark and passive aggressive tone and things like that.
Right.
in any case, that's not the point. The debate, the point of a debate is to discuss the points and to stick to the topic and to act in good faith. You win in a debate by making good faith, better arguments, not by insulting
Right.
someone, not by changing the subject, not by appealing to a whole host of fallacies. And the best debates, you're really inspired because they're both so good that you hear one guy make an argument and then you go like, oh yeah, that was great. I agree with him. And the other guy comes back and he's just as good a debater. And you're like, oh my goodness, I hadn't thought about that. That guy's right. I agree with him. And it just goes on like that the entire time because they're just, they're pros. They're really good. They know all the arguments. And a good debater, of course, can argue from both sides of the table. I mean, that's what debating
Scott,
you. Yeah.
Do you think Brian Laundrie is still alive?
I made a video where I predicted that everybody would consider him to be alive. I knew that, didn't you see that video?
Yeah, I did. I just want to know now what your thoughts are on it.
Well, you're funny, AK. I get it. I mean, you know my answer.
I don't know anything.
I know that you know that I know, and now I'm on the spot and I can't come up with something funny to say.
I just love giving
Well,
you
we
shit.
know that. We know that the followers of MPL and JLR.
Go ahead,
Ozzy. Do they all believe he's alive?
Yes,
I mean,
they do.
that doesn't surprise me one bit. Obviously,
he's in. Where is it? He's in Brazil. He's in Brazil with Elvis.
Yeah, he's
in Brazil. No,
he's sharing a flat in Buenos Aires.
Yeah, probably.
And with probably Jimmy Hoffa.
Hoffa.
They all share a flat. And who are the other ones?
Well,
I mean,
hey,
if you get into it, Lady Di is still alive. Kennedy is still alive. Not the dad, but the son is still alive. The one that died in the plane crash.
Suzanne Morphew is in Ecuador, even though her husband killed her.
Yeah, and apparently Rosie Bly is in fucking Texas. I can't even remember where now.
Yeah, I mean, I have encountered so many conspiracy theories over the years that at the end of the day, the simplest way to think about it is just, well, I mean, it's beyond what you can imagine, but essentially anything you can possibly imagine being real, someone somewhere believes it, and possibly many people.
I think in Jen's Brawl, we might have.
That's actually the basis for some chat rules.
D.B. Cooper's trail in Jen's Brawl, she said. I don't know.
Sorry, Robert, I didn't
Earlier
see
on, the mods were asking for some chat rules so they know who to, what the rules are here, so they know what to kick. And I think that could be a really good start. Like, just these like conspiracy theorists are out. Like, if they're here saying crisis actors, flat Earth, fucking stupid shit like that.
Well, yeah, I mean, one of the problems is I'm used to running a science and philosophy page, so on YouTube I'm a bit more reluctant because a lot more people would get kicked out by my SCTS standards. So I don't want to have a heavy hand here.
So you're saying that it's not true?
Hey, Skeptic, if you'd make me a mod, I can at least keep out those bots.
Sure, Robert.
Or battle them.
Battle of the bots.
Where do I see you again? You're not Robert Worley. Oh, you are Robert Worley. Okay, you have a different stage name. Oh, but why can't I make you a mod? Oh, do I have to do it on my other screen, right?
Yeah, you have to do it in YouTube.
Yeah, okay. I don't like that. I wish I could do it in Jetstream or wherever we are. Where are we again?
Streamyard.
Jetstream.
Why can't I find
the
Robert?
monotonized Jetstream?
I can't find Robert on this screen. Why can't I find it?
3 or 4 comments up from the bottom right now.
Yeah, for some reason my chat screen, maybe because of the crashes, my chat screen is not synchronized on YouTube with my one in Airstream.
At the top of your chat stream, do you have it on top chat or live chat? Because that might, if
Oh,
you put it
okay.
on the chat, it might
Now,
refresh it.
now I think I have the live one. If I can scroll down, there you are. Okay, I think I got it now. One
Yes,
sec.
AF Pennington, you hit the nail on the head. It sure is.
What did you s-
Dunning-Kruger effect is rife.
Dunning-Kruger,
Dunning-Kruger
absolutely.
effect is rife in the true crime community, and it absolutely is. I
Oh my
actually did a game
goodness.
on that on my
I mean,
channel, learning what
AF,
the
that is
Dunning-Kruger
spot
effect is.
on. Yeah, and you know, as the Dunning-Kruger effect has come under a bit more scientific scrutiny these days. You know, I mean, it's still a phenomenon that people overestimate their skills, and it tends to be also inverse, that people that tend to have a bit more knowledge are a bit more humble because they're a bit more aware of their limitations, whereas it's the people that tend to know less that overestimate their abilities. But you can simply also just use the overconfidence bias,
Right.
which is
Absolutely.
essentially the same thing. And then you don't have to worry about if Dunning-Kruger gets modified with new
Yeah.
scientific
Well,
evidence.
essentially, the game was, do you think that you would be very good at this or not? And then we ran some, questions, and then they all ended up being not so good at it. So it's kind of the same thing. It is the very same thing.
Yeah, somebody whose name looks really
It's
hard. I want to take a
phenomenal.
try that. Aotearoa, Aotearoa, Aroha. What kind of name? What kind of name is that? That's a beautiful name, but
It's
I don't know what it is.
it's New Zealand.
I was gonna
It's
say,
New
is it?
Zealand.
Yeah, like Polynesian
Kiwi.
or something.
Well, I guess they're Polynesian. It's Kiwi. It's indigenous for
Right.
oh heck, I forget what it means. Lots of love from the country is what it means.
Yeah. I mean,
She'll tell us in a second the exact
I'm not even
phrase.
sure
But
what the politically correct family of ethnicities, used to be sort of,
no, it's not the
you know,
donut effect, Aurora. Tell us what your
well,
name means.
the donut effect.
Well, scientific skeptic, wouldn't they still be considered Maori?
Well, I was going to say that was the word I was in my mind that I didn't
correct.
enunciate, but I was also thinking it might be Maori.
Yes,
I
it
mean,
is Maori. The
I absolutely,
natives of New Zealand are Maori.
I absolutely love that. What is that tribal dance that the New Zealand rugby team does? The All Black.
The haka. The
I love
haka.
the haka. Oh my goodness, I love
It's
that. It's
awesome,
so
isn't
beautiful.
it?
Yeah,
So
it's
they do
amazing.
that when they come over and play Australia in football. They start the football game with the haka.
I should play that.
But
Is
it's supposed
anybody
to be
is anybody in the chat room have you not seen the haka? Not the hookah. That's you smoke a hookah.
it's not a hooker, it's a haka. But the haka is a tribal thing. It's a show of aggression, and it's supposed to scare the opposition, basically.
Yeah. Oh my
But they
goodness.
actually do it every time Australia plays New Zealand in football. They open it with the haka, and it's freaking awesome.
Okay, it looks like you guys have all seen it. Otherwise, I would share it. But I love the thing that they do with the tongue. It's so like gargoyle-ish. It's so there's
Yeah.
something so frightening, and yet so there's something beautiful about it, and something really frightening. I mean, they really try to look about as scary a monster as a human can be.
Hey, scientific skeptic.
Yes.
Are you
Hello,
X22?
Somebody needs to
Yeah.
refresh my memory about the X22 thing. I think I've heard it.
What about this
I have a
theory?
terrible
Scientific
memory.
skeptic and X22 are the same person. I've never heard of X22.
I don't know who X22 is.
X22 is like
Hi,
a
Sue
I wondered if it was a
sexual
conspiracy
enhancement drug,
theory
I think.
thing. What? Huh? What?
It's a sexual enhancement drug. X22.
Oh, Sue Ellen from Paris. Bonsoir, Sue Ellen.
Yes, she's lovely. Sue Ellen's one of my subs, and she is absolutely
Oh
adorable.
yeah, no, I adore her. I love engaging with her on TSS or whatever I call my channel. The haka.
So who's
Areo
X22?
native
Someone
Maori.
fill us in, because we don't know the theory. We get a
Yeah.
lot of comments that he's
I mean,
Benny. So
I can look it up. Yeah, anybody
You are
that's
Bonsoir.
Benny.
anybody that thinks I'm Benny, I don't know what to say to you. And I actually finally made a sort of a formal public comment. Somebody said to me, they said, well, I think you did a good job on Chris McDonough, but if you're working with Benny or something like that, I'm not sure what you're all about. And that was just sort of the straw that broke the camel's back. I just went, I don't know Benny. I engage with Benny to the same extent I engage with any of you. We're not working together. There's no collusion here. There's no complicity. And I said, it's an insult to me when you're that presumptuous to make that claim without knowing anything. And I said, and it's an insult to Benny. Benny doesn't want to be me. I don't want to be Benny. We're two separate people. We have our own qualities. We're, distinct people. And it's just so
That's exactly why
so
I
insulting.
wanted to bring him up before so that we could prove once and for all it was the first conversation that you ever had. That was why I wanted to bring him up.
I would have enjoyed Benny. It brings up my brain sort of went wild when the idea came up in the context of, my initial instinct, of course, is just to engage Benny like any other human that I would engage. I have no, antagonism. And it would be nice to just meet somebody. He's a big figure in this space, whether you like him or not. And then the other part of me was saying, this could be interesting because, of course, we could have a chat and sort of, ask some interesting questions and, maybe sort of shed some light on the rest of the YouTube community about what the reality is. I might be the right sort of person to have a conversation with Benny. But it would Benny, if Benny comes up on my live stream, it's just going to cause fireworks regardless of what we say to each other.
Right.
I mean, it would just cause it. It would be a scandal. It wouldn't matter what was said.
Fireworks. It's
Yeah.
already fireworks because you took a position that he also.
Exactly. So, I hesitated, but then I went, I'm not going to be a coward. Benny wants to come up. I'd talk to Benny. I'm not going to be afraid of what other people are going to say. They're going to say things anyway.
Yeah. Yeah.
So you're
exactly.
not Benny. So you're not Benny officially. You're not Benny, scientific skeptic.
It's just, watch a live stream from Benny, and watch one of my videos.
I've talked to both.
And if you
I've
can't
talked to both of them in Zoom chat, and neither of them are each other. Okay, end of story. X22 is a daily podcast about crypto and politics and vax, etc. Never heard of them.
Yeah, no, and I don't do crypto. It's really not my area of expertise. I'm an economist, but I have not spent enough time on crypto. I've been saying for quite a long time, I would say about 6 months to a year, that if I wanted to talk about crypto, I'd have to lock myself in a room. For probably, I could probably do it in a day. But I'd probably want.
Give me 2 hours. I can teach you all that you would need to know about crypto.
Yeah, but you're not an economic theorist, or maybe I'm wrong.
Do you want?
What, Robert?
Do you want a big change of subject and go back to a scientific theory?
Oh God, no! Mute him.
Here we go. Are you going to tell me? Are you sure it's a theory or is it a hypothesis?
I guess technically it'd be more of a hypothesis.
There we go.
Okay, shoot.
But a scientific explanation for ghosts.
Yeah, they don't exist, probably.
No, hold on. Now, we are made up of atoms, correct? Oh, shut up.
Correct. That is.
And our atoms don't actually touch each other.
The subatomic particles are essentially in a magnetic system. So yes, they don't touch
each other. They just know where they are at and supposed to be in relation to each other, and that's where they stay, as long as they are
correct. I mean, the laws of quantum mechanics and physics and electromagnetism dictate how their movements are contained within an atom.
We're losing skin cells all the time, and we lose hairs all the time, and even our body odor is atomic particles leaving us. Now-
Yeah, I mean, we shed atoms all the time, obviously. Yeah.
I use deodorant. bro.
Energy is neither created nor destroyed. It's only transferred.
The first law of thermodynamics. Yes.
So therefore, if enough of those atoms have left a body in a house over enough period of time, it's possible that with the currents of the air and whatever, you could get enough atoms come together that they recognize each other because they used to be next to each other, to give a spectral image that could move slightly down a hallway and then break apart and disappear because they're not strong enough to hold that form.
You're fired, Robert.
Yeah, no. I mean, there's no laws of physics that where that makes any sense. That's just not the way that physics works, or even atomic behavior. You shed skin cells, dying skin cells, which are made of molecules.
Right.
Those molecules, decompose, and obviously the atomic conversion process, just through changing in the soil, and then being reused in other organic matter, or as nutrients for other organisms. Those molecules just keep moving around in an organic holistic system, but there's nothing that would ever unite skin cells at the atomic level with any other skin cell. I mean, once they've left the organism, it is the organism.
Well, I know. I'm not saying the cells. I'm saying the atomic particles themselves, but just enough of them come together that you see that ghostly spectral image. It's not like a.
Yeah, but the atoms are part of the cell. It is the cells that are being discarded, if you want.
Right, but they down into their atomic particles eventually.
Yeah, but why would
which I hadn't taken into consideration, like you said, but there are other things that are going to be eating those skin cells when they hit the ground.
Why would those atoms ever have any connection with each other? It's the organism that brings them all together.
I was saying random chance.
Random chance.
More or less, you could.
Yeah,
I made $5,000 on my OnlyFans tonight.
There you go. I mean, it's just the far more likely explanation for seeing these images are just optical illusions.
Oh yeah, I agree.
No reason. Sorry, Ozzy, go ahead.
Just a random question, in the same sort of vein, but random. Does anybody know what happens to the rubber off your tires?
The what?
No, exactly, AF. Well said.
The rubber off your tires, like when you're driving, and the rubber on your tires, the wheels on your car. The rubber comes away. What happens to the rubber?
It gets stuck to the road.
I can show you what happens. It's like $299.95 a week, but that's on my OnlyFans.
I mean, I could take my car and I can punch the gas and it'll burn rubber, and it will leave.
It doesn't stay on the road, but it doesn't stay on the road, but so other cars drive along and it loosens it. So it was just something I heard on a radio show, a scientist talking about what happens to the rubber off your tires, and I thought, wow, that's interesting. I never thought of that. But it ends up in the air and it becomes dust. So you breathe it in, and it settles on your furniture and shit.
Oh yeah, it gets broken down.
Yeah, just molecularly is converted.
Floats around in the air.
But that's like if you took a really good high-powered vacuum and you vacuumed up all the interstates in the United States, you would have tons of platinum and palladium and silver and gold. True. Because those precious, there's tons of it, especially what gets when you're converters on cars wear out.
Here you go. I love it when I love it.
This
I
is
got all.
good,
I love. I love how I have all the good thinkers here. All the smart people. Yeah.
Those catalytic converters. Every bit of exhaust puts out just tiny little particles of the platinum and palladium and such like that, and it's all over the highways. I mean, but look
Read
at
it
what kind
out.
of a gold mine dumps are going to be in another 50 years. You start excavating dumps that started back in the 60s and 70s, and you start gathering all those electronics and mining them for the metals. Now that all the organics have broken down, there's a fortune to be made. There's no mines richer in the world than a city dump when it comes to metals
Yeah,
per.
you're right.
I think there's actually a fairly big market for that, at least I think in the developing world. I'm not so sure.
I'd
mean, I
love to figure out how to get a
you-
contract with the state and be like, okay, or with the county and be like, hey, I want to take over that dump once you're done with it, just so that I can mine it 50 years from now.
Yeah, Aotearoa, it does disintegrate, but obviously the matter doesn't disappear. It just, moves into other things and recombines with other atoms and forms other, molecules. And as somebody said earlier, it's the cycle of life, if you want. And then somebody said that's why I'm not a religious person, and a lot of people have often pitied me because I don't believe in the afterlife and I don't believe in a god or gods. But I say, well, I mean, for me, it depends on the philosophy. My understanding of the universe is that I am part of everything that came before me. I am part of everything that will go after me, and that's the sort of beautiful. I think if you teach kids, the circle of life, I think it's a very beautiful idea. I don't think we need to necessarily fear death, but because death has always been the unknown,
It's
there's a lot of dogma.
From dust we are, and to dust we will return.
Correct. I mean, it's the blue dot. It's Carl Sagan's, famous blue dot. Just that we are stardust. We are the universe made conscious. So one of the most interesting phenomena in science is looking at the universe just in this completely inanimate, sort of boring state. I mean, a lot of interesting stuff is happening, a lot of interesting physics and chemistry, but then you get biology emerges from chemistry, and then you get life, essentially, which I just call interesting chemistry, and then from interesting chemistry we get biology, and then we get consciousness and intelligence. So a lot of people debate sort of what's the most interesting thing in the universe, and because of course we're humans, we're rather fond of the things that are ultimately human. But a lot of people find consciousness the most interesting thing in the universe. But I think intelligence is the most interesting thing in the universe. So I don't care if we necessarily survive, like Homo sapiens sapien, our species. But what I do hope survives is intelligence. I hope that whether or not it gets converted into a silicone-based form, and we upload our consciousness into AI, or just AI as a self-teaching, intelligent form of intelligence, and then it can then leave the planet and propagate and self-perpetuate without necessarily having the constraints of human mortality. And then intelligence can go off into the universe and travel all the things that we've always wanted to do. And the fact that squishy carbon-based water bags like us don't see the last sunshine, I'm okay with that. But I would like to see intelligence continue.
See, but I think it's a combination of the two. It's intelligence, with that self-awareness.
Well, you don't need consciousness or self-awareness necessarily to have intelligence. I mean, look at a machine.
Right. No, that's what I'm saying. You don't have to have both, but I think it takes both to, that's what lifts us above like pigs and octopi.
You're still in the freaking realm of the pigs, bro. Hey, no, but seriously, I love you.
No, there is an interesting topic. Yeah, AK, you got to go, right?
AK wants to say goodnight.
I gotta go. I say my piece. You better fucking monetize your channel. And you better put your PayPal link in your About Me page.
Okay.
I'm not fucking around. Do that shit, and we'll be good.
Okay, I will. Thank
I
you.
love you, man. You're a good host. You're a good channel. You're a voice that's needed in this realm, and we got to keep you here.
Well, thank you.
So
I appreciate that, and thank you so much for the help today. I'm pretty sure I
I
wouldn't have
didn't help you
had.
or shit.
I
You
didn't have
had
the
it all
courage.
figured out, regardless of what you say. You had it all figured out.
I wanted some hand holding. No, you absolutely
Nah,
helped.
you didn't need it. And Ozzy, you're the best freaking storyteller, especially when you put your imagination in it, like you did on the last one where it was you. That was dope. That was
Love
straight
your
up
guts.
art. That was art. Art. Seriously, I love it.
It wasn't even my work. I stole of everyone else.
You did everything right. I was so happy with that. And Robert, you're always a dick, but I love the fly on your screen, and you're freaking awesome at pointing out stuff that most people wouldn't point out. That's why you're my friend.
You calling me
And
sick? That's the pot calling the kettle black.
and Skep, I can tell you, monotonize, yes, monetize, what
Monotonize.
a nice.
Monotonize.
Yeah, do it, bro.
Good night, Hope
Because
Rocks.
you honestly deserve it.
And thank you so much, Hope Rocks. It's so it
You
was so
give
generous of you.
the space, much needed voice of reason.
Well, thank you.
Seriously.
I'm sure we'll do this again now that I know how to make it work. I mean, it is fun, and it allows us to talk about a million different things at once.
Well, I'm having the ass discussion tomorrow, so hopefully we'll see what that goes.
Well, and we might,
Yep.
obviously, I'll
All
want
the
to add some.
asses will be over there.
I'll want to add some structure. If I'm going to do live streams, there will be a theme and some preparation, and then we can have sort of an open conversation about things. But it'll be nice to also have some structure, and then be able to use some of these tools. Share screen and take a look at look at evidence. So AK, you get some sleep. And I don't want to forget there's a very interesting topic on the conversation of AI and back to intelligence, which is that there are some people, because there's been this long-standing conversation about AI. There are a lot of people that obviously are very concerned about AI, that if it truly is self-teaching, at some point it won't need us, and then we're not sure exactly what could happen. It might ultimately deem us irrelevant or even dangerous or even obsolete or something like that, like in the old sci-fi movies, and just simply
That's an awesome conversation.
have no place for us. But there's a really interesting topic when it comes to AI about whether or not it's sort of inevitable that AI will become conscious, will become self-aware. And
Well,
that's obviously a very open
if it
debate.
does, I can tell you, I would want to debate it, and I would like for you to be the moderator.
So you're going to debate yourself, and I'll moderate you?
No, I will debate AI.
Oh, you're going to debate
Am I the only one in the room who's not afraid of AI taking over?
I'm not.
Well,
No, I'm
I mean,
not either.
it's a bit premature, but there was a massive conference. Sam Harris is certainly very, very concerned, and he's a extremely big brain. He's the best reasoner that I'm aware of on this planet. I don't agree with him on a lot of points, but as far as reasoning goes, he's the best in the game, in my humble opinion. But what do you want, AK?
There's a good material for your next bad actor video
Yeah,
right now on the
I saw
TM line.
I'm sure there's always good material. In any case, yes, I love what Boston
These
Dynamics
idiots are
is
an
doing.
endless supply of fucking material.
I
Absolutely.
love you guys. Ozzy, you are the greatest scientific skeptic. You are even better than the greatest.
Love you right back, mate.
Good night, Roxy. You have a good night, AK, sir.
You can call me Kurt, man. You're my buddy.
Yeah, okay, I'll call you Kurt then. And I actually, Kurt knows my name now, so
I do, and I'm never gonna tell.
But you're not going to say it.
Sorry, I
never, Jose. I will never tell you
You're not
your
going to
name.
say it. Dillahunty's. I like Dillahunty. He's a little obnoxious over the years. I mean, I once at one point in time I liked Matt. He's a good reasoner. He's certainly a good religious debater, but they're a lot better than Matt. Matt's still pretty much in the lower leagues, but I'm not saying that Matt isn't bright and a good reasoner. He's spent a lot of time getting a lot better. So I have a lot of respect for Matt.
Yeah.
But in
Matt,
any case, I love the conversation about AI and whether or not AI will become is sort of it's inevitable that it will become conscious. It's just a question of time. A lot of people just don't think that that's the case. Most people are convinced, I would say. But the problem is a lot of people have now suggested that maybe in order to have consciousness emerge in AI, maybe it needs what led to consciousness in humans, and that's an emotional foundation. So there's a lot of intellectuals and I forget the domain of science where they are the experts in AI, and then there's even sort of philosophy of AI, but the idea that maybe emotions essentially are a prerequisite. I mean, our intelligence sits on an emotional foundation. So how we always talk about the difference between emotion and rationality.
Yep.
That's a false dichotomy. They are one and the same. There is no intelligence without an emotional foundation. It all sits on the amygdala, and we know that because in scientific research we can damaged brains, damaged emotional centers in
What are you
brains.
making fun of my brain damage?
No, you're pretty functional.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
You're pretty functional. Yeah, Mamma Mia knows the big players. I mean, Christopher Hitchens is the best, most eloquent debater I've ever seen. That guy has the deepest breadth of vocabulary and of literary knowledge of anyone. I'd like to consider myself smart, but I have a horrible memory, and so I envy someone like Hitchens who he can just quote. Not only can he remember lines from every piece of literature and history, he can cite verbatim, paragraphs. From I mean, it's just the most amazing skill I've ever seen. Just the greatest depth of vocabulary and literary knowledge, and he can go back as far as possibly. And he never repeats himself. I mean, he's dead now, but I always heard him. It's like you're talking about something, and he says, "Okay, I need to." Somebody refers to Plato or Socrates or Hume or Kant or Descartes, and and then he'll just double up. Somebody will come back with a quote from these guys, and then he will say, "But what about when he says this?"
Wow.
Right.
And it's clearly not prepared because it's just spontaneous. And then he'll then he had an endless well of literary knowledge. I mean, he was the most well-read person probably I've ever encountered, and the best debater, at least stylistically. I don't think he's the smartest person I've ever heard speak, but he's the most eloquent and the greatest depth of literary knowledge I've ever seen from anyone.
Wow.
It was a
All
great
I know
loss
is
when
that
he
you're
died.
a smart dude.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. So go get some good AI rest so you can be a good little robot tomorrow and perform all the robot tasks.
I will trade cryptocurrency until my soul dies.
Well, of course he's quoting others, but I mean he was a very reputable author in his own right.
Yeah, Hope Rocks, I mean, you can have all the quotes in the world, but it's knowing how and when to use them.
And that's what he was so amazing. He knew exactly when they were pertinent and exactly how to place them. One of the great intellectuals of our time. That's all.
Well, it's kind of like comedy.
I like Dennett. Dennett's a little too fluffy. He's a bit too much of a relativist for me. I mean, he's brilliant. He's 10 times smarter than I am.
You can have 3 different people tell a joke to the same audience, and you're going to get 3 completely different reactions from the audience, depending on how that joke is told.
No, absolutely. That this is all about rhetoric. Just some people that's sort of a gift. I mean, obviously, you need the knowledge base. You need Randy. Oh my God, how did I end up Is it a coincidence that I end up with skeptics in my channel, or is it not a coincidence at all? Because
Obviously, it's not a coincidence.
it can't possibly be. I mean, I have not referred to any of these people, but this is my world, and everybody is citing, my inspirations. Can I share I don't want to boast, but just if I can share something and see if you guys, if it resonates with anyone. That'll be sort of fun if you guys like this stuff. This is my About Me page. But, and I don't know if any of you have read it, but it says, who I am, gives sort of my whole life story and explains what, science and philosophy and skepticism and critical thinking and reason and logic. And then I have a section on what was the raison d'etre, the reason for starting the channel. But I have a cool little section. My scrolly thingamajiggy will work. Come on. Why isn't that working? I guess I have to scroll all the way down. Okay. This is my intellectual influences. So, do these names look familiar to any of my skeptics in the room? I'll be right back. I have to go to the bathroom.
Bathroom break. Chomsky for your dissertation. Holy crap, A.F. Pennington. That's awesome. Are you still there, Robert?
Yeah.
Oh, cool. I was just checking if I was here alone or not. Do any of these names ring a bell to you?
Oh yeah, I recognize quite a few of them.
I mean, obviously, Aristotle, Socrates, and Plato are high on my list, and as is Einstein. Randy Shermer. Some of them I've never heard of, I'm embarrassed to say, but I'm not a scientific skeptic.
There's plenty of them on
I
there.
have. Sorry?
I said there's plenty of them on there I haven't heard of.
It's a combination of scientists, philosophers, and skeptics, I suppose. But and some of the not every, like for example, I have James Randi, since somebody mentioned James Randi. Roz, how you doing, my friend? Roz, you want to come up and say hi, or does anyone else want to come up and say hi?
There's at least one on there that I'm like, wow, damn. And
Which one?
there's probably more
guys.
that I should probably say about. But
Come on up, guys. I guess I better
yes,
do
Elston
the job.
Gun. I'm in love. Feynman and Sapolsky. I wrote an essay on my SCTS page about 3 months ago, where everybody's always asking me, which books do I recommend, who should they listen to become a good skeptic or learn about science, and I just basically said, of all my influences, especially these days, if you want to get a comprehensive grasp on what modern science has to say about moral philosophy, neuroscience, biology, evolutionary biology, just go watch Sapolsky. Just go watch Robert Sapolsky. Go watch his, what is it? It's Stanford. I think it's Stanford, right? Just watch all the Stanford videos on YouTube, and you'll be informed as good as anybody in 6 months.
Well, I'll just say that I'm not a fan of Marx.
Well, every intellectual has to read Marx. I mean, it's just a prerequisite. He's he was responding to Adam Smith and Adam Smith, the Invisible Hand. It's Adam Smith, right? Correct my brain. I'm a bit tired. It's Adam Smith, isn't it?
I don't know, honestly.
He's sort of the quintessential first modern economist, but he was basically a moral philosopher. And Karl Marx was also a moral philosopher, and he was Oh, somebody asked me about Skeptic's Guide to the Universe, and I never got to answer that question. Somebody asked me if I knew Skeptic's Guide to the Universe. I actually won. This is a very disappointing story. Skeptic's Guide to the Universe used to share my content on Facebook all the time. I used to get like 10, 20,000 new subs a month when my page was growing like crazy because Skeptic's Guide to the Universe really liked my content. And so he created an essay contest and asked everybody to participate, and that the winner of the essay contest would be able to work on projects with SGU, with the Skeptic's Guide to the Universe. And I'm a huge Steven Novella fan. He's been a big inspiration in my life. He's on my list, and he's a neurologist, and he's also a great skeptic and just a great reasoner. And so he created this contest, and I told a few of my friends that they should try to enter. And much to my surprise, about 3 months later, I got contacted back by the managing director, the executive director, whatever, of the Skeptic's Guide to the Universe, and they said that my essay was amazing, and they wanted to talk to me, and I was, so honored and flattered. And so then I set up a video chat with this guy, his managing director, the guy that was overseeing the contest, basically, and we became good friends. And he said, "Dude, we're not going to make you an intern. You're going to come on SGU. You're going to come on the podcast, and the
Nice.
novellas, the novellas want to work with you on projects as a peer, as an equal." And I was just beaming. I mean, I was just so excited to be able to work with Steven. And then, so, I was supposed to get a call from Steven himself like a week later. I had several calls with his managing director. His name was David Young. I'm glad my memory works. And so I was, expecting to get a call from Steven Novella. I was expecting to get invited on the SGU podcast. I was really excited. I was even going to prepare some sort of presentation. I have an idea called probabilitarianism, which I've been developing, which I was going to use. And so he kept lagging, and my friend David kept calling back and saying the novellas are so flaky. They're just, they're taking too long, and I'm so sorry, but they're going to keep calling you, and they're going to eventually call you back. Anyway, to make a long story short, my friend David Young, we became good friends, and he was so disappointed with the novellas being a bit flaky that him and I were talking about starting our own little collaboration. And the guy calls me back one day, and he says, I almost said my name. He said, "I'm so sorry, but I'm not going to be able to work with you." And I'm like, "What's wrong?" And he said, "I have ALS. I'm dying." And he died a month later. And I said, "Please don't apologize to me. I'm your friend. If I can be there for you, or, I'm here." And he died a month later, and there's an interview on YouTube of him, his last video interview. He was positive spirit, talking about, skepticism, and, he was just a complete humanist, and he was a really good guy. And there's videos of him, like just unfortunately becoming skeletal as ALS just took him and, effectively took his ability to speak. And it was just so tragic. But it was, it was disappointing for me because I was really looking forward to it. But at the same time, I lost a friend, and it was just, bad luck for me, but a little bit more than just bad luck for him. In any case, that was very sad, but that was my little, I was sort of hoping it would have been a great, sure, of course you can. Do I just need to drop the invite?
Yeah,
Just
drop the link.
Yeah,
copy
okay.
and paste your StreamYard's link into the YouTube chat.
Hold on. Where the heck?
If you're
I got
using
some
multiple,
hard questions. I got some hard questions for Miss Pennington.
I'd
She
love to
would
get
come
some of these
up.
people up. Because I'm not able to sort of follow all the things. There's so many good questions, and I would love to talk about all
Yeah.
of them. So any
I
of
would
you
like
that
to
want
say, if you're
to
not
come
there
up,
yet, yes, of course they are relevant today. It's what we were built on. Like, just to understand as it stands today, you need to have all of this knowledge, especially, you know, the Plato, Socrates, these ancient philosophers, because that's what justice was built on. So if you really want an understanding of what society is today, it's a combination of all of these different philosophies that came along over time, and I guess we picked the best ones. Brain can probably put a better explanation to that, but they are totally relevant to our knowledge of what it is today.
But
Yeah.
I've got to check out.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you need to understand, if you want to understand justice, and therefore you want to, you know, be a proper true crime, commentator, then, you know, you really should have a strong foundation in moral philosophy, and you can't, and
Exactly.
even systems of justice, and ultimately political science and political philosophy. So, you know, you usually start with the classics. You start with Plato.
Oh,
And then you go to
Exactly.
Aristotle for science, if you want to at least get the trend.
I got to head out.
Okay, Robert. Thanks for coming, and take
Okay,
care.
Robert.
Yeah, we'll talk to you
Yep.
guys
Thanks
later.
for joining us.
Yep.
Space
All right.
monster.
See you tomorrow, probably.
Hi, Brain. Hi, Brain. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
Thank you for letting me up. Hi, Aussie Insider.
Hi, Space Monster. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. I just did a live, so I missed a lot of your live, but I was kind of like touching on a lot of the things that you were talking about, and you've been very interesting, Brain, being here. You've had words that often I can't articulate with, but I find it really interesting
Some of them
that
are
I've
Latin.
met.
I can't even say
Pardon?
them.
What'd you say?
And some of them are even Latin. Some of them are
Yeah,
even
that's
Latin, and I
okay.
can't say them.
I was in high school. My high school teacher, I loved ancient history and the Greeks. So I'm pretty much loving the Greek. You talk about Aristotle and you talked about Plato and
So who in the room? Good question. Good trivia. Who? Plato was whose protege?
wasn't it Aristotle or Socrates?
Correct. Who
Yeah.
was Aristotle's? Who was Plato's protege?
Hang on a second. So you're saying who's Plato's? So who did you say first?
So basically, Socrates is Plato's mentor.
Yep.
And Plato is the mentor to whom?
Yeah, that's better, because it sounded like you asked the same thing twice.
Yeah, I was. Isn't it?
Well,
Isn't it the same?
I thought the protege
Aristotle.
is correct. Aristotle. Correct.
Yeah, exactly. It's
now-
been a while since I've done
No.
my
Perfect.
ancient history.
Now who's the next one?
I'm going to
Okay,
fail
so
because I
here we
remember
got
who's who.
Aristotle. Hang on a second. We have Aristotle and Socrates, and then
So you have Socrates, Plato, Aristotle, and then who learns? Aristotle is the mentor to whom?
I just can't.
Listen. It's been a while since, so
it's such a great one, Alexander the Great.
Oh my God! How are you really?
Absolutely.
Well,
that was a surprise to me.
Here's the thing about that. That's extraordinary because listen, I love that history there, and I also love Middle Eastern history. I love all the histories, but
I love history,
and they're all intertwined with each other, and it's extraordinary.
Exactly.
It is, isn't it?
Graz,
Listen,
come up on the stage, because I'm missing your questions. People are saying you're asking good questions, and I'm so bad because I'm a newbie here. I can't.
I think
follow.
it's great, Brain.
Can you give us a quiz before the final exam?
Here's the thing: is that I'll just give you this visualization. As a teenager going through high school, and we were doing ancient history, and ancient history mainly had to do with the ancient Greeks, and then a little bit of the mainly to do with ancient Greece.
Well, and
right?
probably the Romans that
Yeah, the
came after us.
Romans as
Yeah,
well, but
absolutely.
definitely a lot was around my. Listen, I turned 60 in in 1 week's time, so that's how long ago for me. But I still love it all. I still have this.
Well,
I
sorry,
remember.
I'm not going to believe you if you tell me that your mentor was Alexander the Great.
Oh well, I wish. I would have loved to have had a little bit of a bedside conversation.
Oh my God. I mean, can you imagine if your mentor, I mean, I had shitty teachers. I only remember one teacher, and the only reason I liked her was because she was sleeping with the professional baseball player who came to my class, and I thought
Oh
that was so
my
cool. And
God.
I won the school spelling bee, and the best baseball player in the league who was dating my sixth grade teacher came, and I have a picture of him with my arm around me, and I have a little trophy because I won the sixth grade spelling bee, and I was so proud because Steve Yeager, that was his name. He was a pitcher. Sorry, he was a catcher. And anyway, that was a proud moment. But my point was simply that I've always sort of wished that I think I always longed for a mentor, and I never really found one. I sort of had one in grad school, and he sort of betrayed me, disappointed me a bit, and I always wanted one, and I never had one. And I mean, imagine that your mentor is frickin' Aristotle. I mean, it's basically Aristotle and Newton is, possibly the two smartest people of all time.
Yeah, but I mean, here's the thing that listen, I'll just give you this picture. As when I went to high school and when I went through this, I was about, doing my what we call our HSC, which is, what I mean by Aussie inside of the HSC, because we're both Aussies.
Yes.
And it would have been in 79. It was my 12th year, right, of going through high school.
It's the end of high school.
And yeah, that's right. And she used to tell these stories in such a way that when I finally did go to Greece and I stood at the Acropolis and I looked out to sea, and she would told this story about the Peloponnesian Wars. I could and then I turned to my right, no, my left, and I looked into the into the land, and I could this is when all the smog and everything was gone. I could absolutely feel and see the story that she was telling me. It was such a cathartic experience to stand there and think, well, she's read these things. She's read Ulysses, and she's told us all these stories. Homer. Exactly. And when you read those, and like anyone, if you read and you fall into the book, you fall into the story. If they're an amazing author, you absolutely engulfed in it. You eat it up, and you dream it. You become part of it. And when you stop it, you're like, well, hang on a second, what do I do now? But when she used to tell these stories, the fact that I stood there and I could feel exactly what it would have been like when it was the Peloponnese Wars, and she was telling me about, the boats coming in, the signaling from this, and you just.
And what's the big statue? The statue that used to be on the harbor there that at some point fell, but we know that it was there. It was it's a giant statue that his legs, basically his feet, were on both sides of the
I
entrance
can't
to the
remember.
harbor. It's one of
Yep.
like the ancient wonders of the world.
Yep. It's in the water now.
Yeah, it's in the water. And I should know it. I mean, normally I do. Like I said, I have a bad memory, but I mean, imagine whatever the hanging gardens of Babylon, I think, is another one of the ancient wonders. And obviously the pyramids.
But if you travel,
Excellent point, insightful one. Socrates never actually wrote anything. Plato wrote about Socrates and his teachings.
Well,
exactly.
We don't know that Socrates existed.
Yes, we don't.
We don't know if this was some sort of philosophical dialogue that Plato invented. and that it was essentially literature.
But that's a lot about literature around those times.
Yeah, I mean,
Even the Bible.
It's a fascinating. Yeah, I mean, the historicity of the Bible. I mean, I've spent a really long period of time on that one. Both the New Testament and the Old Testament. I mean, I just love that stuff from the history perspective. And the farther back you go, the harder it is to have high degrees of confidence. So then you're sort of left with the sort of frustration that you just have to sort of place a percentage of how certain you can be that these things were real. Graz, you got your mute on. I have to welcome you. So
Hey guys,
how are you
Dude.
this evening?
Doing really
How's it
good, man.
hanging?
Hey Brain.
Hi, Real.
Hey Aussie and Space Monster. It's hanging. It's hanging. Dude, that's why I came in. I seen
In
the
front of your camera.
open chat thing. I'm just like, Brain, have you seen a person yet try to expose themselves? I was just wondering.
No, not yet. Knock on wood.
Waiting for the day.
This was it was just sort of on a whim today. I said, let me set up an account, and then AK was kind enough to sort of give me a quick little course, and it's pretty self-explanatory. I think I'll get the hang of it, but sort of the protocols I'm not sure of. So I set this up as just a completely informal thing, nothing at all structured. Obviously, if I'm going to use this sort of a vehicle, then I'd like to obviously prepare and do something structured. I like the free flow, and as long as some people enjoy it, then it's nice. But
I like your guys' conversations whenever I pop in. They're always really deep and like they make you think at least.
yeah, sometimes it can go off track and it can get silly because I never know what people want to do. Do you want to get do you want to go down the rabbit hole? And in my space, I mean that's where I spend most of my time. But I also like to have fun and be silly. I don't know if that's as entertaining, but I like it also.
Well, that's right when you were talking about the Socrates thing, because I just recognize the names. I don't know anything, but when you were talking about it, him possibly being an idea from Plato, I immediately thought about like biblical stuff. And it's funny you guys started talking about it right after that. I was
Yeah, and
applying it.
I think it's about I think Socrates is about probably 450 to 550 years before the first New Testament scriptures were written. So that the New Testament, I think the first gospel was written probably I think around 70 AD, and I think it goes up to about 200 AD. And then I think the oldest manuscript for the Old Testament is I believe about I think we figure probably about 150 BC, maybe up to about 300 BC, and I think uh, Alexander the Great is that's about what, like 150 BC, or is it even a bit further back? And so I think Socrates and Plato, I think about 350 BC, something like that.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. See, I didn't even know he predated Christ or anything. I was just really interested in what you guys are talking about.
Yeah, and they're not even the earliest Greek philosophers. I should know, but like the original philosopher, the original skepticism, the original school of skepticism, its origin story is from a group of followers, basically probably something like a cult, a guy named Pyrrho, and they had a very interesting cult. I mean, I'm not sure if it was a cult or if it was more sort of like a school, you know, like a early version of a university sort of thing with sort of.
So it wasn't like religious. It was like education.
No, it was definitely not religious. It was philosophical, but it was philosophical in the context of they were convinced that belief was the source of all misery. So they wanted to suppress belief. They believed in the ability to know knowledge. So they wanted to acquire, and they were very closely related to the Stoics. So the Stoics sort of come out of them as well. But they wanted to be rationalists essentially. They wanted to sort of minimize emotion, as a philosophy of life in order to avoid misery. And of course, the problem with that is that that's incoherent. You can't know anything without believing it. In order to claim to know something, you believe it by default. So if you say, I know your name is Graz, to say I don't believe your name is Graz, but I know your name is Graz is incoherent. We are believing animals. That's just one of the
Right.
functions of a brain, is to believe. Belief simply means the things that you believe are true.
Is it like the same with everybody around his time then? Or is there people like around that time that we know for sure existed?
No, those guys existed. They have documentation. Greek is goes way back. So
Like
they
isn't the Jesus thing like people can generally tell like he was a real person, but then proving other like scientifically
well
is
the
it
yeah, I mean the historicity of Jesus is still, I've done an awful lot of research. I think it's certainly not as solid as academic scholarly history claims. I think that there's a particular reason for that.
What do
But
you mean by that, Brain?
well, that
You,
there's no contemporaneous accounts. I mean, the best you have is Paul.
yeah, but do you
Um,
believe that he exists? I mean, here's the thing.
I,
I
I,
don't mean to
I
be rude.
yeah, no. I mean, you
You
want
you
my
believe he existed?
my honest answer is that I would probably come down on the side of yes, but it wouldn't be a strong confidence level. You
Okay,
could
why would you say that the man didn't exist? What would it like?
because
What?
the evidence is very scant.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. Okay.
So
So do you think it's concocted based
well,
on?
not necessarily concocted. It could have been a conglomeration of several, end time prophets that existed at the time that shared some sort of New Age Jewish beliefs that were different. Sort of revolutionary Jewish prophets. They were sort of
Mhm.
possibly breakaway sects
Yeah.
from Judaism, and that possibly may have been sort of amalgamated uh, as part of sort of a new movement, and ultimately results in what probably gets formalized in the Conference of Lycia, I forget, with Constantine essentially formalizes the Christian Church as the Church of the Roman Empire, and that's the point at which because of the power and the coverage of the Roman Empire throughout Europe, it was basically the first book that was distributed on a mass scale. So he used scribes and sent out the book to the only literate people in all of the different regions. And without Constantine, it's
Even
arguable
literate people were scant back then, weren't they?
that literate people were scant, absolutely, quite
Yeah,
scant.
because it was all
Exactly.
storytelling.
Yeah,
At
books were hard to make, and they took a really long time to the scribes to write them, and then to distribute them, and then you had very few people that were literate, and they basically then had to read to everyone else. But there was a nascent neo-Christian movement, maybe before Christianity became Christianity, and it might have been the consequence of just a lot of revolutionary thinking in theology at the time. There was a lot of pressure on Judaism after the what do you call it, the period where they were in exile,
Mhm.
and that's when they basically modern Judaism really starts to crystallize because they abandon polytheism. So Judaism goes back a bit further, but
What did you say?
polytheism. So
What's
Judaism,
that?
the belief in more than one God, which was the
Right.
norm,
Okay. Yes.
the
Okay.
norm before
Yes. Like the
panthe
Egyptians.
yeah, pantheism and the Greeks.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then
Exactly.
monotheism, along with sort of Zoroastrianism, and
But
then
then,
Judaism are the sort of the first modern monotheistic religions.
but if you
And
go back to what you said about, was it Pyro? What was it?
yeah, yeah, Pyrrho,
Pyrrho,
yeah, absolutely, yeah.
and their philosophy was beliefs. Is that what you said?
No, that they tried to avoid belief. They
That's
thought
what
that,
I'm saying.
yeah, isn't
That's
that strange?
yeah,
I mean, for me, it's
yeah.
incoherent, but
It
obviously,
is.
in the sense that, in the time and the context, that must have been something that they somehow could entertain. This is the beginning of philosophy, so the beginning
Is
of
that
epistemology and all that stuff. They were just
Isn't it the
experimenting.
same as saying freedom of speech? Like, just speak your mind and not have any limitations on what you're thinking? Isn't it the same sort
No,
of thing, though?
no, it's about really trying to prevent the temptation of sort of taking truth claims, you know, and internalizing them and sort of making them become it's sort of in that sense it's more of a what's that term for sort of a free spirit, not necessarily free speech, but not to be constrained by dogma, not to be constrained by your emotional attachments, to try to become, the rationalist, and then also sort of liberated from the constraints of any sort of dogma.
But do you
Isn't
think,
that like a bit like
though?
Buddhism, though?
Isn't it
No,
like
I won't
what?
even say that.
Isn't it like autism?
Well, Buddhism's a bit like that. Buddhism.
Autism, that's a
see?
good one.
I was saying agnostic and atheism, and then I was like, no. I was like, no. But
Yeah, no, these people
I
were,
can't.
Nope.
I never heard of that.
Nope.
they were pantheists,
Ath-
polytheists.
Were there agnostics back then, or did everybody pretty much
Well, I
have
mean, a lot of
strict?
people wonder, but it's always sort of been taboo. I mean, you really go back pretty much all the way, and there was some sort of belief in obviously monotheism, and then polytheism, and then you go back farther, and it's animism. So basically, it's belief in the spirits and sort of the gods of the animals and the plants, and sort of sort of a Gaia thing of just sort of a something in nature, a sort of magic. But
A little bit like Avatar,
yeah, absolutely.
the movie. I mean,
I
you
want to
know,
live there. That's where I
yeah,
want to go.
it's like,
Absolutely.
and that's what's amazing about when you look at, for instance, if I look at my uh ethnic, well, it's not my ethnic, sorry, that's wrong, but if you think about Australia being one of the oldest civilizations of peoples on the planet, and then you sort of look at it with Avatar. I mean, it the way that we look at Mother Earth, and we don't respect anything about Mother at all.
You mean in modern society? You mean?
Yes, it's all about the raping of Mother.
Well, and unfortunately, I hate to bring that up, but that's also a very much a theistic consequence, because there's the belief in dominionism. Even I think it's in Genesis. All the plants and animals and the earth were created by a god for our consumption and pleasure. Therefore, if you accept that, you don't believe that it's an exhaustible resource, and
I
you
don't
don't.
believe that. I think
Now,
that's wrong.
well, I mean, I agree with you, but a lot of
Yeah.
people have taken a different interpretation, where they believe that they also have a custodian role, and a moral obligation to also take care of the earth and animals. But you can very clearly read a literal meaning, that this was given to us, and it's sort of an inexhaustible resource, and there's a way in which you can then not necessarily respect animals and only really see them for our pleasure, for food, and for
Our
domesticated,
consumption.
for labor,
Yeah.
obviously, and but again, there's always every interpretation you can imagine, but
And that's
dominion
the
is,
thing about human interpretation, man's interpretation.
yeah.
It's vast.
I ju
And
I just always say, I don't know why anybody gives themselves a nominal religion.
yeah.
Everybody I've ever met has their own interpretation, so just it's your own religious beliefs, and that's fine.
Mm.
They sort of they tend you a lot of people cherry pick. They take the things they like, they take the things they don't like, and ultimately it's what corresponds probably with your already sort of instinctive moral standards, and the way you would like to see the world. So I find that there's no such thing as a single Christianity, or a single Judaism, or a single Buddhism or Hinduism. Everybody interprets it through their own goggles, the only subjective goggles that they have.
As a skeptic, do you believe in like karma or spirituality?
No, I mean there is a place in the secular world for spirituality. You know, a lot of people refer to it as sort of mindfulness, sort of just the awe and wonder of existence. So I don't really the word spiritual doesn't resonate with me. First of all, the etymology is spirit, so I don't believe in anything like a spirit. But then we also use the word spirit to refer to like somebody has spirit, you know, like personality, character, a certain life force that's, you know, interesting. And but no, I don't have a spiritual bone in my body, but I mean I completely know what it's like to look up at the night sky and experience awe and wonder and feel the, you know, absolute visceral full body experience of music and being with loved ones and, you know, being in a engaging situation and sharing with other human beings those rare moments where you just feel like you're all sort of in you know, unified. And so I think that's sort of what people mean by spirituality. It's just not a word that resonates with me.
Yeah, I get that. That doesn't resonate with me either. I heard one
What
thing
do you
say,
mean? What do you mean by that,
uh,
Graz? Do you have a spirituality at all? Like, do
yeah,
you?
I cherry pick. I take stuff from each set. Like I take stuff from Christianity or AA or karma, like Buddhism, I guess. I just take
But
everything and
do you ever feel something
yeah, that feeling, like
that
that
there's a
feeling of looking up
feeling that,
or why am I here?
Isn't this an
yeah,
ancient philosophy, an ancient
Yeah, I mean,
philosophical
you know,
question that everybody
existential angst
experiencing?
is universal. Sorry, go
Yeah,
ahead, Ozzy.
yeah, exactly. Existential angst, but it's like the age old question: are we spiritual beings having a human existence, or are we human beings having a spiritual existence? So it's kind of
Yeah,
well,
what
then
we're
I
touching on
guess
now.
then the question is, why are we here in the first place?
Well, I mean,
Why does Earth exist?
I actually have a video, I believe. Well, I mean, I have a philosophy video where I talk about teleology. So the why question is teleology. It's the study of purpose in the universe, whether there is
Yeah,
purpose. How do we understand a purpose? So, you know, in my humble opinion, based on a fairly literate background in physics and science and cosmology, you know, I don't think the universe shows any sign of anything like a purpose. But humans create purpose. A very good reason
Yeah.
why a sort of an animal like us that needs to survive and cooperate, and sets goals and has you know, can plan for the future. There's absolutely purpose in the context of humans. And I basically I wrote a long essay where I asked a sort of different question, which is along this line, where I sort of ask everybody, and if you guys are interested, basically the question is, do we have a job to do? So it's a sort of moral philosophy thought experiment, and you could sort of take a couple different schools of thought. You could take the school of thought that life is short and fleeting, and, you know, in the words of Hobbes, brutish and you know, hostile and short, and we can look at life as just seize, you know, carpe diem, enjoy the moment, uh, you know, enjoy life to the fullest. Nobody can tell you how to live your life. You can do whatever you want. If you just want to, you know, make love every day, if you just want to have altered
Oh
states
my
of
God. Can you
if you just
imagine
want to,
that?
if you just want to have altered experiment with altered states of consciousness and do hallucinogenics all your life, or you know, or if you want to, you know, just travel the world, or just want to read books, or just want to take a nap with your cat, and you know, there's that aspect where, you know, we don't have any obligation to produce or make money or be important or have ambition. But my question is sort of to try to provoke a sort of deeper question, which is, do we have a job to do? And sort of pushing on the question of, you know, if we are a species and we want to survive and we have to cooperate to survive, and our Earth is going to eventually, you know, be consumed, you know, and go cold, you know, when the sun goes supernova eventually, and you know, and then the universe, you know, the galaxies are going to um, collide and cause some sort of universal catastrophe in our area of the universe, and the universe may or may not ultimately result in a cold death where basically nothing interesting happens in the universe, and all of matter is just split apart because the force of gravity just dissipates, and then everything just breaks down into full entropy, and nothing interesting ever occurs again in the universe, and that's sort of the death of the universe, the cold death of the universe hypothesis. So anyway, my what I'm trying to prompt here is, do we have an obligation to try to figure stuff out? So that's the question, is sort of, do we have a job to do? And
I
that's sort
do.
of
When
a
we
personal
finish
question.
this, I'm sorry, I don't mean to butt in, Graz.
No.
But when we finish this live, could you put a link into exactly that?
My essay?
Yeah. Are you able to do that?
Yeah, I should be able to.
Put that
find
in
it.
so that we can read that. Sorry, Graz, I didn't mean to be rude.
No, it's okay. I'm good. I don't know. I was thinking about talking. How did you know that? I didn't even talk yet.
Oh, because
Just kidding.
no. Here's the other thing I wanted to ask. So, if you say that for me, when we look at the existential question about why are we here, I find it extremely difficult to think that there is nothing for me, or if we think about it as scientific, nothing ever, it will become energy, right? So when we die, what happens to us? Everything becomes something else, and it transfers into something else. So
yeah.
So for me, my way of thinking is that we have a stepping stone as a human being, that we are this vessel right now, and we are going, I mean, this is just me speaking right now, and so my way of looking at it is that we're going to make the mistakes that we make. We're going to be given all the things that free will, whatever it is, we are given those.
I don't believe in free will, by the way.
Okay, we'll bring me back to that in a minute. Okay.
Yeah, no, that's a totally big other topic, so I don't want to.
It is, and we could go really, yeah. So my point is that we make choices, and then they say live and learn, or you don't live and learn, and you can keep making mistakes and blah 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 blah. But sometimes I wonder if it's about going to the next level of our existential state, so that are you doing what is necessary to go to the next point, if that exists or if it doesn't exist?
Well, yeah, I mean that's hard because that's sounding a bit spiritual for me.
It is.
So I mean, the way that I would look at it is, for example, if to get to the next state, let's say in evolution, just to survive, we have a vested interest in like developing the most advanced technology as soon as possible to increase our odds that we can get to that next state, whatever that next state is, and that if we miss it because we just want to hang out and party, we might miss out on an opportunity in this universe. And so that's sort of my question, like,
or is it based on the bottom line? There's the other factor that you have. There are those people like you that want to question it, and myself, and probably Kraz and Aussie Insider, that we question things, and we have people that are about the bottom line that are ruling exactly what goes on, and then questioning our beliefs on can we actually advance ourselves? Like, why do we want to go to Mars? Like, what's the purpose? What's happening here? Isn't that important?
Well, because then I definitely think we need to get into space, because we need to explore. We are explorers, so I often just say our nature is if we didn't have to make money to pay the bills, I think our nature is we are scientists. We are
Yep.
natural scientists. We are natural philosophers. We want to sit around and think about our existence. We'd like to explore the natural world and try to figure out how everything works. That's a scientist. We are an explorer, so we want to go find new things, interesting adventures, new experiences. We're an explorer. So if you just take those arguments forward, then we have to go to space. I mean, it's the next frontier, and not to
Of course it
mention,
is, but what happens with what is happening on Mother Earth?
well, we can do both. I mean, it's not like
Well, we're
Can I
not.
just join
That's
those two?
everybody
Can I
has to
just join
leave.
those two theories together
yep.
and just say there's no way that we should be out in space until we sort our shit out here on Earth, because we're already filling it with space junk. Like,
Yeah, I agree.
once we have shit here on Earth and get rid of crap like, for example, we've got atomic power and all that sort of stuff. We don't even know what to do with uranium once we're finished using it. So we go take that shit out into space. We're just going to ruin space as well. We should be banned from space, that frontier, until we can sort our own shit out here on Earth.
Is that
Sorry.
brain? Is that sorry?
Yeah,
I totally agree with you, Insider. Aussie Insider. Is
I
that
just-
your
I just found it. I'm shocked. So here it is. I mean, I don't know if you want to read
If you
it.
can put the link though later on in your description, so we
Here,
can read that.
I'll
That'll be awesome.
That'd be lovely.
I probably won't remember to put it in the description.
Can you put it in the
I'm gonna put
chat?
it. Yeah, I'm gonna put it in the chat right now so I don't forget.
Yeah.
So if
You
you want
kind
to,
of,
you want to
kinda-
click on it. Go ahead. Sorry, Grass.
no, I was just saying, you kind of answered my question when Space Monster was bringing it up, but like that question, why are we here? I think, as like for me, when I cherry pick the spirituality parts that I like, the spirituality part almost gives me that mission in life, or telling me that I'll be repaid for something, or if I do good things will happen. But that has nothing to do with preserving the world or cleaning the world or advancing us. But it still gives life like a little bit of a purpose, I guess, even though it's
Well,
not
that's why
proven.
sort of the contradiction or the contrasting position might be if I tried to suggest, as in my essay, we have a job to do. Somebody else can easily just come back and say, I mean, everybody has their own choice. If you just want to live your life and not do it, I don't know how to pin an essay. So somebody could
Yeah,
just come back.
go on to the hamburger. Like, okay, right. Go over to the 3 little dots, which is called hamburger. And then it'll say pin. Like, click on that and it'll say pin.
All it says is put user in timeout and block user.
No, go to
in StreamYard.
Oh no, go to the YouTube side of it. Go over to YouTube.
Oh, on the YouTube side.
Yeah. Always look at don't look at StreamYards. Look at
There it is.
YouTube,
Okay.
and then click on the hamburger, and then it'll pin it for you.
Okay, I think I just pinned it. I think I did.
Also, Sue made a good comment in chat way earlier. I forgot to say that. Like, I
There
think
you go. Look at you.
I think of karma way different than like Indian people would think of karma. So I got it's
I mean,
different.
you brought up karma, and obviously, there's a couple different ways of talking about.
That's Western. That's the Western thought of karma, not
There's a couple
Indian.
ways of talking about karma. It has multiple meanings, but I mean, there's a way in which you can just make it quite secular and just, my understanding, my translation of this idea is that, I mean, if you develop really bad habits of behavior, reckless behavior, being bad to people, being mean to people, the just the probability would increase with every subsequent, bad behavior, that there are going to eventually be negative consequences. So
but what about with good behavior? It wouldn't work that way, would it?
No, and the exact same thing. So we would like to believe. Unfortunately, there's no probably cosmic justice. So that's one of the reasons why we love I wrote another essay, The Innateness of Justice. So basically that we are biologically inclined to care about justice, and it just reduces down to a sense of fairness. Other social animals have it too, a sense of reciprocity. that if I do something for you, you should do something for me. And a healthy society would be one where everyone feels obliged to be good to each other. And we have that, in our evolutionary biology. The
But
problem
isn't
is,
that mutual? Isn't that like the animals do? Is that it's a mutual, like if you look at animals, there's parasitic, what is it? Parasitic,
yeah, but not social
mutual,
animals. Yeah. I mean, social
and we
animals
are
are
social animals.
correct. And so are our closest cousins, and there's others. So
Yeah.
the reciprocal altruism is the evolutionary biology term, and it's just the notion that we are, in my essay that I think we looked at before, the selfish gene is the notion that the unit of evolution is not the organism, it's not you and I, it's the gene. It's the gene that has a will to propagate, even though that's an anthropomorphism because a gene isn't conscious. But the
But
unit,
what is a gene though? Here's the thing is that if you look at if we look at genes and how genetically we end up carrying baggage as humans, and you can have, okay, let's just a classic example is that you carry the addictive gene, which is meaning that there's a very good chance that there's addiction, whatever addiction it may be, you carry that gene. So what does it mean in our genetic makeup? What is a gene then? How does that? How can we change that? Can we change that?
I mean, no, I mean, obviously,
I've lost you, brain. You're very quiet all of a sudden.
yeah, it's just natural selection pressures. So, I mean, if you want to understand evolution, sort of a simple paradigm, the
Is
way
that
that I like.
Darwin? Isn't that Darwin?
Yeah, of
Yeah.
course, of course. But it's just, the way that I try to explain it is that evolution is about survival strategies. So I'm anthropomorphizing. So I'm using
Yeah. Okay.
terms that we can understand. It's not a technical description, but I think it's a good analogy, a good way to understand it.
Yeah.
Biology is built to try to survive,
Yeah.
and genetic variability is the way that it allows for sort of a maximum opportunity of different evolutionary strategies, because the biology doesn't know what sort of environment the new organism is going to be confronted with.
No.
It can't predict the future. So I think that the variability in evolution, the fact that it's not a perfect replication of the prior genome, it comes with certain mutations. And I look at the mutation, the variability that comes from the mutations as sort of evolution is throwing out all these possible options, these different configurations, because it doesn't know exactly what environment is going to present itself to the organism in that environment. And with mutation, it allows for all sorts of different possible futures. And
So what are you saying then is that, so if you look at us, here's the thing. If we look at human beings and look at how long we've been on the planet, and even all other species, there hasn't been any huge changes. We haven't evolved into anything spectacular.
well, I mean that's not true. It's usually referred to. I think that it's graduated equilibrium. So
What do you mean by that?
you have rates of change that are variable. So you can have, a far lower rate of change over a period of time on the Earth, and then you can have something like the Cambrian explosion, where suddenly there
What's
was just,
that?
65 million years ago. I think actually, when's the Cambrian? I don't want to confuse. Let me just
No,
look it
that's
up.
fine. Sorry,
Is
I'm
that
asking too many questions.
no,
I,
the dinosaurs
yeah,
were 65 million years ago, but
yeah.
the Cambrian I think is somewhere around there. But the Cambrian explosion is it's farther back. So sorry, it's about 530 million years ago. It's basically a period which is where we saw just a massive explosion of new species. So there was something that occurred, and I forget. I have such a terrible memory. I think that there was a sort of a there were changes in the ocean, which I think released a lot of I don't know.
Is that when things went from
It was I think
water to earth? I mean,
no.
sorry,
Well, yeah. I mean,
you know
yes.
that some animals went from being earth. I mean, sorry, being waterborne to being earth. Uh,
Dude, the
establishing them.
platypuses.
Yeah,
Is,
they changed from being from water to being on Earth, and they remained on Earth.
Well,
And
yeah. I mean, I have to refresh my memory when animals came out of the ocean and became terrestrial. Um,
mm,
I mean, that's essentially what we're talking about. I thought it was earlier than that, but I'm not sure. I'd have to refresh my memory. I
that's
sort of know.
okay.
I should know all
It's a
the.
big question.
Yeah, I should
It's
know all these
huge
things. But
questions.
the point in terms of the relevant point for this conversation is that there are points in history where the rate of change in evolutionary terms was far greater, and other times when it sort of stagnated, and there wasn't a lot of new species changing. And obviously there's some species that haven't changed for absurd amount of times. Things like sharks, I think,
But
been
we
around.
haven't changed.
Yeah, we've changed a ton.
How?
I mean,
Well,
we're only about 100,000 years old, somewhere
are
between
you saying from caveman? Like, are
no,
you talking about
well, Homo sapiens sapiens, our
Hopi
species.
sap? Yeah.
Homo,
Okay.
Homo sapiens sapiens, I think, is about somewhere between I think the recent figures are somewhere between about 100 to maybe 225,000 years. I think it looks like it's closer to 100 than 200.
Yeah. Okay.
But that's our species. So we've and then there are periods in hominid evolution where the brain seemed to have expanded at a far higher rate, and so a lot of the scientists try to figure out what was the impetus that caused that brain expansion at such a faster rate relative to prior rates of change. And one of the fairly strong consensus views these days is that a lot of people think that our brains got big just to be smart, sort of to figure out the universe, to figure out it's their environment. But now I think there are very good reasons to believe that the reason our brains suddenly got really big is because our social societies suddenly became very, very complex. And so much of the advancements in human intelligence was because we needed to be able to figure out basically human politics, how to cooperate with other people, how to engage, how to get ahead, how to, um, you know, um, uh, gain social status. Humans play very complex games with each other.
Well,
We're,
that's
we
true, but here's the thing: is that we know from 1 to 5 with the brain how explosive it is. Like, it's just incredible what
yeah, the
a baby
developmental
does. The demo,
curve.
there,
Yeah.
exactly. But then the complexity of the teenage brain is astounding, and that's where, for me, it's the most formidable, and that's the socialization, that is the ability, that the questioning, the ideology, everything comes into play, is the um what we would regard as the teenage brain. And when you look at the teenage brain, and teenagers could be from anywhere between 13, whatever it is that is the maturation of a female or male, to 21, 23, maybe. Um, from what I've read, and I mean, I've read a bit, but I believe that the teenage brain is the most explosive, the most challenging of society, because that's where you will challenge everything that you've ever been taught.
Just as sort of, because I'm losing a bit the track. We were talking about sort of, the rate of evolution, and you were saying that basically we don't change. Wasn't that where you sort of started? I got a
Yeah, I
little
did.
confused with that.
I started with the changing
Can I
brain.
interrupt
I
you,
mean, I
Safe?
don't mean to be rude. Sorry.
No, you're not rude at all. Polly, you should come up and let's talk about
Yeah, can
environmental
I jump
science.
out, guys?
Yeah,
My tablet's
absolutely, Ozzy.
cooking and it's going to die, and I'm not going to be able to say goodbye. It's just
See
going
you,
to go
Ozzy. It was nice to meet you.
No worries. Likewise, Space Monster. And thanks for inviting me up today, Brain.
I've
It's been a blast.
subscribed to you, by the way.
It's been a pleasure.
Oh, thank you. Thank you,
And
Space Monster.
let's. I look forward to the next time. So, Polly, would you like to come up?
Absolutely. We'll see you at the Arse show on the weekend. Okay.
I just listen, Brain. I think it's really interesting that you've come onto this platform, and the reason why I say this is that you've been challenging specific. Let me just digress away from all this. I've been here for about 3 years, and I tagged you just recently. I was given your link, and I went, "Wow, thank you. Somebody can put my thoughts into words."
Well, I'm
What we
flattered. I did notice that you shared. I appreciate
I
it. Thank
know.
you. That was kind.
Yeah.
I noticed because it did seem like you were sort of maybe. I mean, are you in the true crime space or not necessarily?
I've been around here. Listen, there is no true crime space.
There's a lot of different funky spaces.
It's funky. That's right. It smells funky. What is true crime? And I put this down to this. I've been I'm nearly 60 in 2 weeks time, if that. And for me, true crime was about this. We used to hear about crimes. We used to hear about, Ted Bundy and the Night Stalker and all those sorts of things. And for me, it's about the human condition. It's like, why? How does this happen? Why are these people doing this? So I'm kind of a bit fascinated in a morbid sense of way. It's weird. I know it's weird, but it's just something that, and it's become a multi-billion-dollar industry now. True crime. For me, true crime was always about pre-internet, it was always about the older crimes that we were seeing. Everything else that's like BBTK, like I said, the Night Stalker, all these older crimes. That to me is true crime. Now we have what I regard as today crime. It's garbage, and it's taking advantage of a situation. And right now, with the way YouTube is bastardizing, raping. Oh, sorry, I'm sorry if I can't say that.
Sorry, hold on. I have to take a break. I'll be right back. 1 second.
Sorry, guys. I'll just wait till he comes back and see where we go from there. How is everybody? I was going to go skiing, and I still am going to go skiing. I'm looking at the time right now, and I've put it off. I can go skiing pretty much in, looking at the time. Yeah, I still can go skiing. I'm going to go skiing. I'm up in the Northern Hemisphere now for a holiday, up in Norway, and there's just beautiful powder snow. So I'm going to go cross-country skiing with my family members. Who skis around here? Does anyone have snow around where they are?
I'm in the tropics, but I lived in Switzerland
Oh
for
my
17 years, so
God.
a lot there.
I'm in the tropic. I live in the tropics too, but right now I'm not in the tropics.
Definitely a commodity. So I just wanted to maybe send out the last thing. Anybody want to come up and say hi? Elson Gun? I'd be. That sounds like be a pleasure. Or also, didn't we have a demon in the room?
Oh my
And
God.
there's AF Pennington. Anybody want to come say hi? Dumbala's Demon Den. That's a cool name.
Drop your link into the chat then,
Yeah. Okay.
Brain.
Yeah. Okie doke.
It's hard to do, but then your mods can do that when you say that.
You
They
know,
can just
getting into the
yeah,
habit of these
yeah.
things is what the hardest part, and I'm really having a problem with focusing on the chat room. You know, somebody definitely said, you know, you're going to need to sort of be able to do both, but that's tough. I mean, I get that it's tough for everybody, and why they do that, but you know, if I don't have a very good memory. If I'm trying to make an argument and then I'm trying to keep an eye on what's happening, I'm just going to lose my train of thought.
But you shouldn't. And that's the thing. Here's the thing that I am going to advise you on. And you're coming into an area that is highly complex. Not everybody is who they say they are and what they say they do. You've put out information on specific creators. So therefore, you need to be very, very smart about what you see is exactly what's happening in your chat. It is not what you see it to be. You are going to be completely trolled. And I've already seen it. I already see people that have already been in your chat and already been on your panel. I'm not saying the last people that have been here, but you just have to be careful. You just have to be
Well, I
very,
mean,
very
no,
careful.
I came here extremely cautious, but you know, of course, you know, I mean, there's no being too careful. You can basically,
No.
you can, you know, the best that you can do. First of all, the best thing you can do is never go live.
Oh,
The,
absolutely. That
you
is
know,
the best thing.
I was reluctant to go live,
Why
and
did you
today,
do it then?
well, because just whimsically today, I thought that it could be uh, fun to say hello to everyone and have a conversation. I wasn't sure if I would have anybody up, but then, you know, I see the comments in this chat room tonight, and, you know, I did give a couple of wrenches out. And, you know, I mean, somebody else, I mean, I doubt anybody's been in here the whole time, but maybe a few have been. I didn't see too many fireworks, so I'm pretty sure that anybody who would be my adversary doesn't know, you know, that I'm live. But I
Oh,
imagine,
darling, trust me. They know you're live.
well, they'll get wind eventually if they didn't
Oh, they
tonight.
have wind of you already. And I already
Mhm.
see that. Trust me that you are already on the radar.
I mean, I
And
know I'm finally on the radar just in general because I was able to fly under the radar for, you know, a while, but eventually, you know, it was going to happen anyway. So, you know, people are Skyping for me big time. You know, people would love to find dirt on me or get some video clip of me saying something. You know, I'm sort of not worried about my words, and I have nothing to hide. I have no skeletons in the closet. But that doesn't matter to these people anyway. They will construct something. They will fabricate something if they really want to have a go at me. And you know, I think that's just the nature of the beast here. We'll see exactly, you know, how low they'd be willing to go. But when I see what they're doing with other you know, people, you know, I sort of expect the worst, sort of any day now, actually.
well,
You know,
here's the
anyway,
thing.
I wanted to engage with people, and so, like, for example, this evening, you know,
Yeah.
all the people are, you know, being um, gracious, and you know, there's a lot of bright people in here, so I'm sort of surprised because I was afraid to bring, you know, my science and philosophy stuff here because it's a different vibe, but I suppose it was just inevitable that I was going to attract, you know, people that get the arguments and that are, you know, come from this tradition, the skeptic science philosophy
Well, it's not
space. And
just that, Brain. It's that people are hungry for something sensible and rational and can actually produce the words that they're thinking. That's what it is. And they're absolutely hungry for it.
well, I mean, I do feel that, because again, in this post-truth era, and thank you, Elston, that's very kind of you. I hope I have the wherewithal to avoid things like, I can be a bit naive. I can be a bit
But
trusting,
we
but
all can.
yeah, we can all get duped. Everybody can get fooled. But oh damn, what was I going to say? Oh, just the sort of hunger. In the wild wild west of the internet, I get often just very disillusioned that people don't. They're not. I don't find them intellectually curious, and I've been in contexts where you bring up science or philosophy or skepticism, and people just sort of look the other way, and then you
Why
go,
do you
okay.
think that is, though?
Well, I mean, I think some of it's intimidating. I think superficially some people might say it's boring, but I think there's a bit of intimidation. I think people,
Yeah.
might be afraid to, not know something, and then they don't want that. So they stick with the things that they know, and everything else might be a bit, scary, to use a term. But then you realize at other moments that people are curious and hungry, or at least some subset of the population, likes to think, and they want to learn, and they like to be inspired, and have new ideas presented. And so I think there is a certain hunger, and I've certainly been told a lot, you know, that sort of it was refreshing, you know, that I came here. Some people even said things like, just in time, or just when we needed it, sort of thing. And I don't want to sort of, you know, um, uh, I don't, a bit reluctant to accept that sort of a compliment, that I could make any sort of a difference. But if I can bring a bit of, a different take on how to, like, for example, just bring my critical thinking skills and try to impart them on people, because I think these are universal skills. So it's not, the things that I would like to think I teach here are applicable to any topic. It's not just about true crime. So if I can give anybody any transferable skills, or they want to go read something and learn a new skill or a new domain or something like that, then that I see that as a win. And because it's
I
not just about
agree.
it's not about just true crime.
I agree, and I think one of the problems that you may, for me, when you say the word critical thinking, is we have had on our platform somebody that has been de-platformed, that has used that term, critical thinking, and has bastardized it. And critical thinking is incredibly important for all of us. We need to be able to listen to something, and do we believe everything that we hear? Then you need to go and do your homework. It's
Correct.
and people are lazy. People are bloody lazy.
Yeah,
They
I mean,
won't.
like I hate the modern term of sheeple, but I mean, if you really understand our biology, we are mostly followers. We prefer
Yes.
we have all sorts of cognitive biases, cognitive shortcuts, which are basically because thinking is hard, and so we take a lot of shortcuts. We make logical fallacies. We have all sorts of cognitive biases, and then the other option is just to let somebody else do the thinking for you. So you just choose an authority figure, you choose a tribe, you choose a leader, you choose a media source, you choose a newspaper, you choose a guru, and then you just sort of, I have a great meme that I like to share that I've been sharing for years. It's that the most interesting man in the world commercial. I don't know if you know that, if it's only an American one, but it has like a very sophisticated sort of middle-aged gentleman, and it's like a beer commercial, and he says, I think that he's literally called the most interesting person in the world or something like that. And there's a whole series
Yeah.
of memes built around it. And on top of that meme, the quote is, I don't always have an opinion, but when I do, it's someone else's. And
Exactly.
I think that's really profound because, and I've written a lot of essays about that too. It's like, is that really your idea? Or did you just hear it from somebody? And it's far more likely, we stand on the shoulders of giants, to quote Isaac Newton. Um, and most of the time, our ideas are not ours at all. We heard them somewhere, and we just parrot them. We either from our parents or from our mentors or just whatever, wherever we hear it, and then we just parrot it. And so then I just sort of ask people, well, did you ever wonder what the reasoning is for that position? I mean, have you thought about it, or have you
Well,
just
I
sort of
mean, I
are you
can
just
give you a classic.
regurgitating it? Are
Yeah,
you
it's like you say with memes, right? So I can give you a classic example is that I saw somebody post an image of a bird flying, and it was an eagle, and then it was a crow that was landing on the back of the crow. I mean, sorry, the eagle. And of course, people take these images out and they make these memes or they make these profound statements. And when you go back and look at the actual image, there is a story behind it. And in fact, this is compatibility with animals, is that there are certain birds that allow other birds to land on the back and fly with them. But the way it has been portrayed is that the crow lands on the back of an eagle, the eagle flies higher, and then eventually the crow falls off because it hasn't got enough oxygen, which is just ludicrous because that would mean also the eagle would have not enough oxygen. It's an absurd discussion and even analogy. And so therefore, when somebody says something like that, I will backtrack it and investigate what that really means. And it ended up being a really good photographic dialogue that a photographer had taken and was showing how certain birds allow certain animals to land on the back of there's certain birds that do that. And it had nothing to do with what the conversation was all about.
But
I mean,
I mean, I can give you just something simple, like for example, your political opinions. So somebody's like
yeah,
I'm pro gun, or I'm pro free speech, or I'm pro whatever it is, abortion. I mean, any of the big cultural topics these days. You'll find that if you actually interrogate these people, if you just engage in a Socratic dialogue with them. Well,
what does Socratic mean?
well, the Socratic dialogue is basically just an approach to, critical thinking and conversation, where you're basically it's not a confrontational form like debate. You're basically just
Yeah,
asking questions, and you're trying to, elicit from the other person the reasons for why they believe or think something, and it's used as an effort to get people to think through their conclusions. So a lot of people don't know why they believe something. And so that's
that's
sort of my
exactly right,
that's
because
sort of
they
my
just hear
point.
it.
Yeah, somebody told them, their parents believed it, and then if you apply the Socratic approach to them, you kind of say, well, like, well, why do you believe that? And then that it might be the first time that they've ever been asked that. Nobody ever maybe said that to them. I believe this, and the other person then debates with them, but nobody has ever said something like, well, why do you believe it?
And
And then
also, it has to do with, I think, too, their emotional mentality right then and there. Because every single day we go through something as humans that we emotionally are being challenged in our home lives or whatever it is. And so therefore we will click on and we'll hear this live, and because of our emotional state then and there, it resonates with us or not. And so therefore we might go, oh,
Well, it's just humans. They we have evolved to conserve finite resources. So thinking is hard, takes energy.
it does.
And so most people prefer, not even prefer, it's just in our nature to look for shortcuts.
Yeah.
So if we don't have to think, we'd rather not. So if we can just, we find another smart person or someone we respect, and we just take their philosophy, we just take their position. So when somebody says, what do you think about this? Well, your guru, your favorite guru, your mentor said that that's what they thought, and so then you just parrot what they think, and then you can save all that cognitive fuel, and then you look like you have a ready-made answer. But most people haven't thought through it. They haven't reasoned through it. What you want as a critical thinker is you want to reason yourself to a logical conclusion.
But you've actually asked them an open-ended question, which is what really needs to happen frequently.
Well, yeah, I mean, like as somebody just said, that the Socratic approach is just getting people to think about the reasons why they believe something, and then to basically give them rebuttals so that you're challenging them. If, for example, there's bad internal logic, or they're making a logical fallacy. So, Socratic would be like, well, why do you believe that? They come back with an answer, and then you say, well, what if that's not true? Well, what if that's not true? And then you make them run through the entire experiment of having to think logically and to come to logically deductive and reasonable conclusions. And then your job is sort of as a guide to show them how their reasoning is poor and they haven't really thought through it. And so when I've been teaching science and philosophy, it's just amazing how many people have no idea why they believe something. I agree.
I agree.
And they don't even know where they got it. You say like, well, why do you believe that? So then I like to ask those sorts of questions. Like, do you remember when you started believing that? Do you remember maybe who you heard it from? And then you start realizing that, well, actually, my ideas are not my own ideas. I've adopted them, inherited them, heard them, and then people parrot them. But what we would like to believe is that we draw our own conclusions through independent thinking and critical thinking. And so, that's one of the things that I've written a lot about is that I think the most important aspiration, in life is to develop a sort of an internally coherent, comprehensive philosophy as much as is possible. Because I think if you have a solid, internally coherent and consistent philosophy, I think that you just have a ready-made platform to handle anything that gets thrown at you. And a lot of people have no philosophy. I mean, everybody has a philosophy, but a lot of philosophy is just a mishmash and patchwork of a different a bunch of different ideas that may be internally inconsistent and internally contradictory. And then when they get interrogated or they get confronted with a new thing that they don't have a position on, they're a bit lost. They don't necessarily know how to perform the exercise. They don't have enough sort of ingredients in their philosophy to sort of synthesize it. And I think if you have a good philosophy, it makes you a bit sort of what's the word, immune, not immune, but just well prepared to sort of deal with anything that gets thrown your way, whether it's moral questions in terms of how to behave or how to solve a problem. So I'm a big believer that at least from my perspective, my project is I want to have a fairly robust and internally consistent and coherent philosophy.
But then I guess that comes down to who you are as a person. Do you understand who you are? Are you comfortable with who you are? And does your philosophy and your convictions ring right to where you're heading? So if I look at myself, and I can only do that. So for myself, I find speaking with you, Brain, incredibly appetizing. Like I just want to eat this up.
Well, no, but I mean, I love that because I just say all the time. I mean, this is what I love to do. So even somebody saying something in the chat room, sort of like there's never a short chat. Ozzy and I are friends,
Yeah.
and we could go forever. I mean, the only thing stopping us is just you need to go to bed and you need to go to the bathroom. You need to go get some dinner. But I mean, I enjoy it. It's the most rewarding thing to do is just talk about interesting things with other people that are as curious as you. And
Do you think I'm curious? Like, does that Here's the thing. Do I sound curious? Like, do I
yeah, you sound like a
actually ask the curious questions, or
yeah.
am I just
No,
lacking
no,
in?
you're obviously curious. You're someone who's interested in thinking, interested in wanting to learn. You clearly are a reflective person. I imagine that you spend a lot of time in your head. I used to I
That
used
could
to
be that could be dangerous.
Oh, it's you have to be careful. I always warn people, not to go too far down the rabbit hole. You need to also
Mm.
go have a cocktail and have
Go
fun
and
and
have a friendship and go and have some drinks
yeah,
and dance on the
yeah,
dance floor.
absolutely. Distract yourself because I spend a bit too much time down the rabbit hole, and so and I
Can
have a
that
bit
be
of
a problem for you though?
well, absolutely. I always warn people, be careful. That's why I think a lot of people are
What
so
is
afraid.
your outlet that sorry, I don't mean it to be doxing you or anything, but bearing in mind that you are doing what you're doing, how do you then purge out and do what humans need to do, which is like go and dance on the dance floor?
Well, I mean, I'm getting older. I have less interest in socializing. I have less I mean, I still like people, but I do like the protection of the internet. I love my nice home. I love my cats.
Oh, I
Um,
love cats too. Cats are
yeah,
amazing, aren't they?
yeah. I mean, I love to read. I love to play my music. I'm basically I can be alone forever. I just play my guitars and sing and
So
read and
you're
play with my
comfortable
cats.
with you, and that's what we all
Yeah.
need to
Well, I mean, when
understand.
I was younger, I needed validation from other people. I needed to feel,
But
liked and
isn't that something that we think that we need when we're growing up?
well, I think, I think it's fairly ubiquitous that we all need it when we're young, but I think also some people need it forever. So
Yes.
I just find that like I was a bit over the cool scene, I would say
What's that?
in my late 20s, like my mom and I we used to joke that, when we were younger, we needed to be the center of attention and, hopefully people would find us attractive and interesting and all that kind of stuff. And we needed to be, at the party till 3 o'clock in the morning,
Yeah.
afraid to miss something. And then we both just sort of had the same epiphany. For me, it was basically about late 20s. We just kind of went like, you know, I think I know I'm interesting and nice and all that. I don't need to just go out and have strangers validate me. I mean, what does it say about me if I need complete strangers to make me feel good about myself? I just no longer
Do you
needed
remember
it.
your epiphany? Like I've had an epiphany. It's a weird thing.
Well, I
Have
mean,
you
I've had a few. I mean, obviously, my big
Yeah, I've
epiphany.
had one epiphany and I do know it. I'm just waiting for my next one to smack me in the face.
Yeah, no, I mean, my big epiphany as an adult was in my mid to late 30s, and it's all in.
Yeah.
I wrote about it in my about me. I woke up one day and I just said, I think I think it was I sort of refer to it as sort of an early midlife crisis. Age was starting to. I mean, I noticed it wasn't. I was still very young. Obviously, I was still just as pretty and just as fast. I played semi-pro soccer in Europe.
Oh, did you? What position?
I was a striker, so I was
Oh, you were a striker. Which striker though? Were you in
well,
midfield or
no center forward. I'm a
Oh my God. Well,
a goal scorer.
my sons played I have twin sons
Oh,
and
nice.
yeah, it is. And twins are just spectacular to work with. It's
Oh, I'm
just
sure.
it is. It's really astounding to work with. But when you say that, I mean, here's the thing about again, I can relate to what you're saying right now. You're talking about soccer. I know about soccer. And I said, what position? You said striker. Well, of course you're a striker. You're not a defender. You're a
Well,
striker.
and yeah, of course I'm a striker, right? I mean, it's just
Exactly.
Can't you tell in my personality that I have to be out front scoring goals? And I played baseball, and you want to guess my position when I played baseball?
You're a pitcher.
I was a pitcher.
Yeah. Of course. Don't you? Here's the thing. Anybody that this is the thing. You know the personality. And it's not being derogatory. It's like, fuck, I'm gonna throw that ball. Catch.
Yeah, well,
Here you go. Hit this ball if you can.
yeah.
Like you can't because I'm gonna throw you a curveball.
Well, but back to the epiphany, because the reason I brought up sports was because I played a really high level of sports until about 42, 43, 44. I was still really at the top of my game. I'd lost a bit of a step, but I was still really competitive, and I didn't expect it to all fall apart. But I finally just got the wear and tear from I'm missing an ACL
Oh
in my
yeah,
right knee,
it does. It
and I
just
had a I had
when you go to the levels that you're
yeah,
going to,
yeah, I
brain,
just pushed too
your
much.
body just. I was a gymnast. My body was just completely destroyed very very early. And when you think about gymnasts, their maturate. Well, when you think about it, they're young when they're out there, and you don't recognize how much, even though you love what you're doing, you just love it.
Yeah,
There's a
well,
toll that's
sport
taken on your
sports.
body.
Yeah, I loved sports so much. It was such a big part of my identity that I do miss it. But if I could do it again, I would have gone easier on the body. In any case, my point was not about sports. It was just to say that in my mid-30s, I was certainly aware of my mortality. So I think the epiphany was that that there's some some moment in our life where you might still be very young and still be, fully functional. But there's a somewhere in time, there's a recognition that you're going to age, you're going to
Yeah.
get old. And I think, in our youth, like when you're a teenager, it's just, it's the old cliche about teenagers think they're invincible, they think they're never going to die. They make fun of old people because they just don't understand anything, and they don't realize how quickly life goes by. And they don't realize, of course, that it's inevitable. It's going to occur for them as well. But so my epiphany was that I think that's why I call it sort of my early midlife crisis. I was about 35, 37, and then I just woke up one day, and I mean I had a good life. I had a good education. I had a good career, but I think I felt like I had to do something. And I guess my epiphany was I'm not smart enough. I don't know enough things. I'm ignorant. I I don't want to die ignorant. And then I just sort of it was started by I read A Brief History of Time by Stephen Hawking
Oh yes.
on a
Okay. Yeah.
transcontinental business flight from Switzerland to Los Angeles. And it just
So
I don't
you've traveled.
Oh, I've been everywhere. I mean, I haven't been to Australia and I haven't been to Antarctica.
No, but I mean you travel. That's the thing. You travel. You've traveled to other continents. You've seen other um humans that are different cultures, and that's what's very very important. People that don't travel
Of
and
course.
people don't
Look,
engage in different cultures don't
I always
understand.
say I think the best thing you can do for a kid is to expose him to travel young
Yeah.
and another language.
Oh,
So
absolutely.
language and travel. In any case, the epiphany was simply that I suddenly wanted to learn everything there was to learn. That from the smartest people of all time and today, so that with my limited time left, I could at least come to understand what we know about the nature of reality. Obviously, none of us can know what none of us know at you know in terms of our ignorance. So there's a massive knowledge base in humanity.
Yeah.
We know a lot of things. That's why, when we're talking about people that don't want to think, don't want to learn. I mean, how does it not bother people that they know, an infinitesimally small amount of that which can be known? So there's just a million things that can be known, and one of them. I mean, doesn't that bother you? Wouldn't you want to know at least two or three or four? And isn't it frustrating that you're going to die before even knowing what your generation knew in terms of human knowledge? There's just a massive database of human knowledge, and I didn't want to be. I wanted to learn it. Now, obviously, that's an unreasonable goal. I'm not going to get anywhere near learning everything there is to know today, and obviously, that the point being that we're never going to know everything there is to know in 100 years because we won't be alive. But I would like to, narrow my ignorance gap before I go, because yeah, I'd
I
like
don't
to.
think I don't think your ignorance gap is as big as you think it is. I think for me, if I question what you're saying right now, which is what we see going on right now, and the questions you've been asking in particular to certain creators, and what goes on with the creators chat, is that I look at it as the fact that these people don't want to look at themselves, and we all have to do that. We have to do self-inventory. We have to recognize who we are on this planet, and we need to be responsible for that. And the majority of them do not. And if they're coming from some sort of abusive situation, they're comfortable with that because they know it. And so therefore they will remain in something that's comfortable with them. I don't think that the majority of people really want to know. I think that they want to be led. They're frightened.
Well, that's why I said I don't like the word sheeple, but basically, we want most people just let others think for us,
Yes.
and because it's the easier route in life, and yeah, so I want to impart on others, the desire for knowledge, and to inspire people to have curiosity. And I used to just, on my SCTS page, people would say, like, how do I learn these things, and how do I, people always want an easy answer. They're like, how do I get as smart as you? And I'm like, or they ask me, this $1 million question that would take me, 5 hours to try to explain. And I'm like, I unfortunately can't, you know, I can't transfer the contents of my brain from, 55 years of reading and hard work, in a cup size load. But if you want to learn, it's incremental, it's a lifetime project, and read until you bleed is my line. I mean, if you do want to learn and better yourself and figure out what we can claim to know about ourselves and about our place in the universe, then you got to do a lot of hard work, and it takes forever, and it's never done. And you'll never know enough. And then, of course, it's worse because, like I said, I have a bad memory, which means that it's hard enough. It's hard enough. It's hard enough to spend 10 years learning something, and then you don't use it for 2 years, and then you lose it, or you forget it. I mean, that's very, very frustrating, but it's just the nature of the beast. It's hard enough to just learn new things, but you actually have to kind of keep recycling and refreshing and going back on things that you may have once been quite literate and have understood really well, and then you can forget and have to sort of start over. That's very frustrating. I hate the idea of lost knowledge. So I used to know,
But
when I was a little kid, I knew Greek mythology like the back of my hand. I knew all the gods. I knew all
me,
the stories. I loved it. And then I completely forgot it. Now I couldn't tell you the difference between Zeus and Medusa and, Mercury, whatever.
yeah, but that's the same as me. But I think one of the things that we have to recognize, Brain, is that the homework is within us. We, as humans, need to do the homework. It's not about what you have to say or what I have to say or anyone has to say. It's about me.
Of course,
And
but my point was simply that what you can do is you can possibly inspire people.
yeah,
That,
you
that
can.
that's about the best you can do.
And you do. That's why I'm here right now. I was like, wow, where did you come from?
Yeah, no, and
Uh,
it's not about me. It's just, the conversation is that, how do we get other people to want to become better thinkers? I want people to become better thinkers. I think the world is a better place if we have better thinking. I think that the world is a better place if we have more good ideas and less bad ideas. And I doubt that anybody would disagree with me in principle.
I
But
agree.
trying to get out in the field, and then when you're seeing people that they don't seem to want, they don't seem to care, they don't seem to be making an effort. So then, if you want to have any impact on the planet, you go out and you try to plant a seed. You try to tell an interesting story and hope that it resonates with somebody and it inspires them. And then maybe that just plants a little idea, and then they go home and they want to look something up on Google, and then that leads them down a 10-year pathway of learning an entire new subject. So maybe one, it's far and few between, but over 10 years, I've had a few great stories. Somebody saying, I've been following your page for 5 years, and I've just decided I'm going back to school. I'm going to get my degree in science. One guy I know, I sort of blush. I'm a little bit embarrassed, but he says,
Oh, do
I
it. Blush. Let's wave the air into your face. It's allowed to be blushing.
well, it's just that the point being that for all of the hours spent volunteering for free,
Yeah.
um, at least you have a couple of stories where I get messages, and someone will say, thank you so much for that. I loved it. It made me buy these books. That I just met a good friend who's a dog breeder, and I think she was a social worker, and she's retired. I think she's 65, and we became friends from my SCTS page, and we started having a video chat friendship. And it's only because I started YouTube that she hasn't that I haven't been able to talk to her as much. But we just were having very deep intellectual conversations. I think she was hungry for food for thought, and I turned her on to economics, and then she went out and bought, like, 5 economics books, and
Oh my God.
and
Maths.
it was just so cool because she just
Yeah.
came from a different domain. She didn't necessarily, wasn't her background, and then we talked, and she was like, "Oh yeah, no, now I get it. For the first time in my life, I can understand how economics is relevant. It's not just some cold, worthless topic. It relates to all sorts of things." And so I gave her my recommendations for my favorite authors, and then she went off and bought like 5 books, and now she can't stop talking about it. And she's like, "You did that." And I'm like, "Cool. I mean, that's a
Yeah,
nice
but
thing.
that's
That's cool."
great.
Yeah.
And the way I look at it, and in my area and where I've traveled, is the way I look at myself is that I'm a gardener.
Hello, I'm back.
Welcome back,
And
Ozzy.
Am I still?
hi, Ozzy, how are
Am
you?
I still?
I'm a gardener,
Am I still?
and I
Am I
love
still buzzing?
and I absolutely love gardening. I really do. And I love gardening from the seed. I love gardening from propagation, clippings, whatever. And you, as a gardener, have to look after it. You're going to get weeds, you're going to get parasites, insects, you name it. It's about you looking after the garden. And how you look after the garden is incredibly important. You're going to learn that some things you do wrong, how you fertilize it, how you look after it, whatever it is. But as a gardener, if you look at it like that, to look after a garden is the same as looking after a child. It is about what you put into it, how much time you put into it, how you learn yourself, what mistakes you make through it, how you grow your crop. That is fruitful, that you can feed off that. And then you regenerate it, and then it all goes around again. And so for me, I've always seen myself as a gardener.
Yeah, I mean
Okay,
that's
I
a
don't want to
that's a
interrupt.
sort of a that's a personal thing. So in terms of we each have to figure out how we want to live our own lives. But from a influence perspective, so like what we're trying to talk about this evening is how can we have an impact? How can we change this post-truth era? How can we possibly make a dent in it and change the pathway, the trajectory? So Ozzy, yeah, please kick in.
Right, that's kind of what I was going to do, sort of head it back there. Because I think that what you're doing is great. I don't think you're afraid of the trolls. I don't think that they're going to do any damage whatsoever. I think that we carefully choose our. You don't have a lot of people right now. You work it out as you get more thousands. You need a mod for every 1,000, or something
Something
along
like
those
that.
lines.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it doesn't get too complex kicking the trolls out. That's not even I mean, we know they're going to come for us. We knew that before we started, right? And this
Of
is
course.
the reason that people don't challenge them, because they're afraid that people are going to come at them. Well, you need to stand up and get your guts together, because if you're going to sort it out, you've got to challenge them.
Absolutely. I
You
mean,
got to have the guts to do that.
this topic alone is just it's a big one. This idea that somebody is has a good thing going. They got their little power base, they got their little tribe, and maybe they're the leader of the tribe, and then
Yeah,
somebody comes and competes or goes after them because maybe they're doing something that's bad, and then the lengths to which people are willing to um, try to prevent that from happening is just
yeah,
impressive. You know what I mean? Like, for
it is.
example, it's like I have a disagreement with these people, so the people that I've covered. I'm not
Yeah,
sending out spies to watch them or to try to sabotage them. It's just this is just all public. I mean, we're just
right.
calling it as we see it. That's a bad argument, and we're going to not be afraid to say it, and that's it.
Right.
And if somebody
And
else
that's
loses
exactly
the
what Trish
argument,
did. That's
yeah,
exactly what Trish did. She didn't conspire with anybody. She didn't do
yeah,
anything of the sort. She heard the
yeah,
argument and she went, wait a second.
yeah,
And she looked into it and she realized that it was a valid
yeah.
argument. And that,
And you can maybe you don't accept that's the criticism, and maybe you're right that they're wrong, or maybe they're right, and you're able to concede, but you just then move on. You don't then like, okay, I need to get them, sort of thing, you know. So that's like when I was saying,
absolutely.
I didn't want to get
A
in a
lot of
tit
people are
for
taking it that
tat.
way, that we're out to get Chris, but it just turns out that Chris is the perfect example because of his immense amount of influence, because
Who's Chris? Is that
Chris
sorry? Oh,
McDonough.
so you,
The reason I came to YouTube. So Chris McDonough is an ex-cop with a large true
oh
crime.
yeah, okay, I get. Sorry, I get it.
It's
Yeah,
it's the interview room. Is the
yeah,
name
I
of the
know.
show.
Yeah.
Yeah. So but yeah. So yeah. Where were we on? We were on what level, Ozzy? Oh yeah. In terms of the reason that he's relevant. If he had 200 people following him, I wouldn't be on YouTube. I wouldn't
right.
have come to YouTube. He wouldn't. He
No,
would have
it
been
was the fact that
insignificant.
tens
Yeah,
of thousands went and hit Nomadic Track that we realized, holy shit,
correct,
look at the power this guy wields and he's fucking using it.
correct. That's why,
Excuse
like
French.
the people that a lot of people want me to go after. The person that a lot of people. Everybody's always sort of like, can you go after this person? Can you go after that person? Can you go after this person? And I'm kind of like,
Yeah,
well, not if they're inconsequential. I mean, it's not about just going after everybody. You don't have, first of all, you don't have the time or the bandwidth. I want to. I mean, this was just one individual who was consequential, and what he did to Nomadic Trek and then what I saw him do to other people. This is a problem. These people are going to get somebody killed. They have
Right.
armies of
Well,
people that are willing to go out and do real things.
It's already happened.
The person who's only got 200 followers isn't going to get someone killed. They can rant and rave all they like. They're not going to get someone killed. But the person who has tens of thousands of followers who act on his every word, that's going to get someone killed. And that's why we go after that particular creator.
The probabilities go up exponentially. I mean, sure, you can have 10 devoted followers, and Manson didn't have the size of following that Chris McDonough did, and he did a lot of damage. But but the point is simply that this isn't considered to be a cult. This is allegedly a professional in mainstream society, whose demeanor is being perfectly accepted and considered acceptable. And we don't want to live in a world where this is acceptable.
But see, the thing is, it's already happened.
Absolutely.
It's already happened on YouTube, and that's the problem that we face. You don't have to be a big YouTuber for it to happen, to be influenced by YouTube, and that's the problem that we face right now. And
well, the point being is, if you're an influencer, you need to be careful what you're influencing, and that's the point that we're making. What are you influencing? Are you influencing the good in people, or are you influencing the bad in people? And what Chris McDonough was doing was influencing the bad in people. Like, people physically attacked AK's family. They went and shoved crowbars in his radiator and threatened his family. So we had
I agree, Ozzy. I'm not
parcels in his mail, like his actual mail.
And obviously, then the larger the influencer, the more people are affected. So it's not that bad things can't happen by small influencers. I mean, one person can influence somebody, and they can, lead them to kill somebody. But when when you have a large platform, and you have a large influence on more people, you would clearly need to place a higher priority on somebody that has a cult of 100. I mean, let's simplify it in the sense that there are two cults. One cult is 1 million people, and one cult is 50 people. Where are we going to focus our resources on dismantling this cult? Reducing the influence of the leader, or trying to deprogram and using certain tactics to try to get these people away from this situation, and begin deprogramming them. You're clearly going to focus your attention on the cult with 1 million people. Just priorities.
Listen, I don't disagree. I don't disagree with you.
Linda Carter's comment: a big following with the wrong message starts a mob mentality, can result in a personal family attacked emotionally or physically. If followers are not diligent in their own research, it's dangerous. And that's exactly the message that we're putting out, Linda Carter.
Yeah. And I loved Wonder Woman, by the way.
Wonder Woman?
I'm gonna listen. I really appreciate having me up here, Bray.
Oh, yeah, no, it was a pleasure talking with you.
I might send you an email on some things that I think is really important for you. But I do appreciate you being here. I do appreciate the fact that you are challenging all of us. It's interesting to have these conversations, and I look forward to seeing how this will move forward. And Aussie Insider, thank you very much for your information and your dialogue. It's great. And
thanks for jumping up and filling the gap for us.
Oh, that's okay. My God, I've been up here for a long time, so I need to get off now. I need to go skiing in the powder.
You go ski. That sounds fun. And, we'll see each other around, and we're not going anywhere. And
no, we're not.
We'll talk again. So thanks for coming up.
Yep, we're sticking to it.
Thank you for having me, guys. I appreciate it. And all the best. And also, Merry Christmas.
Thank you. Have fun skiing. I like your
I will.
Christmas hat.
I'm going to use we call them in Norway, they have two kinds of hats. There's the Santa Claus hat that I've got now, but the children wear something in Norway called blue nissa, which is like the children's helper to Santa Claus. And so when and here in Norway, it gets really, really dark. I don't know where you guys live, but Aussie, it doesn't matter for you. It's not going to happen. But in anything northern hemisphere, when it's winter, the light goes down very, very fast, and you've got all these little kids running around. I'm talking about little primary school kids running around with all these little fantastic little blue, what they call blue nissa, which is what a Norwegian animated thing was done. And you see all these little kids running around, and they look like little Santa's helpers, and it's fantastic. I just love it. I really do. And it's all about the kids. It really is. In Scandinavia, Northern Hemisphere, it's all about the children. And their fantasy and their growth. I love it. I just love it. Anyway, on that note, I'm going.
Okay, well then thank you again, and we'll talk another time, I'm sure.
Bye.
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 So
well, there you go. We went from 6 down to 2.
Yeah, I didn't expect this to last this long. I think I'm running
What
out
time is it there?
It's 2:30 in the morning, and I haven't eaten dinner. So I
Holy
should
crap.
probably get some dinner. So I think I'll probably end it here. And
Sounds good.
yeah, thank you to everyone who's left in the room. I'm surprised there's anyone here. It's been an awfully long first live stream. But
It is, isn't it?
yeah, thanks for showing up. There were, it's always like these long talks. There are many different phases, so it gets like chaotic at a certain point in time, and there's sort of no topic being discussed. I do like
Being
to talk.
a bit more organized, as you said, a bit more structure will probably help you to bring that time frame like into some focus. I think.
And I'm going to have to have more discipline here. I think about this as we're in my home and we're having a conversation, and I'll stay up all night long, and we'll just love to have a glass of wine and a long conversation. But I need to think about this in a very different way. This is a public platform that it's for other people's consumption as well, and I'm going to need to be far more disciplined about, in terms of being careful, who I invite up, how long I, allow them to stay, making sure that there's place for other people if they want to come up, making sure a conversation
keeping
doesn't.
the topic on point.
Yeah, keeping people on topic, making sure that we don't just languish in nowhere land for hours,
Right.
sort of going around in circles. So you got to keep the flow in mind. You got to keep people on topic. Obviously, the more people talking, the more complicated it becomes. And I'm not necessarily the type to try to really control it too much, because there's that moment, like for example, just give you a good example, Trisha on Web Sleuths, she has those little periods where she'll just throw out the invite and say come up, and then she has people talk, and then she will just kind of maybe give everybody maybe only 5 minutes, and
because
just
she's
because
got so many,
yeah, she's got a lot of people, and it's because there are a lot of people that she has to sort of then impose the discipline. Maybe I can afford to do it with 10 people, just maybe invite one person and talk with one person the whole time. But there might be people that want to change the subject or talk about different things, and so I'm going to have to get better and be more professional on that front. And it's a bit counterintuitive because
before you get the numbers up. It's all out of control already once you got the numbers up. So it's always good to get on top of it before you get the numbers up.
I've been a big, important corporate executive. I've had to manage large staffs of people, but just talking in a rather informal setting about interesting intellectual topics, it feels more like a Friday night having a glass of wine with people at a at a dinner table. It doesn't feel like a corporate board meeting.
Yeah.
But I probably need to think about it
Absolutely.
a bit more like that. It doesn't mean we can't have fun, but I will probably have to just think about these things. In any case, thank you, Ozzy. I'm actually going to send you a message after we leave. And
That's
again,
all
just
right.
to say good night to everyone
I can
remaining in
stay
the
here
chat room.
when you hit the. I can stay
What?
here when you hit the end. I can stay here when you hit the end live stream and yak some more if you want. If you've got something to tell me.
No, I was just going to send you something
You hit,
on Facebook.
oh, okay. Okay.
So I think
Okay.
I'll end the broadcast. Thank you to everyone. It's been a pleasure.
Good night,
People have been
everyone, and thank you so much for hanging in here for 6.5
yeah.
hours. That was an awesome effort of all of you.
Yeah, I'm
It was
absolutely
awesome.
impressed. I was really afraid to have more pandemonium and or even bore people. So I hope we weren't too boring. I'll try to be a bit more structured. This was supposed to be informal. So thank you so much to all of you, and I wish you a good night or a good morning or a good afternoon, whichever time zone you may be. And we'll have to do this again sometime. Good night,
Yep.
everyone.
Bye, everybody. Thank you to the mods for doing a great
Oh,
job
yes.
tonight.
Thank you very much, the mods. Thank you for reminding me. That's something else I'm going to need to remember and think about. So thank you and
It's
good night.
difficult. Good night.